Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and I'm here to bring you this build-up experience of Elimination Chamber. You know what it is here by now. We basically get ourselves and you guys hyped up for the PLE on the night of the show. We're going to take you right up until the show starts itself. We've got some clips from earlier this week. I've got some guests joining me later on in the studio as well. But for now, let's just get on with it.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, so once again, welcome back to the channel, guys. We are going to be breaking down the card. We are going to be getting hyped up and in the mood for this huge PLE. I say huge, it's only 4 matches and then an interesting segment to predict as well. But yeah, it's a big one as far as the kind of stakes and what it means for WrestleMania, of course. Will we see a few swerves on the road to WrestleMania, as I've been saying over this weekend with our preview content as well? Speaking of which, we're going to throw it over in a while, at least, to our preview, our original previews from earlier this week as well. So for those that have missed it, stay tuned. You can watch that. But yeah, let's just dive in. Let's talk about the card. Let's talk about what this show has in store for us. Sludge is in the house. Says hello, guys. I'm really excited about today's show, especially the men's chamber. Sludge, great to have you on board, buddy. Thanks for jumping in and dropping your comments as always. And of course, anyone lurking in the background, we encourage you to do the same as well. But yeah, I'm the same as you, mate. I'm really looking forward to the men's chamber. I mean, all the matches, I think, has got an interesting element to it. There are a few, I mean, they're not all going to have twists and turns, right? But there are a few that certainly are the ones to have, you know, most likely to have a big storyline or a big twist coming out of it. But let's go through the card, actually. Let's talk about the matches themselves. Just now, of course, Sludge mentioned the men's chamber. That will see Damian Priest take on Logan Paul, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, John Cena, and CM Punk. Now, one of these men is likely, well, should be coming out of this unless there's a major twist where they put someone else in it, as the #1 contender to Cody Rhodes' WWE Championship. Now, of course, a big part of this show is built around The Rock and that kind of I want your soul stuff he's been saying to Cody Rhodes, and whether or not he becomes his champion, the corporate champion, as people have dubbed it, kind of harking back to Rock's younger days himself there. It'd be interesting to see what happens with Cody. But my prediction is that someone in this match is going to take The Rock up on that offer. Who that someone is, well, if you've tuned into our content throughout the weekend, you'll know exactly who I think it's going to be. But I'll dive a little bit deeper on that throughout the stream. Again, later on, I'll have members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team to go through it with as well. Really looking forward to seeing what they've got to say. Let's break down the card further, though. It's another Elimination Chamber match now. We've got Roxanne Perez, Bayley, Naomi, Bianca Belair, Liv Morgan, and Alexa Bliss in one that I think is probably the hardest match to predict. I mean, the men's one certainly got some big names in there and certainly got a lot of possible routes to WrestleMania, right? But this one in particular, I'm finding really challenging to kind of put a pin in who I think is actually going to do it. Again, I've committed. I've made my predictions. You'll see that in just a little bit. But I'm not 100% convinced. Now, it's not all chamber matches on this card. We've got an unsanctioned match between Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. This one's going to be really interesting. Again, a big part of what I think, at least, is that this is leading towards something even bigger at WrestleMania. But if you look at the size of the venue they're working with at the chamber, by the way, guys, it is huge. We talked about this on the Kickoff watch-along show because that's where they recorded it as well. On last night's streams. And yeah, it's basically where they held WrestleMania 6 and WrestleMania 18. So big venues. Now, I don't think they're going to get 80,000. They're still trying to shift tickets at the moment, it would seem. That's not a diss or anything like that. That's a hard thing to do. But still, it's going to be bigger than your regular arena show. So maybe it doesn't go to WrestleMania. Maybe this is it. But I've got a sneaky feeling it's not a one and done here for the former friends. We've also got a tag match between Nia Jax and Candice LeRae, who are taking on the team of Tiffany Stratton, of course, WWE Women's Champion, and WWE Hall of Famer in Trish Stratus. Now, this one, we saw quite a lot around it on SmackDown, also on the kickoff show as well. So it'd be interesting to dive deeper into what we think might happen here later on. But my initial prediction, again, we'll get to that in just a moment, is one that I'm not 100% sure of now, but I still think is kind of likely. Let's get to some of these comments here. Gary's in the house, got him on a new phone, and I have no volume. I don't know what to do about it, Gary. I was going to say turn it up, but thanks for tuning in anyway. Appreciate you. Thanks. Sludge Sports says men's chamber predictions. Match starts out with Rollins and Punk. Next is Damian Priest, puts on a showing. Next is Drew, then Cena, finally Logan. Logan does some flippy stuff and eliminates Priest. That's a good shout, actually. And I haven't even thought about the order of people coming into the match. So that's a great kind of subject in itself. So we'll try and dive into that a little bit later on, Sludge. But yeah, some good kind of booking of it there. I agree. That's a good way to do it. I mean, Logan coming out last, you can kind of see it, right? All the guys waiting for him. I was watching when WWE do those 24/7 live loops of classic matches, and it was of, I think, 2010 or something like that, where Cena's in the pod and they're waiting for him to come out. So it'd be an interesting angle if they did something like that with Logan. So they're down between Cena and Logan, and then Cena hits the AA, eliminating Logan. Sludge also thinks that Roman comes out and spears the ref, and then spears Punk and Rollins. Cena and Drew pin both and eliminating them as well, and then says that Drew and Cena in the final. Sludge really wants Cena to win the match. So yes, Sludge, you're going for Cena. Look, I'm not going for Cena. I'm not going for Cena. I won't be as annoyed as I think I would have been if he had won the Rumble, but I still don't think he should be winning this. Look, it's his farewell tour, but we've got all year. We don't need him to win all the matches. So anyway, we'll jump into that throughout the stream, I'm sure, but appreciate your comments there, Sludge, and an interesting way to book the men's Elimination Chamber for sure. Gary has finally got sound. That's great. I'm glad to hear it, Gary. And Sludge, you say your second option is Drew McIntyre. All right. So what we're going to do now, actually, guys, is we're going to throw over to our original predictions, really, from earlier on this week, and also from our weekend kickoff stream that we did as well. So what you're going to see now is pre-recorded, but keep your comments coming in, guys. I will be reacting to them in the background. I'm going to be back at house on the back end talking about all these topics as well. And then when I come back to the live portion, I'm going to break down your comments even further as well. So again, keep your comments coming, guys. Really, really do appreciate it. But in the time being, I'm just going to hand over to me from, well, 24 hours ago. Big weekend in WWE because, of course, it is the final stop on the road to WrestleMania. If you're talking PLEs, at least, got a few weekly shows to go before then. But yeah, big talking points going into this PLE, and I'm sure there are going to be a lot coming out of it as well. We're going to be breaking down each and every one of the matches on this stream and talking predictions and things like that as well. But yeah, a really exciting show to predict. It's not a very big card. There's only 4 matches. We'll go through them, as I say, one by one in just a moment. But there's a lot to talk about because there are so many things that could happen on this card. So let's get into it. Before we do that, though, I'm going to hand over to my predictions from earlier this week. Chamber Toronto predictions. Now, we're going to start out with a pretty tough one, in my opinion. That is the Women's Elimination Chamber match. Now, this match features Liv Morgan, Alexa Bliss, Bianca Belair, Naomi, Roxanne Perez, and Bayley. Now, 2 of those, Bianca and Naomi, I feel are going to be involved with the Jade Cargill situation very soon, maybe even at the Chamber. So I'm excluding them. We've just seen Alexa come back, of course. I'm not sure if they're ready to put her in the kind of women's main event of WrestleMania. So I'm not sure about that. Roxanne's only just come onto the main roster. Not sure about that. And then you've got Liv Morgan, who going back into a Rhea Ripley storyline is not what I want to see at the moment. And she's only just won a tag title herself, so I don't see that happening. So it kind of does leave Bayley, which doesn't make a lot of sense either. So I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards Roxanne Perez once again. I do feel like she might just have the rocket strapped to her and go straight into a big picture on the main roster. The thing is though, I'm not sure if they're ready to do something like that with her. So again, I'm finding this one really tough, I've got to be honest. A lot makes sense. I mean, Alexa versus Rhea Ripley would be a cool storyline, but then if they're bringing in the Wyatt Sicks, I don't know if the kind of alternative babyface figure of Rhea Ripley is the one to go up against here. Roxanne Perez, let's just go with that.
Women's Elimination Chamber. Look, I think there's a lot going on story-wise with this. I actually think the people that attacked Jade Cargill are not the people that we think attacked Jade Cargill, or at least one of them. And I think we're going to find this out at Elimination Chamber. So by process of elimination, that means there's no Naomi win, there's no Bianca Belair win. In fact, I think it was one of those, hoping that it actually was Bianca, because I think that would be a great transition for her to go to a heel. So with that being said, it only leaves a couple of the women. Alexa coming back, I think she's doing something with the Wyatt Sicks, so we'll kind of take her away from it. Potentially it could be Bayley, but I think she's got still the thing, like the feud building from NXT. So I actually believe it's going to be Liv Morgan.
Hey, this is Dan, and these are my predictions for WWE Elimination Chamber 2025. First up, we have the Women's Elimination Chamber featuring Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Bayley, Naomi, and Roxanne Perez. The winner of this match will seemingly go on to WrestleMania to take on Rhea Bloody Ripley for the WWE Women's World Championship. Now, I think this is probably a two-horse race, really. I think it's either Bianca Belair or Liv Morgan. I'm gonna go Bianca, I think. I think there's gonna be more to it with the whole Jade Cargill storyline, but it could potentially lead to Jade coming back and fighting Naomi at WrestleMania. So I'm gonna go Bianca Belair to win this one.
Next up is the unsanctioned match between two best friends, now enemies, once again, Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens. Now, this is going to WrestleMania, surely, right? It has to. Neither of these guys have a storyline as far as the world title picture goes, which I think both could argue that they deserve. So therefore, I think the kind of consolation prize is to have a big moment between the two friends on the grandest stage of them all. So for that reason, I do think we're getting a finish that leads towards that. And I think that kind of means that Kevin Owens has to win so that Sami can try and get payback at WrestleMania in probably a Hell in a Cell or something like that. So for me, I think this is either going to be a Kevin Owens win or maybe even no contest. Let's say no contest.
Next we have Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens in the unsanctioned match. I don't mind these kind of matches. I think personally this should main event. Obviously being where it is as well. Whose side do I pick? Personally, I'd go with Kevin Owens. I think everything that Kevin has said, weirdly, has been actually correct, and he's made that point very true. Every single time he said something, he's given a fact about it, and Kevin Owens hasn't lied once. I do think the problem here is Cody Rhodes. And again, Sami not interfering, he wasn't teaming either. However, with Sami not interfering and not siding with either, technically to Kevin Owens makes it seem like he sided with Cody. And again, I agree. So I think that I'm happy to see this match happen. So, getting to see Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn go at it in any kind of match, they're always going to deliver. They could have match of the night. Potentially they can have match of the year. They have that in them to do that. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going Kevin Owens.
Next up, we have the unsanctioned match between Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. I think there's only one way this one has to go, I think it's going to be Sami Zayn to win. But I think this is going to also lead to the two of the men facing off at WrestleMania.
Tiffy and Trishy time versus Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. Look, for this one, it's all about Charlotte, right? Charlotte Flair is linked with Tiffany as far as WrestleMania goes, so I feel like she's going to play a hand here at some point. But I've got a weird feeling that Trish is going to turn heel. I've got this idea of a 3 generations match at WrestleMania, and I feel like Trish coming back might be so that she can turn heel once again. She seems to have a great time playing that role last time round. I really enjoyed it, and I got a feeling they're going to do it again. So I feel like Trish might be turning on Tiffany. With that in mind, it feels like that team more likely would lose when that happens. I'm not 100% sure about that though, because they've just released merch as well. But I don't know, just got a feeling Trish's going to turn heel in her hometown. Candice and Nia to win.
Tiffy and Trish versus Nia and Candice. I'll make this one short and sweet, really. I like Tiffy. I'm not a big fan of Trish. I like Nia, and I'm a fan of Candice as well. So it kind of weighs it out as like 2-1, I guess, on siding. Story-wise, I don't know which way they're going to go. Last time Trish was kind of around, she was a heel, and now she comes back again, and the crowd are looking at her as she's a face. Again, the same issue that we've had with The Rock. It's quite frustrating. I will try and bring this point up and make it a discussion on our next podcast. So guys, please tune in for that. But back to this, I'm going Nia and Candice.
We then move into a tag team match featuring Trish Stratus and WWE Women's Champion Tiffany Stratton taking on the team of Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. Now, I wouldn't bet against a Charlotte Flair interference in this one, but I do think that Tiffy and Trish are coming out of this one in Trish's hometown of Toronto with the victory.
And now moving into the men's Elimination Chamber match. We've got Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, Seth Rollins, CM Punk, Logan Paul, and John Cena. What a stacked field. Now, this is another one that's kind of hard to predict, mainly because of what's been going on recently with The Rock and Cody Rhodes. Now, that's going to have some sort of progression, we'd imagine, at Elimination Chamber anyway, and that feels like it will factor into this match. Now, whether or not that segment happens before this match or after this match might change things as well, but there are so many different storylines and possible opportunities here for WWE to run with. So I think this one again is another hard one to pick. I was leaning towards John Cena, I was leaning towards CM Punk, and the Cody thing changes that a little bit, but I got a feeling that CM Punk could be maybe even turning heel here. I'm going for a lot of heel turns and heels winning essentially on the show, it feels. But if CM Punk was to turn and to win and go into WrestleMania to face Cody Rhodes as, ironically, The Rock's buddy after Dwayne took up the headline spot before, it'd be quite an interesting story to tell. At the same time, where does that leave John Cena? That's quite tough. Where does it leave a lot of the guys in this match? I mean, you could even see Logan Paul and Punk going forwards in their own program. But if I had to pick right now, I'm just going to go with... who's going to face Cody Rhodes? Cody's not going to be a heel. He's not going to go down The Rock's path, surely. So therefore, he needs a strong heel. And it's got to be someone that The Rock aligns with. Maybe Drew? I don't know if they're ready for that. I just don't think they would have planned that before. I know things are changing, but that's quite drastic. You know what? I've talked myself into it. Drew deserves this spot. Drew McIntyre.
And finally, the men's chamber. Look, there's a lot of guys in there. I can say probably the person that we think 100% isn't going to win is Logan Paul. The rest, I would say, it's anyone's for the taking. I think this is probably the hardest one decision-wise. However, I think The Rock is going to screw someone, because I don't think Cody's going to sell his soul to the People's Champion. So maybe we're going to get someone else that's going to be involved, and they are going to be potentially the corporate champion, kind of what Rock was way back when. Look, it's going to be someone, and I think it's going to be someone that's earned it. So if Drew McIntyre does not win, we riot. Everyone stand with me on that. All right, cheers guys.
Then we move on to what I'm assuming is going to be the main event, which is the men's Elimination Chamber match. We are going to see John Cena, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, and Logan Paul, seemingly all battling it out to face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. For me, it's got to be John Cena. I think all the rest of them have got a direction going into WrestleMania, except Big Match John.
All right, so there you have it. Those are our original predictions from earlier on this week. And you know what? after I did them, I was thinking, you know what, I think I might change some of them by the time we get to the weekend. But I think I'm doubling down on some of them at least. The Drew McIntyre one is something I really want to dive into on this stream. But got Gary in the house, says, yo, Scotty, just popping in, say hi. Hey, I'm at work, so can't stay long. Thanks for jumping in, mate. When's the Elimination Chamber? So it's Saturday night, midnight. So yeah, whether you're watching on this kickoff stream, or this, of course, is going to be replayed on the build-up hours before the PLE itself. Welcome in, and hope these streams over this weekend are going to get you hyped up for the show itself. Of course, you are watching at the moment the weekend kickoff show, but still to come as well. We are going to have a watch-along experience with WWE's kickoff show, and then, of course, the main portion of the build-up experience with the build-up show itself as well. But let's break down some of those predictions. As I say, the one I am most confident about now is the one that I was the most fearful of making at the time. You saw me make it there, guys. I talked myself into Drew McIntyre, right? And I feel more confident now. I'm starting to see more people say this. I saw my good friend Skillet, who's been on the channel a few times, did it on his podcast, the Kick It Out podcast. I saw Rob's prediction come in and be Drew McIntyre as well. And then since then, we've actually seen a lot of rumors going around, various sources essentially saying that apparently the plan at the moment is a Drew McIntyre win. Now, look, things can change, especially in the world of the WWE, and especially on the road to WrestleMania, and especially, I guess, when The Rock is involved, it seems, as well. Although I do think a lot of that is playing up to character and story. Gary says, oh, damn, I'm off work. I'll be able to watch it. Drew deserves so much more, but he doesn't suit heel. Look, Gary, I'm loving him as a heel. I got to be honest. I liked him as a babyface, but I think the heel gives him a new thing to do. You know, it's refreshed his character. There was a time a few years back where Drew's character was getting a little stale. Not really his fault. It needed to change, and he did change it, in my opinion. So I'm really enjoying what he's doing at the moment, and I think he really, really, really does deserve to be in a high-profile match at WrestleMania. The thing is, there's so much going on at the moment. There's a lot of people you could argue deserve that as well, but it looks like it could be Drew McIntyre. But what are your thoughts, guys? Again, I want to know in the comments who you think will be winning the men's chamber. But not just that. Of course, we're going to be breaking down the entire card here throughout this stream with the women's chamber, the women's tag team match as well, and also the unsanctioned match between Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Of course, happening Saturday night. But we are here to get you in the mood and hyped up on this Elimination Chamber weekend. Now, going back to my original predictions, as I say, I went for Drew. I wasn't quite sure, but now I'm really excited at the prospect that it could be Drew McIntyre. Let's move into some of the other ones that I already made as well. With the unsanctioned match, I said, look, I think it'll more likely if someone's going to win, in my opinion, it's going to be Kevin Owens, so that Sami can chase him, as I said in that original prediction, into a rematch at WrestleMania, potentially in a Hell in a Cell or something like that. And again, I've seen other people say similar since, so it looks like I'm not the only one thinking that way. I'd be very shocked if it was a one and done, especially so close to WrestleMania, when I can't see a path that either of these doing much else beyond that. I mean, it's not like they're in the number one contendership match tonight, on Chamber, is it? So this would make a lot of sense. In order for that to happen, again, Sami either, I feel, needs to be chasing Kevin for that victory, or a no contest, as I mentioned in my original prediction as well. Gary says, me personally, I think it's going to be CM Punk to win the men's elimination chamber. Yeah, that was one of my original predictions, was Punk. A lot of people saying Cena, but since the start of the year, or even since last year when we did our predictions for 2025 podcast, myself and some of the other guys on the channel were basically saying, it would be cool if Cena falls short time and time again, doesn't win the Rumble, doesn't win Chamber, and then what that means for WrestleMania, I don't know. Hearing a lot of rumors about Logan Paul, but look, come the end of this weekend, all this could mean nothing, because John Cena could be heading to face Cody Rhodes, so it is an interesting one. I always do love how the Chamber creates these swerves on the road to WrestleMania, pun intended, I guess, on that one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and that's it. Looking at the men's match alone, there are so many things that could happen, and yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And of course, a big part of that is the whole Cody Rhodes situation, which we'll touch on in a moment as well. Of course, the final boss surely has a few things to say. Gary says, in WWE, you can't have friends. It's a shame because Sami and KO tag team mates. So it said, yeah, they were great, weren't they? When they were working together as a team and won the the tag titles a few years back off the Usos at WrestleMania. It was quite fun. But these are guys that are always going to be either facing each other or teaming with each other. So they've had a kind of intertwined story throughout their whole career. Gary also says Cena doesn't deserve it. They're strong words, Gary. And I think a lot of people would say because of his career, he does deserve it, but I just don't think it fits storyline. Here's my history as a Cena fan, right? I was a big Cena fan when he came in, like the ruthless aggression stuff. That was pretty cool. But when he went into Thugonomics, absolutely loved him. When he went Chain Gang and never lost, not so much a fan. And then, times like when the Nexus were, on the brink of becoming something special and he couldn't even wear their merch when he joined them. There was those kind of storylines where I really went out of favor for John Cena. But in recent years, the US, well, I say recent years, but then you've got the things like US title challenge and all the things he did around that, his losing streak and whatever else. And then when he's returned, I was there at Money in the Bank in London when he came back and I lost my mind like I was a little child, So I do appreciate Cena's work. But as I was saying on the Rumble coverage we did last month, if there weren't at least one time where I was angry that Cena won, it wouldn't feel like a proper Cena run. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be a good farewell, because I got to be honest, there were so many years where I was disappointed with John Cena winning matches, as people were with Roman a few years ago, as people sometimes get with Charlotte Flair as well. I don't want him. For that, I don't want him to win the Chamber, is what I'll say. I know some people will say he does deserve it, as Gary says he thinks he doesn't. I think he doesn't, just purely because there's so much more going on at the moment. I just don't think the John Cena's final WrestleMania match is enough. And him spending the whole year trying to win the title is enough, because he can do it at the end of the year. They didn't even create a PLE for him, as we mentioned on our streams again a few months back. There's not usually December PLEs these days. So a special goodbye to Cena in Boston or something like that would be quite fun, right? Gary says, you make fair points, Scott. You change my mind all the time. Thanks, man. I appreciate, I guess, your support of my words there. But that's what these streams are about, it's trying to kind of get everybody hyped up and think about what could take place. It's such a fun show to predict. Just when he's not been here, so why give it to him? Yeah, I get what you mean. Again, it's his final year, so some people would say he deserves it for that alone. But yeah, he's not really part of the story at the moment. His story is something different to what's going on in the WWE landscape, in my opinion. So yeah, I agree. I'd like to see it not be John Cena. Him and Jey Uso being the final two in the Rumble, I was very stressed. I didn't really want Jey Uso to win it at that time either, but over John Cena I definitely did. So yeah, it created that tension, like I used to get back in 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, and every other year he was on top. But hey, it is where it is. I appreciate the hustle and the loyalty and I guess the respect. Right, let's move on to some of the other matches here, though. As I say, Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn is quite an interesting one, just because you got to, again, imagine this is going to go to WrestleMania. So it might not even go that long. And you see the card is only 4 matches. Yes, chamber matches are quite long themselves, but we've got time to fill, I guess. So usually I'd go, this might even be a 5-minute thing where it's just broken apart. Maybe not if there's only 4 matches on the card. Gary says, I got an hour break so I can stay here for the stream. Get in. Nice one, Gary. Thanks for sticking around again. Anyone else watching and lurking in the background, drop your comments. Let us know what you think is going to happen at the Elimination Chamber as well. Let's move on to the tag team match between Trish Stratus and Tiffany Stratton. Yep, I did that the right way around there. I've been worried all week I'm going to mess those names up because they're so close, of course. Candice LeRae and Nia Jax. Oh, now I mess up Jax. Seriously? After getting Stratton and you get my point. The thing is, this isn't a match that's really exciting people. It's great to see Trish back. I enjoyed her run as a heel. I know, as we saw on the predictions earlier this week, Rob has got a few things to say, I'm told, about Trish coming back as a babyface. But that's the whole point for me. I think she might be turning the heel. I think she might be turning on Tiffany Stratton. See, I'm going to mess it up. And she might actually make it a 3 generations match. You've got Trish, Charlotte, Tiffany. I think that would be quite a cool triple threat. Look, the one-on-one is something I wanted to see anyway. And I am always a bit like about messing with Rumble winners matches at WrestleMania, making them triple threats and so on. But Hey, where it makes sense, right? You could do something special with this one. So yeah, I got a feeling she's going to turn. Now, does that mean she turns after winning, or does that mean she turns during a match and they therefore lose? I'm not sure. I mean, I went with that option that I think Nia and Candice are going to win. But it'll be interesting to see. And I'm looking forward to, on the build-up show again, having our friends from the wrestling media hopefully join us, and of course more panelists from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel to let us know what they think of matches like this one and where it could lead us again going into WrestleMania. So I'll hold back on some of my thoughts there because I do want to kind of challenge the boys and see what they're thinking when it comes to this one here, because I've got some specific ideas as to how it could even go down. Trish turning on Tiffany. So I'll hold back on that one for now. Gary says, can you see Kevin Owens and Sammy hugging it out at the end of the match, Scott? Not this time round, because again, I do think it's going to go to WrestleMania. Maybe at the end of that, because I think Kevin's an incredible heel, but he's fun as a babyface as well. He's a cool good guy. He's a cool bad guy. So I wouldn't be surprised if they want to bring him back to the good side soon, and that might be a good way to do it whenever this feud is over. For me personally, says Gary, I don't enjoy the women's division. I just feel like there's a lot of acting, not fun. And look, I think there are some great talent on the women's roster. I do feel like it's got a bit dry lately because we're seeing a lot of the same stuff. It'd be interesting to see how they potentially do shake it up leading into WrestleMania. We'll get into the women's chamber in a minute, which of course gives us a lot of opportunities to do that. And I do think there are some cool storylines coming out of it, and a lot of promise really coming from NXT as well. So let's get on to let's get on to the women's chamber as well, as I take a quick sip of my tea. Lovely cover. Right. The women's chamber. Now, as I say, there are a lot of potential twists and turns or swerves on the way to WrestleMania here. And of course, the big one there, myself and Rob mentioned it on our predictions earlier this week, of course, is the Jade Cargill situation that seems looming over the right-hand side of that graphic with Naomi and Bianca Belair. Look, I've been saying for months now, since Cargill got taken out, that I think it should be, and it might even be revealed as Naomi did it, but then it turns out it was Bianca's idea and they're both in on it. And I do think we are close to finding out whether or not that is the case. I'm really looking forward to it, and I hope that is what they do. I do think that'd be a fun way to do it, and I want Bianca to be annoyed at Naomi for spilling the beans, and therefore it creates a triple threat between the three of them. I think that'd be incredible, because I think Naomi deserves her part in this story as well. She shouldn't be brushed aside for the two of them to face off. But they could reveal it was Bianca. Well, I know she was in a ring at the time, but it was to do with Bianca, and Naomi had nothing to do with it, and she's the one offended, and she goes on Cargill's side, you know? And that's why she's been so adamant that it wasn't her and all this kind of stuff, because it wasn't, sort of thing. But that's kind of not really to do with the result of the match, in my opinion. I don't think either of those people are going to win this because of that story they've got going over there. So when it comes to the actual prediction for the winner, look, this is the one I feel kind of weak on, because on my predictions earlier this week, I really struggled to say who I thought would win, and I actually just went with Roxanne Perez. Now, in the cold light of day, I've started to think, are they really going to strap the rocket on her? Like I said, I don't know. I do think the women's division needs freshening up. And I know all of our predictions have focused on Rhea Ripley, but I think she's facing Io Sky soon, so Io could technically be champ, which does change things as well. Yeah, not sure about that one. Look, even looking at the graphic again, I do find it hard to give it to anyone else, like even Bayley, for example. I think that's a really tough one to go with, because she's not really like doing much in that story, right? She's been doing stuff in NXT. I just don't think there's a reason to put in the main event of WrestleMania. We had that last year. I don't think it was what people hoped it would be. As much as I think she did deserve that position and win in Rumble and stuff like that, I'm glad she did. But yeah, we just didn't get much beyond that. And I don't think they're going to do that again. It wasn't like it was so successful, you know, they're going to go for it once more. So I don't think it's going to be Bayley. Alexa Bliss is tied in again with this Wyatt Sicks thing, you would imagine. And if she's, as I said in my original prediction, going after someone, you're going to think it'd probably be a heel and not a babyface alternative Rhea Ripley when they're kind of alternative themselves, you know? It kind of feels like the thing that Rhea would just be like, oh, cool, I like your entrance, rather than I'm scared. You know, she's not in the Judgment Day anymore, where she could play that character a little bit more. Then the other option in that, of course, is Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan's just won the tag titles now. It doesn't mean she can't go after a singles title, but again, if it's Rhea Ripley, why would we get that again? Was it a Mania-worthy match and story? Yeah, of course it was, but it peaked way before Mania season, so we don't need it now. So yeah, I'm finding it really tough, man. Like, I want to know what you guys think over this weekend. I really want to dive into this and see what the other guys think as well on the channel. And again, hopefully friends of the wrestling media to join us. But this is one that I've really struggled with, and that's why I just went with Roxanne Perez, because I was like, at least it's fresh, at least it's new, you know. So yeah. Gary says the only person I used to enjoy was Charlotte Flair. Bianca just killed it. Stupid hair, used it too many times. Disadvantage of Naomi. She's short and annoying. She's short? What's a height got to do with it? Look, yeah, the Bianca thing. Obviously, they're using the hair as a weapon. They've used that a lot. I get what you're saying. I think she's someone whose character got quite stale until, ironically, the team with Jade Cargill and Naomi. I think that's really freshened her up. But now I'm ready for it to be heel. I mean, I was ready about 2 years ago, but her in NXT she was a great bad guy, essentially. And I'd love to see her, now that she's grown as a performer since then, see how she could really kind of hone those skills to the next level, really. Gary also said, for people watching, lads, drop your thoughts in the comments. That's it, Gary. Encourage those lurkers in the background to let us know what they think as well. Bayley is also sick, but for me, it's also a Cena thing. She's not done much. Yeah, I think Bayley's at the stage where I'd rather see her win like one of those background like the IC or the US title, but I'm not sure. Is that taken away from people at the same time? I do think giving it to people like Bayley, Natalia as well, will give credit to that title, rather than it just be seen as someone like, oh, you can't get to the top, so we'll give you this. You know, it should be a stepping stone, but it also needs to be legitimized, I think, by legends, if you will. Cody Burris says, tomorrow night we're going to find out who attacked Jade. That's it, Cody. We will. I think, anyway. I think it'd be weird, though, within the match, right? Will she just, because obviously she's quite a strong figure. Will she just come in and rip the door off? Or will she do a Shawn Michaels and come up from the bottom? We've all seen how Shawn Michaels is like to replay his gimmicks and storylines, including possibly in this one anyway, with the whole Triple H being revealed to, be his attacker in 2002. I wouldn't be surprised if they went for another Shawn Michaels kind of memory here as well. Gary says, I don't know, mate. She just annoys me. But what's that got to do with her hype? Question, Scott, do you stream as another platform? Yeah, we are also on Twitch. I see Cody's comment there came from Twitch. So here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling YouTube channel, but also the Rebellious Noise Twitch channel as well. But wherever you're tuning in, guys, we appreciate you. Whether you're live with me now on Friday night, or you're watching the replay stream on demand, or whether you're watching it as part of our build-up coverage on Saturday, we are very, very appreciative of you joining us. Cody says they're going to show the video of who did it. Yeah, I do wonder if they'll find new footage. And if that's the case, maybe it won't be at the chamber, because then she's not going to come out mid-match and go, watch this footage, guys. Is she, unless she attacks and does something. Everyone's like, what are you doing that for? And then after the match, or maybe on SmackDown or whatever, she says, hey, here's why I did it. And then they showed the clips. I'm not sure. Gary says, nice, let's get them questions in, sub and like. Appreciate it, Gary. Thank you so much. And again, everyone that's tuning in, appreciate you as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a card that I think even a week ago, I'm in an hour and about. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. As I say, Chamber always throws up these last minute swerves possibilities, and we move into new storylines and, gets really exciting leading towards WrestleMania. But I do think the way things have gone with the last Raw, and of course, The Rock showing up as well. We'll touch on him in just a moment. I do think it's created a new element of kind of anything can happen in a lot of these matches. Look, you can argue that the tag match doesn't matter, but if there's storyline progress in it, then it will matter. And I think that should be Trish turning. Look, is Trish just back to be a one and done in Toronto? Maybe, is a hometown. Gives a bit of rub to Tiffany before she heads into a big match at WrestleMania as well. So it could just simply be that. Maybe she's not going to turn heel, but I would personally like to see it. This match, again, I do think it's going to be a repeat at WrestleMania. If it's just a tool to get us there and create something like a Hell in a Cell, then I think that is worth it as well. And again, we get the 2 women's chamber matches. There's just so many storyline options that they can go with. With the women's one and the men's elimination chamber match as well. Cody thinks it is going to be Naomi. I'm not sure. I think if it is, I think it's going to be her and Bianca. I do. I really think that her and Bianca is the best option. I mean, how could they do it if just Bianca? Will they say she was in the ring, so she still would have had to have got someone else to do it? That's my thinking if Bianca's involved. Or unless she did it and Jade was laying there longer than they realized and she went to the ring and had her match and whatever else. That's the only other kind of thing that I can really think of here. As I say, though, The Rock is seemingly going to be a big part of this PLE as well. Heavily promoting it now, as well as the appearance of Travis Scott and the final farewell tour, really, for John Cena as well. They're the 3 things that WWE have been promoting the last kind of day or 2, really, hyping up this event, which is quite interesting because it does tell us that something significant is going to happen with The Rock. Now, of course, going into this PLE, The Rock has said to Cody, I want your soul and the adrenaline in it, I guess. And also basically hinted that he wants him, what everyone's assuming to be his kind of corporate champion. Now, a heel Cody Rhodes is something I want to see. I don't think we're seeing it here, and I don't think it really makes sense here. There's still more to do in this kind of defiant babyface Cody Rhodes era, especially when you've got this big kind of authority figure going up against him. They've not really had that in a while, really. And I think The Rock is playing off of the rumors. I'll be honest. I don't think it's as kind of, oh my gosh, everybody behind the scenes is, oh no, The Rock, oh, people there. I think are probably loving the fact The Rock's there. And I do think that, yeah, maybe some things are done last minute and maybe things twisted in ways that they don't expect, but I just think I don't know. I just think he's playing up to it. I do think WWE are going to play up to it. But what's going to happen here? Look, I think The Rock is going to want Cody to say, "Hey, yeah, I'll be your brother," or whatever he wants, and he's not gonna. And Cody's going to have to feel The Rock's kind of might because of that, and The Rock's not going to do it himself, and instead he's going to handpick a champ or a challenger to become champ, and I think that will be Drew McIntyre. So going into my prediction again for that match, because of course I do feel like this storyline is intertwined with this, I think that's why Drew McIntyre makes the perfect sense to become The Rock's new corporate champ. I think he deserves it. I think it'll be great. There are hints already. We've seen The Rock give Drew a gift when he re-signed, and they uploaded that video. We've seen Drew really play into this kind of blurring of the lines between what's real and what's not, what's character, what's performance, and what's kind of genuine frustration and stuff like that. When he went on that podcast and freaked out and said, look, one person got in touch with me while I was away. Is that one person The Rock? Have they been building this for much longer than people realize? It'd be incredible if they were, because I said in my predictions earlier this week when I was talking myself into it that, but this wouldn't have been the plan. They've changed it, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe this has been the plan all along. Hey, maybe not. Maybe Drew McIntyre doesn't do it. Maybe someone else does. Maybe The Rock faces Cody at WrestleMania for the title. Maybe Cody becomes Rock's corporate champ. I don't know. But at the moment, that's what I'd like to see, and that's kind of where I'm leaning towards what I think we will see. Gary says Rock is such a legend, I'll support him no matter what. I think Cody will. Scott says, Gary, you're making sense. Changing your mind again. And Cody Burris says, who's going to save Zayn's career? Look, the match between Kevin Owens is pitched to be something that's going to be quite brutal, right? Unsanctioned. As I say, I do think it's going to lead to a bigger match, which is going to be where they have to sanction it and we'll have to confine you in a cell, and they'll probably escape the cell. But Kevin's out for revenge, right? After watching what happened, after feeling what happened to him as Sami Zayn watched at the Royal Rumble, right? So I don't think there's anyone going to come and help Sami. I think this is going to be something between the two of them. And it's just going to escalate, in my opinion, to WrestleMania itself. Now, later on, we are also, as I say, going to be enjoying, hopefully, the WWE's kickoff show. Of course, at the moment, you are watching the kickoff weekend kickoff stream, which is something we started doing a few months back. Of course, if you're a supporter of the channel, if you subscribe for a while now, you'll know that we do our build-up shows over the weekends of big PLEs. But nowadays, we do a weekend kickoff show. We also, as much as we can really, do watch-along experiences for the main kickoff show that WWE do the night before a PLE generally as well. And then the night of the PLE, we hit you with a live build-up show. So thank you very much for tuning in to this stream, and I hope to see you on those as well. But when we do get to that live kickoff show, it'd be interesting to see what matches are highlighted. It always is. I really enjoy them. They're only about an hour long, so come and join us. If you're watching in real time at the moment, it's in a few hours. You'll find a stream on this very channel. If you're watching on demand, hey, you might get to see the replay on this very channel. If you're watching on Saturday, stay tuned, because that's going to be part of this build-up long show as well. Look, I think we've got a big, exciting show on our hands with Elimination Chamber this weekend. I do think that The Rock is going to be a big player in leading into WrestleMania now. He's clearly fully committed. He's a big part of the promotion for this PLE, and you've got to imagine it's going to be a huge part of the WrestleMania coverage as well. But I'm all for it. As Gary said there, you know, big Rock fan. Got to support him. There's room for The Rock to make a bad decision. But I think we only have to look at last year to really trust that they know what the fans want and are willing to give it to them when it makes sense. You know, the Cody Rhodes situation, again, how much of that was real? Who knows? But ultimately, we ended up with one of the most iconic moments in wrestling history. And if The Rock was as much as a kind of selfish and, you know, egotistical, boss as people are claiming, then we wouldn't have got that last year. Simply put, that just would not happen. They would have pushed on through, as WWE have done in the past. Let's be honest, there were many times where they ignored what the fans wanted. They didn't do that last year. They gave us what we wanted. So I do think The Rock knows that is kind of the perception that people have of him. And that's why I think when he came back on SmackDown, he played into that. You know, he played into kind of the fans are going, oh, yeah, you made me loads of money in the box office. Cheers for that. I saw some quotes online saying he turned more than the Big Show in that one segment, you know, like he was babyface heel. Because, again, I personally think he's playing up to it. So, yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what's going on. Gary says, will it be live for SmackDown? No, I won't be doing a live stream for SmackDown, Gary, but our friends over on Give Me a Whole Year, they always do live watch-alongs. I believe they'll probably be doing one for SmackDown. If they're not, go give them a subscribe anyway. They're good boys. And hopefully be joining us over the next few PLEs on our build-up shows as well. Gary says, we want Rocky. Christopher Leclerc's in the house again. I'm putting for Roxanne Perez tomorrow night. Look, I'm with you, Christopher. Look, I find the women's chamber match so hard to pick, and it's easier to just knock people out of this. Again, Naomi, Bianca involved Jade Cargill. No. Bailey doesn't make sense. No. Liv is a tag champ. No. Alexa Bliss, Bray Wyatt, Wyatt Sicks, I should say, because of her link to Bray Wyatt. So therefore, no. Now, Roxanne Perez, you could also say no, because she ain't been there for long, and maybe they don't feel ready to put her in that kind of position. You know, putting her in the main title kind of scene is big anyway, let alone WrestleMania, technically a main event type match. So that is maybe a big ask. But at the same time, I think it's the lesser of all the reasons to not put someone in that spot out of all the ones I've just given there. Because again, there's a huge match going on, surely, between Cargill, Bianca, Naomi, one of the two, both of them, who knows. I guess, look, the other one is that I kind of brushed aside there was Bayley, because it's not like I've gone, oh, Bayley's doing this big thing, so this makes no sense. But again, it's more just because I just don't see them doing it with Bayley. It just, like, who's she going to go after? Rhea Ripley, if she's still champ. They're both baby faces at the moment. Or Io, again, another baby face. Yeah, it's the same match we saw before. So why? So yeah, for me, I agree with you, mate. I think Roxanne Perez makes the most sense. Christopher Casper's in the house again. Good evening. I was speaking to someone yesterday about John Cena. If Cena don't win the Elimination Chamber, then maybe a different winner. So are you thinking it might be Cena then, Casper? Look, I was saying earlier on the stream, the two I was going with going into this PLE was CM Punk, who we've barely spoke about, so I want to touch on him a bit as well, and John Cena. I don't think John Cena should, and I don't think John Cena will be winning the Elimination Chamber. I think he might even be there to sell The Rock screwing people over. You know, like, it's not that it will lead to Cena versus The Rock thrice in a lifetime, but I do think, let's say it is a Drew McIntyre, Cena set, like, being disappointed and collateral damage for The Rock as well will really sell the smug Drew McIntyre win and despicable actions for The Rock or whatever it may be, you know? So, yeah, I think Cena can even play a role in a match he's going to have nothing to do with, basically. Yeah, Christopher says, if Roxanne Perez wins and wins the Women's Championship, she would pass Randy Orton as the youngest world champion. Is that right? Wow. Is that right? I'm not, I don't believe you, but I want to check out exactly the age difference it would be. So if Roxanne Perez is 23. Yeah, Randy Orton was 24, wasn't he? Right, and her birthday's in November. So Randy Orton won. Let's have a lovely Googling online, eh? I'm sure he was 24. Yeah, he was 24. So yeah, as long as she wins it by WrestleMania, that's a great call, Christopher. Great call. That's it. Yeah, 23. Gary's not familiar with Roxanne. Yeah, Roxanne's only just popped up on the main roster. So if you haven't really been watching the kind of weekly shows when you've just been catching the PLEs, you might have seen her at the Royal Rumble. Of course, she was in the Rumble this year and last year. But yeah, she's just been called up from NXT, been basically the main attraction or one of the main attractions, not just for the women's division, but NXT as a whole over the past I'd say 2+ years even. So yeah, her coming into the main roster is a big boost, I think, for a women's division. As I say, that was getting kind of stale, if we're honest. Casper saying, no, I don't think Cena should win. I wouldn't mind someone else. Are you getting WWE 2K25? All right, so you wouldn't mind someone, and you don't think it'll be Cena. Look, I'm the same as well. I don't think it'll be Cena. There's a part of me that's worried it'll be Cena, but no. WWE 2K25. I've got to be honest, Casper, I don't play the games anymore. I think the last 2K game I played was 15. That's a long time ago. No, it can't be. That's the last one. No, 17. I'm not sure. I haven't played them in a while. I really got sick of them, if I'm honest. They started to feel like the same game every year. And then there was that really bad one, weren't there, where they basically took a year off because it was so bad, it seemed. I've heard since then it's good. I've heard these games are good again these days, but I don't get much time to game much myself anymore, unfortunately. Anyway, and I am interested now because it's been a few years since I played them, so it'll be a massive jump for me. And again, my complaint was like 13, 14, 15 felt like the same game, and then now it wouldn't, would it? It'd be 10 years. I hope not. Anyway, I hope not. But look, I'd much rather stick on Here Comes the Pain or Shut Your Mouth or something like that, you know. So few more of these comments. Christopher says, Charlotte Flair says Roxanne Perez is the future. Huge claim, of course, coming from you know, a big star like Charlotte, you know, a future Hall of Famer in her own right. Gary says, too much work, mate. Scotty, don't play games. I wish, man. Look, I love playing games. I don't really get the time for it. I feel like I have to commit to play a game, and I don't know. It's just like a whole psychological thing. I don't feel like I can just pick up a game and stop playing. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Right. Christopher says, I will get WWE 2K5 when I get the money to get the Bloodline edition, but I'm broke. Christopher, hope your fortunes turn around soon, buddy. And hope you are able to get WWE 2K25 and, of course, the Bloodline edition. That'd be cool. I'd like to play as the Bloodline. That was the thing I used to enjoy about the WWE games is like when, I mean, the Bloodline have been around for a while, don't get me wrong. But like when a new character would come in or a new version of a character, you know, like this version of Jey Uso. I did see, to be fair, his entrance for 2K25, a video of it the other day, and I did think, that's pretty cool. So yeah, that'd be fun to play as. Jey Uso, look, we haven't even mentioned Jey Uso. Of course, he's not on this card, and it doesn't really affect him because of, you know, the match that is a number one contendership match. I mean, he's a number one contender. This is for the other title, of course, but it does kind of give us an idea of the shape of WrestleMania, right? If you've got Jey Uso in a title match against Gunther, and we know that, then what do we get as a contrast? So, what's the other example? Of course, Tiffany versus Charlotte, which we've already kind of touched on here. That will be represented somewhat, you'd imagine, on the Elimination Chamber card as well. Christopher says, I'm excited to see how Roxanne Perez does in her first Elimination Chamber match on Saturday in her career. Yeah, who was it? Didn't someone like... It weren't Roxanne Perez then, was it? Was it someone else that came in and did like something like that last year? Or maybe I'm not. Let's have a look. It was in a women's chamber match last year. This is too much. Oh, I think it was Tiffany. I think, yeah, Tiffany was the big kind of newcomer last year. Yeah, it was. She blew everyone away. Wow, that was last year because it was in Australia, wasn't it? And Christopher, right on cue. There you go. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. Yeah, Tiffany Stratton. Gary says Scott and Gary really play Kingdom Conf Deliverance 2. That game has hours of play. See, I don't even know what that is, mate. I don't even. Man, I've fallen behind. Is that a one? Was that like a game? Oh, you said Kingdom Come. Yeah, I've just googled it. The guy on the sword. Yeah. See, I knew that. Actually, I did know that. I'm making myself sound like I'm really like I'm not a gamer and I hate and I'm old. I'm getting old, but anyway. Let's move back to the subject at hand, guys. Again, you are joining me live if you're with me on Friday night for the weekend kickoff stream. This is something we started doing over the past few months to get us all in the mood to the PLE. But if you've been here for the past few years, you know exactly what we do on PLE weekends. That's also hit you with the build-up show. So if you're watching live on Friday or if you're watching before Saturday evening, then make sure you subscribe and check out the link for the build-up show. That will be us basically taking you right the way up to Elimination Chamber itself. If you are watching this on Saturday night, part of the build-up stream, you might be thinking, hold on, what's he talking about? You might be watching a replay, essentially. The first few hours of our build-up show is a recap of our content throughout the week, and the later portion is our live section, again, heading right into PLE itself. And it's all about getting hyped up for the event, guys. Again, we've been doing it for the last few years on the night of the PLE, but now we've started to branch out our preview content as well with our weekend kickoff shows, which are joining me on at the moment. And also, as I say, the watch along for the kickoff. Now, again, if you're watching me in my time line at the moment, which is Friday night, then we are a few hours away from the watch along. So what I want to encourage you to do, of course, if you haven't already, subscribe, like the video and all that fun stuff, but check out the YouTube channel itself because the link will be going live for the watch along kickoff experience as well. Again, if you're watching this on demand, hey, it might already be up there for you, but the idea is to get us hyped up as well as those in attendance, because those kickoff shows look so fun. We want to be kind of enjoying it with you guys as well. So stay tuned for that as well. Let's get to a few more of these comments here. Casper, I get you about not playing the games anymore. You don't get time. I get that. I would be strange, but they could go down the lines of John Cena failing, as in, oh, okay, as in what we were talking about earlier on with, yeah, like every time he tries to get into a big for the title, really, in it, you know, for WrestleMania, and then he has a WrestleMania moment with someone else that's not related to the title, and then all years chasing that belt. I do think that's what they should do. Christopher says, if Roxanne Perez does not win the Elimination Chamber, she will win Money in the Bank this year like Stratton did last year. That's a great call, actually, because Stratton really would have shaken things up in Perth. She didn't do it, but she was definitely ready by the time we got to Money in the Bank. So that's a great call. Gary says, mate, we're both getting older. Oh, no, I know it's not fun, is it? You know what it is? With age comes wisdom and all that good stuff, you know. Christopher says 4 matches on Chamber. Yeah, it's a short card. I mean, it's a Triple H era staple now, right? A short card, 5 matches usually. When you get these big, what am I trying to say? Gimmick-based PLE, so Royal Rumble, Elimination Chamber. It seems to be 4 match cards now. So yeah, very, very short on the matches. Christopher, great knowledge, says Gary, and great questions. Yeah, appreciate you, Christopher, as I do you, Gary, and Casper, and Cody, of course, in the comments as well. Anyone else lurking in the background, hey, thank you for watching. We don't discriminate. We're a big fan of everyone that supports us. Essentially, we're very, very grateful for that. As I say, though, we will be hitting you with a watch along for the kickoff show. I hope you're hyped up about it. I really, really enjoy these streams. In my timeline at the moment, we are about just over 3 hours away from the kickoff show that WWE are going to produce. So join us back here on this channel for that as well. But you've been watching the weekend kickoff, and I hope you've enjoyed our preview leading into the weekend itself. It's a big, big weekend in the WWE PLE calendar, and we're going to be doing more content throughout this weekend, of course. And then next month, man. Yeah, it's the end. Months are weird at this time, right? 28 days in February, and PLE is going to be in 1st of March. Anyway, my point is, just over a month from now, about 6 weeks away, we're going to be doing it all again for WrestleMania. A few more comments here. Christopher says, I'm a big fan of Bayley and Roxanne Perez. Lurkers get stuck in as far as the comments go. Hey, don't worry, Gary. We appreciate all of them. Casper says, I was reading something the other day about Becky Lynch. She might be done. Hope not, but fear that might be the case. Yeah, look, Becky is someone. Look, we all thought, I mean, a lot of us at least thought she'd be back for the Royal Rumble, right? Didn't happen. Really, really was a shame to not see her back. Again, someone that I think needed to freshen up, probably needed to go away for a bit. And it'll be exciting when she comes back. It's crazy, isn't it? Because none of us are going, oh, she's going to come back and cost someone at the Chamber or something like that. Not even thinking about it. So does that mean she's not going to be at WrestleMania? Like, that's a weird thought. Gary says, short month this month, Scott. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's always awkward when you get to. I mean, and then you have the crazy long January, right? Like the beginning of the year is just all over the place. Never mind the fact that WrestleMania is like 2-3 weeks later, it feels, this year, because obviously it's either March or April anyway. And if it's April, it ain't that far into it. Now it's something like what, the 19th and 20th or 18th and 19th or something like that. So yeah, long way off essentially for WrestleMania. I'm surprised they got rid of Fastlane, especially when you do have PLEs stretching out this far. If they had Elimination Chamber earlier in February, then Fastlane would have kind of made sense to slot back in essentially in March itself. But then you've also got Saturday night's main event. Of course, that's obviously not a PLE, but it is being kind of used as a tool really to kind of get people interested in the next PLE it would feel. So we had that, of course, leaning into Royal Rumble, and I believe there's a Saturday night main event just before WrestleMania. I think there is anyway, not 100% sure. I think there is. If there is, we'll cover it on this channel. Christopher says Black History Month, of course, referring to February. That's the case in the States, right? In the UK, we celebrate in October. But either way, happy Black History Month. We're getting to the end of it here, but happy Black History Month to those out there as well. Casper says Roman Reigns not in the Chamber. Yeah, Roman Reigns. Yeah, like, is he gonna? Maybe he'll show up. Maybe. I saw reports that he's going to be in Bologna for WWE's European tour before WrestleMania. They've also announced, of course, that John Cena is going to be over here in the UK on those shows as well. Hoping, guys, to be able to cover that tour itself as much as we can here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Again, if you've been here for a while, you knew or you're new here, you might not realize, but essentially we do have the privilege every now and then of heading to WWE shows and covering them for our lovely subscribers as well. So we appreciate all of your support. If you haven't already, you can see some of the content we've done when the WWE been here in the past. We've got the honor and privilege to chat to a lot of WWE superstars in the past as well. Gary says, dude, are you going to WrestleMania? I really want to go. Yeah, not this year, Gary. I'd love to go, especially in Vegas. I've always wanted to see what Vegas is like. And, you know, the great thing about going WrestleMania in the States is you get a 2 birds, 1 stone situation where you get to go on holiday and see somewhere. So if they're in a good location, it's great. And Vegas is one of those. I've always wanted to go to Vegas, and WrestleMania would be a perfect excuse, essentially. But yeah, sadly not this year, buddy. I've had the privilege of going to WrestleMania 3 times now. Houston, 25. New York, New Jersey, 29. And the same place again for 35. I was supposed to go to 36, and then, well, no one went to 36, did they? The world shut down. So that was a shame. And then when they moved it to be at Tampa for 37, things had changed, and I couldn't go, unfortunately. So, yeah, really itching to go to another WrestleMania again. Christopher says, I can see Roman Reigns costing Seth Rollins. That's a great point, actually. I was wondering if there's even a position for Roman to show up, and I was thinking it'd be related to the situation surrounding The Rock. But yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because what is Roman doing at WrestleMania? Like, CM Punk, again, who we haven't even talked about, surely a massive deal going into Mania as well. Those 3 went out at the same time at the Rumble, didn't they? And it looked like it was leading to triple threat there. And maybe it will. Maybe we'll get back to that. But I've got a feeling that Punk's going to do something else. I've got a feeling he might go into a program with Logan Paul properly. Or Cena could be going in a program with Logan Paul. Again, this is the beauty of this period, you know, leading towards WrestleMania as well. Gary said, that's what I'm saying. It was my mum's dream to go to LA. I just need some people to come with me. Yeah, LA's another one, man. 39, wasn't it? Was LA. Oh man, I really want to go to that one. Some friends of the channel, of course, Sporsy, Mr. Andrew Spores from Wrestling Royalty and WrestleSphere, and also the Give Me a Whole Yeah boys, Dom and Sam and the rest of the crew as well. Also, those from WrestleSphere as well. Went over to the States for WrestleMania 39, and it was, as much as I was happy for them, it hit me, man. I wish I was there. Christopher says, I never went to a WrestleMania. Yeah, WrestleMania, again, it's so fun to go to. If you ever get the opportunity, guys, go. Or even, you know, just when WWE come to town. It's always a great night out. WrestleMania is the granddaddy of them all, as they say, right? You want to go to WrestleMania, but even if you don't get to do that, if WWE come to your town and you can get tickets, then man, more power to you. It's a great show. Gary says, great shout there in response to Christopher's comments, of course, about Roman Reigns potentially screwing Seth Rollins. It would be quite interesting to see that, because that's kind of heelish move, right? Is Roman a babyface? Who knows? It kind of, right? It'd be interesting to see what kind of version of Roman Reigns we see when he does return, depending on who's facing at WrestleMania. I mentioned a moment ago as well what the experience is like going to a WWE show. If you want to know what the kind of current live event experience is like, myself and Rob did a stream a while back now talking about our experience at WWE, one of WWE's house shows, as they call them, at Wembley Arena a while back now. So if you haven't already, check that out on this very channel. It's not just build-up shows and previews and predictions that we do on this channel. We also go out in the field and investigate, basically, and talk about what the experience is like for fans, again, I know not everyone's able to get to WWE show, or always maybe thinking about going to WWE show and want to know what the experience is like, and what kind of show do you get when it's untelevised, a house show or a live event, again, as they call them. So check that out if you haven't already. Also, if you're into classic PLEs, guys, do want to encourage you to check out some of our classic streams on this channel as well. We've done watch-along experiences for shows like SummerSlam 2013. We've also done the same for shows like Survivor Series 2002, and of course that featured the first ever Elimination Chamber match. So if you want to know our thoughts on that, and hey, if you're in the mood of re-watching Elimination Chamber matches, then hey, do it along with us here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. As I mentioned earlier on, though, we have had the incredible honor and privilege of being able to chat to WWE superstars in the past, including some featured on the Elimination Chamber card this weekend. The likes of Bianca Belair, we've had great conversations with her. Also had the honor of having a great conversation with Liv Morgan. A few times had some real fun chats with Mr. Damian Priest as well. And we've also had good conversations with the likes of LA Knight, and Bailey. So again, if you haven't already, check them out on this very channel. And as I say, we're hoping to be able to do the same when the WWE come to town next time round. Casper says, I keep hearing rumors Dean Ambrose, wouldn't mind him back, but people I've spoken to about Dean Ambrose, in WWE, but don't do anything different though. It's the same all the time. Look, he's been obviously heavily featured in AEW. I don't think he's going to be coming back to WWE anytime soon. I do think he will come back someday, even if it's just like a brief kind of one-off type thing. I mean, he's got to be in the Hall of Fame, right? So you'd imagine we'll get that. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we do get him back in the WWE and what it'll look like. If it'll be like the old Dean Ambrose or a mixture between that and John Moxley as a character as well. Dude hit me too. Hitting you too what? What did I say? I can't remember now. WWE came to Tallahassee, Florida 2 times. Is that where you're based, Christopher? Have you been to some WWE shows? Sky Blue should be back from injury soon. 2010 was the first Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. That's right. Of course, the first Elimination Chamber match, as I say, took place at Survivor Series in 2002. And then you also had, at the time, it was No Way Out. And then they moved the Chamber to No Way Out. And then they got rid of No Way Out as a pay-per-view, as it would have been known at the time. And yeah, it's been the Elimination Chamber ever since. Taking the dog, Scotty, you should do a watch along to Arsenal Bones of. Come on now, right? Yeah, Arsenal versus West Ham was not a match I was happy to have seen at the end of that. I'm not. Let's move on from that. All right. Dean come back. He's sick. Talking a dog. What? Big Dog, Roman Reigns, is that what we're talking about now? I'm getting confused. Casper says, I've been to WWE Live once before, many years ago with a friend, Raw and SmackDown. Yeah, again, if you do get to go to a WWE Live show, you'll know just what it's like. It is really, again, a really fun experience. Those that are going to be there for the Elimination Chamber, I'm sure, are going to be hyped up as well, because the Canadian crowds are always great. Really looking forward to seeing what they're like for the PLE, but of course for the kickoff show as well. Those shows again are so fun. Looking forward to seeing how many wrestlers go off script with their promos on that one, and whether or not Michael Cole crowd surfs again. It'll be interesting to see. Christopher says we can see Bailey versus Roxanne Perez at WrestleMania 41. That's a good point actually, because yeah, they've been in a feud, right? I don't know if they'd get a space on WrestleMania. Yes, 2 nights, but I'd see it more likely on Stand and Deliver. But with Roxanne spending more time, on the main roster, and Bailey officially being part of the main roster for many years, maybe it'd be a little bit out of place now. But I did feel like that could be the case. Maybe it will be. Who knows? Gary says, I'm getting 2 convos mixed up. I'm at work and watching. Okay, thanks, man. Lil Fettuccini says, if The Rock is the final boss, then who is the mid boss? Yeah, who is the mid boss? I don't want to say it's Triple H, but you know, the way they're putting it across on TV, it's making it seem that The Rock is really on top of things. He talks about, you know, he doesn't own the company like his TKO buddies, but he's calling the shots essentially. Now, as I say, we are here on the Weekend Kickoff stream, and I thank you everyone that's joined us here live in this timeline on Friday night. But if you're watching a replay of this, we still want to know your comments, guys. I still want to know what you think is going to happen at the Elimination Chamber. What match are you most looking forward to, and how do you think it will lead into a kind of twisty-turny road to WrestleMania? After this, though, as I say, we will have the watch-along for WWE's kickoff show, and then right up until the chamber kicks off on Saturday night, we'll be taking you right away there, essentially with our live build-up show. We'll get more members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew and hopefully some friends from the wrestling media as well. Christopher says Bayley has never never had a stand and deliver match before. Yeah, good point. When she left, it was before stand and deliver was even a thing, and it's their WrestleMania event now, right? They used to just name them Takeover after wherever they were and wherever the WrestleMania event was. Now they stand and deliver is kind of their WrestleMania. So it'd be interesting to see how they work on that card this year, because obviously the TNA partnership, TNA have got a big show themselves in Vegas that week. They've just announced that NXT is going to be having like a regular NXT show, as in like the Tuesday night shows they do on the Tuesday after WrestleMania as well. So will that be treated like a Raw after WrestleMania? Will it be the NXT after Stand and Deliver and it starts to become a big thing? Maybe they sign new people and stuff like that. Be interesting to see. As far as the chamber goes, Christopher's got Bianca Belair and John Cena. Now, again, I've said a few times already how I think Bianca's going to head into this Jade Cargill situation. So I think she's got to stay away from the main title picture, in my opinion. But hey, maybe we've been double swerved, and she's lost the tag titles because she's now going to go after a singles title. Maybe that's the case. And maybe she does. And maybe it's at WrestleMania that Jade Cargill comes back and confronts her, or Naomi, or maybe both of them. John Cena, again, it could be John Cena. I just think it's going to make more sense with someone like Drew McIntyre. Casper says, I've got a couple of WWE programs that get sold outside the ground. I do. Mickie James. I like Mickie James. Yeah, Mickie James. Good to see her on, what's that show they're doing now? LFG. Always got room for Mickie James. Big fan of Mickie James. All right, so that was our weekend kickoff show. Again, originally streamed last night. Thanks to those that tuned in to that stream last night, and for those that have been with us today on the build-up show. My name is Scott. I am live now on Saturday on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. This is our build-up stream. What we do on this channel is we get you hyped up and get you in the mood for the PLE. Now, it's a big PLE. It's one to be excited for regardless, but I'm hoping that we can kind of get you extra in the mood, and we'll take you right up until the PLE starts as well. So again, you've just been watching one of our original preview shows from last night. Soon we're going to throw it over to our kickoff watch along as well. But before we do that, we're going to get to some of these comments that have been firing through as well. So I appreciate those that have been sending their comments our way. I've been lurking in the background, replying to some of these. And as I've mentioned to a few of you, I'm going to focus on some of the topics you've brought up on this live section of the show as well. Harry is back in the house. Harry, good to see you. Oh, wait, you weren't, Harry. You was on your sister's account. No, you was on your brother's account. That was it. I remember. Or are you Harry this time? Am I getting that right? Either way, good to have you back. And let's get through some of these comments. As I say, we've been looking in the background. I have answered a few of them, but I do want to give some of them a little bit of extra attention as well. I appreciate all your comments coming in, guys. And you saw my original predictions there from earlier this week and also from last night. And for the most part, my predictions are the same. But there are a few where I'm not as sure now that I've seen SmackDown, essentially. So let's get to some of your comments. Where were we? Where did I last refer to when I was live, at least? Here we go. Sludge Sports was sent us a few comments. I saw those ones already. We spoke about them. Gary asked about more heel turns on this show. Yeah, look, I've got a few in mind. I think there is potential for a Trish Stratus heel turn. I do think that someone could be taking the place of Cody Rhodes as far as being the Rock's champion in the future, or who he wants to be the champion. I think it's more likely to be Drew. But yeah, it could be a heel turn from CM Punk. It could be a heel turn from John Cena. There's a lot of interesting points there as well. So we'll dive into those throughout the night, I'm sure, especially when our guests join us later on in the stream as well. What else do we have? We will love KO, says Gary as well. Casper back in the house. Good evening, Scott. Don't think Alexa Bliss will win the women's. Now thinking about it, there might be some sort of Wyatt Sicks angle coming. I think Drew now myself. Yeah, look, Drew, and if you saw my original predictions from earlier this week, I talked myself into Drew McIntyre being the option. And I was I was not sure I'd come up with the right prediction there. But since then, I've seen a lot of people say the same thing. And yeah, I'm really confident about it now. Watch me get disappointed now. But yeah, going back to your comment though about Alexa Bliss, excuse me. Yeah, she ended very strongly at the end of SmackDown as far as the women's kind of representation for the match, right? So her attacking Roxanne Perez, who was my pick purely because I don't know who they're going to make win this match. Like Bianca and Naomi got a story to go into with Jade Cargill. Bailey doesn't really make sense. Liv, if it's still Rhea that's the champ, we've seen that already. Alexa, again, I think she's going into a Wyatt Sicks angle, which doesn't seem to need to have anything to do with the world title. And then the only one that's left is Roxanne Perez. So I'm still not 100% sure about Roxanne Perez. And look, we could be wrong, right? Alexa could be winning this and still do the Wyatt Sicks stuff as well. She's got to be after someone, right? Even when the Wyatt Sicks stuff happens. So maybe it would be Rhea for the title. I just think it a bit of a mismatch, but we'll see. It might work out. Christopher says Roxanne Perez is coming with momentum after she pinned Bailey on yesterday's SmackDown. Yeah, completely agree with that, Christopher. Again, I originally picked her, but because she won and got that momentum, I'm now doubting my prediction, essentially. Tom Talks is in the house. Always good to see you in the chat, buddy. Great channel. If you haven't already, go and check his channel out. Interviews basically wrestling media personalities, and got some great interviews on his channel, including one with yours truly, but some others are friends from Give Me a Whole Year, our friends from WrestleSphere as well, so go check his channel out for those interviews. What else do we have? Christopher says no to heel turns, and that he's a huge fan of the women's division, and that Io Sky won't be winning the women's world championship. Look, I agree. If she does, it could change everything. I mean, this match suddenly, if we strictly look at Io being the champ, you can line up the match a little bit differently, I guess, but still mostly the same for me. As Casper said, it's a really hard chamber to call, especially the women's one. Christopher says not confident that Roxanne Perez is going to win tonight. And again, Casper says this one is a really, really tough one to do. Also mentions that Kevin Owens losing could mean losing 2 PLEs in a row, which is a risky move, right? For Kevin Owens. I think it would devalue him and diminish him. So my original prediction is that he wins and Sammy is so angry he goes after him again at WrestleMania, or ends in a no contest, which protects Kevin a little bit more as well. Christopher says still got John Cena winning tonight. I think a lot of people do, if I'm honest. But yeah, I hope not. I'll be honest. I know there's a lot of people out there up for the nostalgia pop. For me, it's not my era of his nostalgia. I lived through the years of wishing Cena wasn't on top, basically. So as much as I enjoy and appreciate Cena's work, I don't want him to go on another tirade at the top of the card throughout the year. I guess one more time for old time's sake. Sludge says Bianca winning. I was saying, though, I don't really think Bianca will win because of the situation with Jade Cargill. I've been saying for a long time that I think that she and Naomi will be behind Jade Cargill's attack. So we'll see if that plays out tonight. It does feel like Jade will be showing up tonight. They kind of hinted to it on the kickoff show, which, by the way, if you haven't seen the kickoff yet, guys, get the stream up and ready. It was only 35 minutes long this time around, but WWE did a fantastic kickoff show in the arena that the show is going to be at tonight. And what we'll do in a moment is we'll show our original reactions to that as well, and we can use it as a watch-along experience. That's the idea anyway. So if you haven't seen it, load it up and you'll see my comments on it very, very soon. We'll watch it together, essentially. Sludge says, I think Roxanne won't win, but will be the most impressive person in the chamber. She'll have some crazy spots. Yeah, 100% I agree with that as well. I'm not too sure about her winning now, as I say, but I do think she'll have a good showing. I know we talked about on last night's stream last year, essentially, when Tiffany Stratton came in and was that kind of newcomer and blew people away, and then everyone was disappointed when she got eliminated, right? It does feel like it could be a similar scenario for Roxanne, or maybe they'll go full steam ahead where they didn't with Tiffany. They held back and gave her the Money in the Bank a few months later. Christopher says, watch Bianca win. It could be the case. It could be the case. Casper's having a really hard time, though, predicting, so he's just going to lay back, essentially. We talked a little bit about this in the chat, but Sludge talked about it, very off topic. But when did Carmella get released? Yeah, reports about that came up a few weeks ago. Apparently, a contract not being renewed. I'm not 100% sure about it, if I'm honest, but that's what I heard at the time. And again, I'm not really sure if that means she's done. She could potentially just sign a new one, right? Jack, longtime friend of the channel, of course, a Rebellious Noise OG member, says here, exploring the smoke, by the way, check his channel out. Cena to win purely for the last time. As I said a moment ago, I don't want it. But hey, it wouldn't be a final Cena year if he didn't annoy me, right? Again, that makes it sound like I'm not a Cena fan. I do like Cena. It just got shoved down our throats. Sludge says they should have a gauntlet for whoever gets number 6 in the chamber like they did in 2018 or in 2021. Yeah, I really like that idea. I like when they do it around the Rumble as well. And again, Jack from Exploring the Smoke says should be a fun night. By the way, again, check out Jack's channel. They're Exploring the Smoke. He does a lot of reaction videos. If you're into that sort of thing, then he's got you covered. I know he covers a wide range of sports and music and stuff like that on that channel. So again, go check out my friend Jack at Exploring the Smoke. What else have we got? Cody Beerus is in the house again tonight. Says ready for WWE Elimination Chamber, and I'm glad to hear it, mate. Again, these build-up shows are all about getting us and you guys are hyped up for the big PLE. And as I say, it's easy work. It's light work, right, on a night like this where there's a lot of exciting conversation and topics leading onto the road to WrestleMania. Little Fettuccine is in the house once again. Says, is Cena going to be the Rock's champion instead of Cody? That is a big, big possibility. Cena turning heel in his final year. A few people have said about that as well. And this would be the opportunity to do it, right? I mean, there's still a possibility that The Rock could have a match. Could it be against Cena? Could Cena have a match against Logan Paul? Could he have a match against Cody for the title? Could he have a match against CM Punk one more time? Could that be a WrestleMania? So there's a lot when it comes to John Cena. Look, in my heart of hearts, I don't think Cena's turning heel. So I don't think he's going to do that. But it would be absolutely massive if he did. We'll see. All right, nearly caught up on all the comments here as well. Did anyone here naming Bianca thinks Liv and a tag team attack Jade Cargill? Yes, so Liv and Raquel Gonzalez are the main culprits at the moment, but I've got to say, like I said a moment ago, I do think it's going to turn out to be Bianca and Naomi. Now, how they reveal it, especially because Bianca was in the ring, will be interesting, right? But that's my prediction at the moment anyway. Now, what we're going to do now is throw over to our watch-along experience for the kickoff show. So as I mentioned a moment ago, if you haven't seen last night's kickoff show, and you want to watch it and you're thinking, how do I fit in alongside watching all this great Rebellious Noise content? Well, here's your opportunity. What we're going to do now is play our kickoff watch-along. And again, the watch along itself was about an hour, just under an hour, but the kickoff show was only 35 minutes in itself. But there were quite some fun moments on it, some good talking points. And throughout that stream as well, we did get into a few other topics relating to Elimination Chamber as well. So what I'm going to do for you now is roll that clip. We start it about 9 minutes away from the kickoff beginning itself, and I'll be back after that. Again, I'm going to be lurking in the background, so if you've got comments, guys, keep them coming. I'll reply to you in the back end, and then once we get back to the live portion, I'm going to be joining again, and we'll break down some of these comments in further detail like we've done just a moment ago for the others as well. I'm also going to be joined by some more friends of the channel, members of the channel, and hopefully some friends from the wrestling community as well. So we'll see how that goes, but yeah, we'll have the live portion continuing later on. But what we're going to do now is throw over to the kickoff watch along. I've also got a interesting interview to play you later on as well. So before we do that, let's enjoy the kickoff together. Everyone, so yeah, we are about 9 minutes away from WWE's kickoff show starting for the Elimination Chamber. Thank you to everyone that joined me earlier on in the earlier stream for the weekend kickoff show that we had here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. So thank you for those that joined me there. I'm looking forward to diving into more conversations surrounding what's going to happen at Elimination Chamber throughout this stream as well. But the idea for this is to be your watch-along companion, essentially, for WWE's official kickoff show, which, again, is going to be starting in just a few moments now. So if you're watching with me live, go to WWE's YouTube page, essentially, have that in the other tab, and I'll be your companion piece for that show tonight. If you're watching on demand, then hey, line up the stream that WWE have put out there and enjoy it with me anyway. It's going to be a fun one. As I say, I really enjoy doing these streams because they are so weird. I'll be honest. It's about an hour of kind of off-script WWE promos, it feels. It's going to be interesting to see who actually is appearing on it, judging by the graphic that WWE released, which we've made use of here as well. It looks like we are going to get appearances from Punk, Cody, Liv, Bayley, Stratton, and Drew McIntyre, which is interesting because, well, of course, they've all got big matches on the PLE. That's a given. But some of those really factor into some interesting storylines going forward, especially rumors that have popped up this week, essentially, and how that will affect the road to WrestleMania and the WrestleMania card. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any kind of early indication as to any maybe possible twists and turns behind the scenes that have led to different booking decisions than what people originally expected. Of course, we talked about it quite a lot on the weekend kickoff stream, but a lot of rumors going around at the moment that Drew McIntyre is going to be the one that wins the Elimination Chamber. I know a lot of people originally thought it might be someone like John Cena or CM Punk, but lately it seems like a lot of predictions are heading towards the Scotsman's way instead. Now, CM Punk is someone that we didn't even get to talk about. I kept mentioning it on the weekend kickoff show, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to the WWE kickoff show, and therefore analyzing it and seeing kind of if we can get any kind of hint as to what this might mean for him at the Chamber and therefore him going into WrestleMania as well. Casper's back in the house and says Liv Morgan to win the Elimination Chamber 2025. Let's break down the card before WWE's kickoff show begins. And again, we'll be your companion piece throughout the next hour or so that WWE will be live. We'll be here breaking down what's going on the stream and just kind of sharing thoughts and opinions on it as well. But before we do, as I say, let's break down some of the card already. Of course, only 4 matches on this card. Casper mentioned it just there. We've got the Women's Elimination Chamber match between Roxanne Perez, Bayley, Naomi, Bianca Belair, Liv Morgan, and Alexa Bliss. Casper thinks Liv might be winning that one. Love to know what the rest of you guys think. So let me know in the comments, guys, what you think will be the result in this one and the rest of them, including a big match between Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn that is labeled as an unsanctioned match. Now, what will that mean? Are they going to be wearing street clothes? Is it going to be something that doesn't really end with a definitive winner? Will it be a no contest, which is what I was predicting earlier on this week in our original prediction show? Or will it be a clear winner and hey, that's the end of the feud? I don't think that's the case. I do feel like we're going to WrestleMania with this one. Speaking of WrestleMania, you got Tiffy Time, of course, who is now WWE champion, and Charlotte is chasing behind her, essentially trying to get a hold of that title once again. Now, will we see Charlotte tonight? On Elimination Chamber, I should say, maybe on the kickoff show as well. But will we see her squeezing her way into this match somehow with an interference or something like that? I think something dodgy might be going on with Trish, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, and we'll talk a bit more about that, of course, on the build-up show as well. Then we go into the men's Elimination Chamber match. Now, this is also a hard one to pick, but straight away, I think there are a few here that you can disregard, especially if it's to simply go and face Cody Rhodes. Unless there are twists and turns at that point, I don't see there being too many candidates here. But the 3 that I would pick are the 3 that I think many have been going for so far: CM Punk, John Cena, or Drew McIntyre, as I mentioned earlier on. But you never know. We've seen stranger things, right? It could be Seth Rollins, it could be Logan Paul, and maybe it'll be Damian Priest. But it'll be interesting to see, as I say, what WWE do as we kind of file into Elimination Chamber weekend. Now, again, we started earlier on with our kickoff stream. I appreciate everyone that joined us on this one. As I mentioned, though, Saturday night, you know what it's all about. We head straight into the PLE with our traditional preview show, which is the build-up show. If you haven't already, please subscribe, guys. Check out more of our content because we will be going live until the show kicks off itself. So again, you've got plenty of previews from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew over this weekend. You may be watching this live, you may be watching this on demand, or you may even be watching this as a replay on the build-up show, because of course the first half of it, you may know now, starts with our recap coverage, and then we go live with the rest of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew, and friends from the wrestling media should hopefully be joining us as well. Casper says it would be good if Alexa Bliss did win the Elimination Chamber 2025. So you're going for Liv or Alexa? You're a bit torn, it seems. Look, I love both of them. I think their work has been incredible. Liv recently, of course. Alexa, I'm talking about her time before she went away, but it was so good to see her back, right? But yeah, look, generally speaking, I'd be happy for them to be in that position. The only thing for me is Alexa. I think out of the two, Alexa's more likely, because Alexa doesn't have a clear storyline at the moment, other than the fact that it seems like, I say fact, but what it seems to be her being linked to the Wyatt Sicks, right? That doesn't really, to me, align with the women's title picture at the moment. Although it would give them something to do, right? I don't know. Liv Morgan, though, look, again, really big fan of her work. I don't see her going after Rhea again, assuming that Rhea is still going to be champ. Of course, Io Sky could win it before WrestleMania, but I reckon it's going to be Rhea. And while that, again, is a WrestleMania-worthy match, that feud is dead and buried by now, surely. And if it's not, then it needs to be for a little bit at least. But those are my picks. As I mentioned, though, big fan of the work of those ladies. I did have the opportunity to interview Liv Morgan when she was a champion. So if you haven't seen that already, check it out on this very channel. A great conversation with Liv Morgan the first time she became a women's champion in the WWE. Also had the privilege of having a conversation with Rhea Ripley as well. So if you haven't already, again, please subscribe and to sink your teeth into. And speaking of which, we are about to sink our teeth into the official kickoff show from the WWE, because they are about to get up and running very, very soon. It feels like we're about a minute away, guys. And again, if you're watching that show live, keep me on in the background. You know, we'll be your companion piece. That's the idea for this. I'll be your watch-along companion, giving you a little bit of running commentary, essentially, as the show goes on. As I mentioned earlier on, though, big fan of WWE doing these events. I think they're just so weird. They don't feel like canon. They just feel out of the ordinary, you know? So, yeah, I really enjoy them. I know not a lot of people cover this, so I appreciate those that have been looking for content surrounding it and that have joined us tonight, as I have every time we've covered a kickoff show. Of course, the first one, we always mention it, the one for WrestleMania last year, right? And it wasn't the day before, as has become tradition. It was about 2 weeks out, maybe even a month out, and it's when, of course, Cody and Rock getting a bit of a bother between each other, and the bloodline storyline was played out, and it turns out no, we were twisted somewhere else, and it led to an incredible road to WrestleMania, and then eventually an amazing WrestleMania event in itself. Looking forward to seeing what they do on the Mania kickoff, but for now we are here for Elimination Chamber kickoff. The Then Now Forever signature has just started playing on the WWE stream, so we are getting ready to go here on WWE's official kickoff. Casper says Candice LeRae and Nia Jax is an interesting team. Yeah, look, I'm just happy they're using them. Candice LeRae always feels on the fringes, you know, like how they're going to use her. And I think this is probably the most she's been used in her entire main roster call up. Nia Jax as well. I think she's been really good since she come back. So yeah, interested to see what more they can do together. I don't know what they will do going to WrestleMania though. I mean, this match tonight on the card, even, it's not about them, right? It's about the other guys, surely. So interesting to see where that takes us. So we are looking at the arena for the Elimination Chamber. So we've got a good idea as to what the stage and the setup's going to look like. We can see the chamber above the ring. They're now showing some footage outside, but we can see what the arena looks like. Now, CM Punk is walking backstage now, so Punk is definitely on tonight's kickoff show. Good point. I've just, just Just been reminded. Drew won last year. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. What does that mean for my prediction? Oh, I don't know. Okay, now Roxanne Perez as well. So it looks like she's going to be featured on the kickoff show by WWE tonight as well. Bailey's in the house. Liv and Raquel. They seem to get a lot of time on these kickoff shows, if I'm right. So once again, guys, you're joining me with this watch-along experience of WWE's Elimination Chamber Kickoff show. Trish Stratus now being shown as well. There's a lot of people on this kickoff show. A lot. So it's always interesting to see the setup for this. Of course, many of these kickoff shows have been held when they're at international venues. Of course, Canada, international as well, but still part of North America. So they haven't always done it in the US, at least. They did it in Canada before, if I remember correctly. Do I remember correctly? They certainly have done it in France, in Saudi, in Germany. So interested to see the setup they've got here. Of course, at Saudi, they had it in that WWE Experience Center thing they've got. So that looked very different. Sometimes they're outside, sometimes they're inside. I mean, here I've seen the setup. So is it in the arena? At the moment, though, we're seeing a very cool and scary promo package for the chamber. Casper says Tiffany and Trish Stratus is interesting. Yep, again, going up against Nia and Candice, of course. I do think it's because I think Trish might turn. Of course, I mentioned that on my original predictions and on our weekend kickoff stream, but I'll dive into that more with the other guys, I'm sure, on the live portion of the build-up show on Saturday. But you also mentioned CM Punk to win the chamber. I mean, again, I barely talked about Punk, which is crazy because a few days ago, he probably would have been my main pick. But don't worry, we'll dive into Punk some more. But Michael Cole's now on the stage, which is basically this. Well, it's the entrance stage to the PLE. So it'd be interesting to see where the fans are in this. Okay, they're taking it back now, talking about WrestleMania 6. Same building, the Sky Dome had WrestleMania 18, Hogan and Rock, yep. Wait, so is that what they're saying? It's in the Rogers Center, is it? The Sky Dome? Wow. I didn't realize it was that big of a show. I mean, I know these shows like in Perth, it was massive last year, but that's because it was an Australian PLE, right? So the Rogers Center holds, let's have a look. Well, its record is WrestleMania 18, 68,237. Wow. Are they expecting? I mean, it makes sense now. They've been really, really pushing tickets. I mean, all the promo stuff around, like, you know, when they show on WWE's YouTube highlights or they show stuff from last year or greatest chamber matches, has got a big banner that says buy tickets, buy tickets. And obviously they usually try and shift tickets, but it felt a lot more this week. And that makes sense now if the venue is that big. So is that where they are now then? Or are they at some different venue? No, it is there because the chamber's set up. Christopher in the house. Roxanne Perez was looking so beautiful. Christopher, a big fan of Roxanne, it seems. I'm looking forward to seeing what she can do in the chamber. As we mentioned earlier on our weekend kickoff show, it was this time last year that Tiffany Stratton was in that position. So yeah, interested to see if Roxanne is pushed even further and quicker than Tiffany was. Now they're breaking down the women's chamber at the moment. Just Michael Cole out there, by the way. No Pat McAfee, no Triple H, who tends to kick these off quite quickly as well. And they've not showed the fans yet. You can hear them. Wow. Michael Cole says Liv's had the most appearances in the chamber. And right on cue, he's been interrupted, not by Liv, but by Roxanne Perez. All right. So, yeah, talking about veterans, now onto the debutant. It's going to be interesting because, of course, we've seen her in a Rumble, but every time you see an NXT call-up or even Jordan Grace, that's it. You know, it's crowded in this, everybody else being in it as well. While it's a big talking point, this is a huge, huge spotlight on Roxanne Perez now. Okay, Roxanne don't just want to get it done. She wants to dominate. Yeah, she did dominate the women's division in NXT, and it's been a very, very well spoken about women's division as well. So she's done it in a period where that division is getting a lot of love. Casper says, I'm not watching the kickoff show. I've seen a few kickoff shows on the Triple H era, but I do remember watching Clash at the Castle, but chilling with you on screen. Thank you, Casper. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, whether you're watching the kickoff show or you're not, it's great to have you with us. I'll keep you up to date, Casper, with what's going on anyway. But if you are watching WWE's official kickoff show, then again, we appreciate those keeping us as a companion piece alongside that running commentary, essentially, to let you know what's going on there and just let you know my thoughts of the big stories coming out of it, really. And at the moment, it's the fact that Bayley's music hit. So Bayley is now making her way onto the stage to interrupt Roxanne Perez. And she couldn't be too nice to Michael Cole, of course. So, of course, Bayley and Roxanne have had a bit of a back and forth lately. Bayley went down, of course, to NXT to deal with this as well. All right, Bayley just laughing at Roxanne being short. I mean, Gary would have loved that on the kickoff show we did earlier because he was talking about the shortness of Naomi for some strange reason. Now, this is the story, right? These two. It doesn't seem... Oh, now another interruption. Liv Morgan's coming out. But I'm not sure. Because my pick, if you didn't see my predictions, guys, if you didn't see our weekend kickoff either, my pick is Roxanne Perez, but simply because I can't see anyone else really making sense. Even though Roxanne doesn't make loads of sense either. It's too obvious. Well, Liv thinks it's her. Of course she would. Her and Raquel have come out now. Christopher says, my favorite superstars are Bayley and Roxanne Perez. So, yeah, you're going to love this match, mate. Casper says, I'd be surprised. Not surprised. I'd be surprised, not surprised if Roxanne wins the chamber. Yeah, I mean, look, it is... That's the thing about Roxanne. It'd be a massive, massive leap forward very quickly, wouldn't it? But it's just... Liv's got a title. Naomi and Bianca seem like they're going to be busy. Bayley doesn't make sense. And Alexa Wyatt Sicks, I don't see her having any kind of involvement in the world title picture. So, and Liv's got a tag title, like she doesn't need it. And okay, now Michael Cole's asking about Jade Cargill. Okay, here we go. All right, so okay. Right. Okay. Jade's definitely coming back from the way they're talking about it. But an interesting little kind of point there is that Liv. Oh no, Liv's been attacked by Bianca. She fell off the stage. No, they're still on the stage. All right. They're all going out. Naomi's there as well. Oh, wow. You don't see this on the kickoff show, guys. This is something different. And I said this, I think, on the last kickoff stream, that you don't see, as much as I enjoy these streams, you don't get a lot of storyline progression in them. So this might be now featured in the promo package and the kind of hype behind the match, right? And this is the way these should be used, I think, as well. Right. Okay. So breakdown. Liv said... Oh, it looks like they're going to talk to Jade and Naomi. Liv said, look, we didn't do it. We've told you a million times. But you know what? Actually, what if we did? What's Jade going to do about it? She ain't in the match. We are, which makes me think she's showing up. But again, I feel like it's because of Naomi and Bianca, unless that's what's revealed on the weekly shows, on SmackDown or something like that. But yeah, in that time, Bianca and Naomi have come out and attacked him, which you would expect as far as what their characters would do, right? I didn't expect it on the kickoff show, but that was cool. A little bit of a hustle and bustle on there. So now we're seeing the venue from the outside again, but no footage of the fans, which again, the reason why these are so fun, guys, is because the fans basically have a great time. It looks like a good laugh. Like, it's a free event for fans, and they get themselves hyped up and in the mood, and as we do, of course, on this channel. And thanks for sticking with us on this stream. We'll be doing the same, for the build-up show heading into the PLE itself on the later hours of Saturday evening. Oh, who's next? Oh, Trish Stratus. Okay, here we go. Oh, now you can see the fans. So they're kind of either side of the ramp, which is, I guess, why they're not showing it like they usually do, the kind of back shot of everything. Trish in Maple Leafs inspired gear, of course, in Toronto for this event. Thank you, Trish. Chant. Now they're showing the fans. I know they don't want to make the venue look empty, but like, it was never going to have 80,000 for a kickoff show, would it? So it's all right. About 25 years in for Trish Stratus. Nice, easy commute, she says. Trish just happy to be back, it seems. Christopher says, I'll be happy if Roxanne Perez or Bayley wins tomorrow night. I'd be happy for Roxanne. I don't know about Bayley because I just don't see... I think Bayley's great. I just don't see it making sense storyline at the moment, which is a shame. Last year was her time, and I'm glad she got it. I'm glad she went to WrestleMania, won the Royal Rumble. It was really good. Big fan of Bayley. And look, I've had the opportunity to interview her in the past. She was very nice to us, even though she was a heel at the time. She was a bit mean as well. No, she was great. If you haven't already, check that out. So they're talking about the history again of the Sky Dome, as it was known at the time. WrestleMania 18 was a fantastic WrestleMania, by the way. It's crazy because 17 was amazing, and I think widely considered the best by a lot of people, including me. But 18 and 19 were so good, and then 20 was good. Like, it was a hot streak of WrestleManias, man. So Trish is asking if we're ready for Trishy time and Tiffy time. But guys, I got a feeling Trishy's telling heel. I said it on the weekend preview. I said it on my predictions. I got a feeling, man. I really do. Ding dong. Hello to you, Christopher. Now they're talking about the changes, I guess, in the presentation of women and the opportunities that women like Trish and Lita had to work for and work around. The thing is, man, she was a heel. She was a heel last time we saw her, and she was a good heel. If she doesn't turn heel, like, it makes sense still. It's a home, event for her, 25 years and all that. Passing the torch to Tiffany. I like it. Oh, here we go. Nia Jax. And Candice LeRae with her as well. They're saying they're over it and they don't care. What's going on? Is Tiffany going to come out and back her friend up? Big reactions there for Nia. Probably the loudest it's been. And now Candice basically telling the audience that they don't care about Trish. What was that, Nia? I need you to shut up, but very high pitch. I'm not going to do an impression of it. Nia's on fire on the mic. So nobody cares about you leaving and coming back, and then want to be with Tiffy time. And she wants to annihilate a Stratus faction. Oh, just saying, why don't you do something about it? Not even on the mic. That's fight talk. What was that? And you look like it was blurred. It must have been a 4-letter word starting with S, I assume. And I think she was talking to Michael Cole. They were about to leave, but now they're playing up to the crowd some more. Well, no sign of Tiffany there, but Trish kind of sticking up for herself, which might play into her being a little bit fed up and turning. Who knows? We'll see. I get some comments here as well. Casper says, Scott, I've said before, I'm a massive fan of Becky Lynch, but maybe her time is up in WWE. I have to accept, no, cannot go forever, but would love Becky Lynch in Hollywood. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? We touched on it a little bit on the weekend kickoff preview, didn't we? But it was odd to see her not see her come back at WrestleMania, at Royal Rumble, excuse me, in the build-up to WrestleMania. Tonight, on the show, I should say, Saturday night, it's not someone I think people were guessing will show up. There are a lot of possible surprises, I think, for the Chamber, and no one's really thinking about Becky because it doesn't seem to make sense as far as an obvious storyline, at least. So, yeah, it looks like she might be off this year, which is a shame, and it's odd. I'll be honest, I feel like she might be winding down. I don't think she's done, Casper. I think she will come back at some point, but I think she's going to have a lesser schedule. So I don't think it's over. I hope it's not over anyway. And yeah, I agree with you. I think she'd be pretty good in Hollywood. She does feel like the kind of person that would be, I guess, appreciated by different audiences and be able to give off different kind of performances. Her character itself within WWE has changed quite a bit, and I think she's done very well at doing that. Her steampunk character and the man were two completely different presentations, but both felt very natural to her. And I think she's someone that would do well in Hollywood, but hopefully we get to see her for a little bit longer. Speaking of Hollywood, we've got Hollywood Rock on the screen at the moment. They're showing us a recap of the conversation between him and Cody Rhodes. Of course, this is going to be a big thing going into Elimination Chamber itself. What's going to happen with Cody? I mean, I I think he's not going to give in to The Rock, and that will mean Rock will have to do something else. And again, we'll touch on that a bit more, I'm sure. And I can't wait for the build-up show and the live portion of it when I dive into this with the rest of my friends from the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and hopefully some friends from the wrestling media as always as well. So stay tuned for that one, guys. Casper says she played a heel in Marine 6. Marine 6? Is that what they're up to these days? Oh, mate, I was tempted to watch Marine 1, but I'd never even got around to that. I've got a lot of catching up to do. Christopher says Becky Lynch, Sports Illustrated #1 of greatest women's wrestlers of all time. Look, it's a big shout. It's a big shout, but she's definitely in the conversation. Like, I don't think that's a how dare they conversation, is it? You know, it's the thing is, you've got the 4 horsewomen are always going to be near the top of that list. And then you've got people like Trish and Lita. Then you've got people, depending on how you judge it, China. Then people in eras who kind of were the top of their game, but again, it was a difficult time, like also for Trish and Lita. You've got Beth Phoenix, Michelle McCall. It depends how you judge it. And then you've got people coming into it the past few years, you know, Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley. These people are going to be going down as potential greatest of all times as well. So it's a great conversation because we've never had much to pick over. And when you go through just the 25 years that have just passed alone in Trish Stratus's career, so much has changed and the way you judge things have changed. And it's kind of similar. You can say the same with how do you compare San Martino, Gotch, and CM Punk. I guess you could still have that same kind of argument, but the difference in the last 25 years in the women's division is huge as well. So anyway, we'll see. We'll see. What does Cody Rhodes say at the Elimination Chamber, guys? Let me know in your comments what you think as well. Casper says, I like Paige in WWE. So did I, mate. Yeah, Paige is a good shout. She was another one of those. AJ Lee as well. Another 2 from a different era, right? Who kind of could have slotted into this one for sure. For those just tuning in, I am Scott, here for the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You are watching our watch-along experience for the WWE Elimination Chamber Kickoff show. Thank you to those that joined us on the weekend kickoff earlier on. If you haven't seen that, you can check it out on demand on this very channel. Again, you're watching the watch-along for WWE's kickoff show. We're going to have the build-up coverage going into Elimination Chamber on Saturday night as well. And then straight after that, we'll give you an instant reaction, our thoughts on the PLE when it's all said and done. But before we get there, let's deal with this kickoff show, guys. We've got Drew McIntyre making his way onto the stage now. And as he just mentioned there, Michael Cole, this would make Drew back-to-back winner. And I'm not usually a fan of those things, but my goodness, do I want it this year. I'm sold. I'm sold, guys. I'm sold on it. Drew McIntyre. I saw on Rob's predictions, if Drew loses, we riot, I think he said. The age-old thing, of course. Looking forward to chatting to Rob on the build-up about that. But I know at least he's on my side for Drew winning. You're playing with Michael Cole there. Why don't we assume? Yeah, and he did go on and win the title for 5 minutes. I think his Punk's in this chamber as well. Wonder if Punk's going to interrupt him. I mean, that storyline is not the current one, of course, but man, what a story that was. You seeing Punk chants going in the background now as well. See, Drew versus Cody, like, it's not what I would have predicted a few months ago, but it does make sense in quite a few ways. The whole thing about The Rock and him being The Rock's kind of corporate champ or candidate for the corporate champ, I think is great. He deserves it as far as he's been on the run of his career. Drew reacting to Punk chants there, saying, look, he's still in the makeup chair. Give him some time, he'll be here. Christopher says AJ Lee teased another return before SmackDown. I'd love to see AJ back. It's disappointing, wasn't it, not seeing it at the Rumble as well? Now, Drew calling the audience out on there against hypocrisy. Kind of put the kickoff down a bit. He was like, this is the kind of thing I'll do on SmackDown, not here. And saying, look, don't cheer me. You ain't getting something from me. Treating me bad. See, if Drew doesn't win, what does he do at WrestleMania? I know the rumor after Rumble was Damian Priest, but they seem to have really stepped away from that. I mean, it could create something in the chamber, couldn't it, to be fair? This could be why Damian's in the match. Drew McIntyre has given Michael Cole lip balm for when he wants to kiss Cena's butt. And he tried to put the lip balm in his jacket pocket, and then he realized it's a fake pocket. Well, no, he's sitting there, though. Going to see another chamber winner coming out next, apparently. Going to the comments, though, we've got Casper, who says Dream Elimination Chamber match for the women. Paige, Becky Lynch, Mickie James, AJ Lee, Trish Stratus, and Lita would be sick. I mean, yeah, that is a dream match when you put those names in there. Mickie James is a great name that we didn't mention earlier on, as far as up there as, you know, one of the best of all time. But yeah, we talked about WWE 2K25, didn't we, on the weekend kickoff? So that's a match you can put together in that, surely. Christopher says Chelsea Green is a mystery opponent on SmackDown. Yeah, of course, we are recording this before SmackDown. So be interested to see who that turns out to be. Unfortunately, I won't be covering SmackDown live, but we'll talk a little about what happens on SmackDown, of course, on the live portion of the build-up show on Saturday. So if you want to see my thoughts on SmackDown results, then I'll be there for you to give you that as well. CM Punk has now made his way onto the stage. Will he be winning the chamber this year? See, I like even Michael Cole's comment there. I mentioned to Drew, who was very rude, by the way, like just quite playful with it. He wouldn't really do that on a main show. Okay, so start with Logan Paul. The crowd boo. Punk says that. Start with someone else. It's a who's who until you get to that, and it's like, who's that? Good lines. Oh, no, you don't want to start with Steph either. All right, I'm going to start with Damian Priest instead. What's I'm going to say? He loves Priest. Okay. I'm a big fan of Priest as well. This Punk says, don't have a personal problem with Priest, but who's going to sell her soul if Cody doesn't? That's something that I'm surprised they've said. Because Punk has hinted that if Cody doesn't do it, Rock will be looking for someone else. I think that's kind of giving away a bit of a spoiler there almost, right? Or at least acknowledge something to make people think a certain way, which we were all thinking, don't get me wrong. But when they mention it on TV, good thing about he's just mentioned the pod. Like I've not even thought about the logistics of the chamber match and how much I just enjoy that stipulation anyway. So yeah, been getting hyped about this show, and I haven't even thought about how fun the chamber match itself is. So Punk referring to beating Seth on the debut on Netflix, Raw's debut on Netflix, which was surprisingly definitive as an end. And I thought, oh, they'll carry on, then that'll be the match at WrestleMania. But I don't know. Maybe it is the match at WrestleMania. I don't. It's so confusing. John Cena, surely. Yeah. Michael Cole now referring to Punk's feud with Cena and asking if he's going to stand in his way. To ask the audience in Toronto how they feel about Cena. Many a cheer. Punk's asking the audience if they want to see him get to 17, and they cheered for it. CM Punk says he wants to see it, but it's not going to happen at his expense. Ooh. Punk said it's debatable if Cena is the greatest of all time. It is cool. It is cool to see Punk and Cena together. Wow. So Punk says he's looking forward to locking up for the last time, and it will be the last time because he'll have to go through Punk on this last run, essentially, and he ain't going to be able to do it. I know a lot of people have been thinking, will we get a one-on-one match between Punk and Cena in this final year? I think we might. Even if it's on a live event or something like that. Now, again, the magic conversation, main event in WrestleMania for CM Punk. What happens if you can't get it done? Now, Punk has been saying in interviews that dreams and goals change, right? So I wonder if he'll focus on it differently here. Yeah, so referring to last year, missing out on Mania and saying, look, we got next year, but is it? That's what I thought like months back going into this year. Oh, Punk's referring to literally all these kind of background storylines. We'll have to call in a favor, Paul Heyman, Roman Reigns situation, and do have a soul to sell, as in will he align with The Rock to get what he wants? Oh, maybe. Maybe. Well, that was my, you know what, going into our predictions earlier this week, when I changed my mind mid-prediction and I said Drew, I was leaning towards Punk turning heel. I don't know, man. He's going to paint a violent masterpiece for all of Toronto in the chamber, he says. Will he do that? But yeah, I was thinking, wow. Michael Cole said it'd be an opportunity for him to fight for his first world title in 12 years. Actually, yeah, in WWE at least. I mean, they're not going to mention the other one, but still. Yeah, okay, well, that's it, guys. That is the end of WWE's kickoff show. We're still on the air, don't you worry. We'll kind of wrap up things here for just a moment. But yeah, as I mentioned, CM Punk going into this year, I assumed would be chasing the Royal Rumble and therefore the title spot at the Royal Rumble, you know, at WrestleMania, excuse me. So really surprised he didn't win the Royal Rumble, because I just felt like they, again, because last year messed up, that they had to just do it now. They just got to try again, and they didn't. Now, are they going to try again at the Chamber? We'll see. Let's get to a comment here. Casper says, on WWE 2K24, Becky Lynch and Elite Tag Team, Mickey James could be the DLC for WWE 2025. Download page and put them all in a stable. All right, I know your plans now. I know your plans. Some fantasy booking on the 2K games for you there. But hey, will we see some kind of fantasy booking take place on Elimination Chamber? That was a very interesting kickoff show there from WWE, much shorter than usual. It was about 40 odd minutes, I think. Not even that. So really, really surprised that they've cut that one early. But hey, again, enjoyable. It did feel different to the other ones that we've seen in the past few months. ironically, better in some ways, but definitely worse in some as well. I felt like some of the conversation between Trish and Nia and Candice got lost on the crowd, but I think that was because of the placement of the crowd and the lack of audio we could hear for the audience as well. So that was a bit of a shame. But I did like some of the comments and how it felt like it was part of the actual storyline. As I say, one of my favorite things about these kickoff shows is that they don't actually seem to matter in some ways, if that makes sense, because they just, especially people like Drew, and we saw it with this as well, just kind of go off script. Punk says some kind of background stuff that maybe he's reminded us too much of, if it therefore becomes a spoiler almost. But I just like the way it feels kind of off script and a bit fun. This one was really weird because you didn't have Triple H coming out, which I felt was really odd. Michael Cole was on his own, but what we did see was good. It wasn't an hour dragging of nothingness, even though it can be wacky and fun. It was much shorter, but it actually felt like it meant more. And it could be because SmackDown is due to start very, very quickly after the kickoff show goes off air, under an hour from that. So that could be the reason. But yeah, it felt brief, didn't it? But I like what we saw. As I say, CM Punk did a great promo there. Drew McIntyre was great. Seeing some action as well. Liv and Raquel getting beat up by Naomi and Bianca. Didn't expect to see some kind of action on the stage there. So that was quite good to see. Definitely made things feel a bit more important on the kickoff show, even if Drew then disregarded the kickoff show. So that was a bit odd. Yeah, some ups, some downs. Yeah, as you say, like Pat McAfee. Didn't see Pat McAfee on this one either. So yeah, a little bit of a shame there. But guys, what did you think? Did you enjoy that kickoff show? Again, they seem to just change it up every month, like what they want the kickoff show to be. But I'm still enjoying them. I'm still enjoying doing these streams. Thank you to everyone that has tuned in, by the way, and watched this live or is watching this on the replay on the channel, or even on the build-up stream, the earlier part of that as well. Christopher says Bayley is a huge underdog to win the Elimination Chamber. 25 odds according to betting online. Look, I think Bayley's the least likely in that match to win it. Let's quickly run through the card before we do get out of here. And again, let me know in the comments, guys, what you thought of that kickoff show from the WWE. Was it just what you were expecting? Was it better than what you were expecting? Again, there were certainly things in it that I was surprised to see as far as physical kind of altercations. But it was also surprised of how short it was and kind of almost rushed it felt as well. But let's break down the card a little bit. Again, we saw on the kickoff show Trish Stratus coming out initially to be interrupted by Candice and Nia Jax, who basically really run her down without a backup from Tiffany Stratton. So it'd be interesting to see if that kind of plays into Trish's kind of decision as to how friendly she is with Tiffany going forward. We didn't see anything as far as the Kevin Owens Sami Zayn match. You do tend to get Sami Zayn on these kickoff shows, but he was nowhere to be seen on tonight's stream. This match, of course, is one that I'm kind of split on because it could be match of the night, it could be 30 minutes, it could be a one and done, or it could be a 5-minute brawl, pull apart, lead towards something at WrestleMania. It's really hard to tell at the moment. The women's elimination chamber now on the kickoff show, we saw Roxanne Perez, we saw Bayley, we saw Liv, we saw Raquel is not in the match, but we also saw Naomi and Bianca briefly, of course, attacking them after what they said about Jade Cargill. But we didn't see an appearance by Alexa Bliss, which is a shame. You nearly had the whole collection there. I guess keeping it fresh, at least for what we see tomorrow on Elimination Chamber when it comes to her character, at least. This, again, is in my opinion, maybe the hardest one to pick because I just don't know why they would pick whoever they pick, like, not that I don't like these wrestlers, I just don't know where the story goes just yet. This one, the men's chamber, is also hard to pick, but for different reasons. There are several directions I could see them going in here. Right, we didn't see Logan Paul, we didn't see Damian, we didn't see Seth. We did, however, see CM Punk and Drew McIntyre. John Cena wasn't on the kickoff show either, but still, what we did see from the two representations of that match was quite quite good. Again, good promos from both Drew McIntyre and from CM Punk to close things as well. Christopher says Bianca Belair and Naomi started the fight. Yeah, they did attack Candice LeRae and Nia Jax there. But did they start with Bianca? I do think we are going to get a revelation now after what was said on the kickoff stream there, with regards to them getting the blame, Liv and Raquel, and basically saying, look, we're in the match. She ain't. What's she going to do about it? I think it's going to look like she's going to come to beat them up, and she's going to go after Bianca and Naomi. But I'm going to dive into that in more detail on the live portion of the build-up show, guys. You have been watching this watch-along experience of the Elimination Chamber Kickoff show from the WWE. If you're watching live, feel free to go back and check out the Weekend Kickoff show that we did earlier on tonight as well. And if you're watching on demand, you can find that on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel as well. If you're watching this as part of the build-up show, then stay tuned. You're going to get to the live portion very, very soon. But if you are in my timeline of Friday night when I'm recording this, then on Saturday is when we'll be going live for the build-up show, where I'll be having hopefully some friends from the wrestling media, as we always do for these big streams, joining us, and more members of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew to break down what seems to be a very, very divisive card, I should say. Hopefully quite decisive at the end of it as well, as far as what we see going into WrestleMania after this one. Now, Casper says, big fan of Damian Priest. Me too, Casper. Had the great honor of interviewing the man himself. If you haven't seen it already, Casper, or anyone else who's watching the stream, by the way, guys, we have had some great conversations with Damian on this very channel. So check that out when you get the chance to do so as well. Before we get out of here, Christopher says you can't see John Cena until Elimination Chamber tomorrow night. Yeah, good. I should have got that one, shouldn't I? I should have thought of that one myself. But thanks for the comment, Christopher. Thank you to everyone that's been watching, whether you've been commenting on this or lurking in the background. We appreciate you either way. I've been Scott. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, giving you a watch-along experience of the WWE's Elimination Chamber Toronto Kickoff show. We'll be back for the build-up show, where we're going to break down this card again in more depth and detail with members of the wrestling media world and the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling crew. But thank you so much to everyone that's tuned in. Appreciate your kind words there, Casper. Great stream indeed, especially when we've got you guys joining us for it and letting us know your thoughts. But once again, I've been Scott. This has been the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, covering the kickoff show for Elimination Chamber. If you haven't already, check out the other streams on the channel, and I'll see you for the build-up.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, once again, we are live and back in the house for the build-up show. It has been a great show so far, and we've had some great comments in the background, of course, while the replay was playing on this stream. I was replying to some of those, but once again, we're going to get back to some of the best ones now and talk about those topics a little bit more in detail on air as well. But keep your comments coming, guys. Really want to know what you think is going to happen tonight at Elimination Chamber, what you're most looking forward to, or what I'm really looking forward to is having some more members of the crew join me throughout this stream later on tonight as well. So stay tuned for that. I believe Lucas is not far away from joining us on the air as well. So again, let me know what you think is going to happen tonight, what you're most excited about. It is a stacked card, as we've been talking about throughout this Elimination Chamber preview weekend. A really, really fun one to break down, but still one that is very, very hard to predict. And I've seen so many different scenarios leading towards WrestleMania by fans at the moment. So again, a great great sign really of a big card. And look, the whole situation with The Rock alone is something to dive in further. And again, I'm looking forward to doing that in more detail very, very soon. Does anyone know how to get a women's elimination chamber match? Or is it on not on yet? As the OG Mark here says, yeah, it hasn't started just yet. Here in the women's will be opening and the men's ending. Yeah, there is a report going around. We're going to get to that in just a minute, buddy. Sludge has been referring back to that as well. Sludge also says my elimination chamber meal is straight up French fries and nuggets. That's it, Sludge. You know the deal, man. It's all about telling, getting hyped up for the PLE, but also we like to tell each other our PLE meals. Mine tonight, I'm going to have pizza and I'm going to have some chicken, maybe some fries on the side as well. It's a special occasion. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, let us know not only what you think is going to happen at Elimination Chamber, but what your PLE meal is going to be. Hey, we like to get loose, and these streams are a little bit different on this channel at this time. Going into the PLE, it's a few hours away. We're all in a good mood. We're all getting hyped up. Look, I've got my giant beer back in the house. I say, it's a build-up show, and the live portion is here. Right, with that in mind, let's get into this card. Again, I know a few of you have pointed out already. It is out there, so let's talk about the rumored card order. Let's talk about that now. So I'm just going to bring it back up here. I did see this going around earlier on. Okay, here we go. So at the moment, the rumor is, according to PW Insider, apparently, women's chamber match is set to open. The next match will be Tiffany Stratton versus, and Trish Stratus, of course, versus Nia Jackson, Candice LeRae. Then, in the middle of the show, apparently, we're going to get the Rock segment with Cody Rhodes. After that, we'll have Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens in the unsanctioned match. And then we are looking to have the men's chamber to finish the night off. What do you guys think? Do you like the sound of that? I think the Rock segment being in the middle does kind of make sense, especially because whatever happens there is surely going to be what leads to what actually happens in the men's chamber match itself. And again, I've given my original predictions on this. I still find it hard, but we'll dig into that, and I'll talk about how some of my predictions haven't changed, but some of them I'm not 100% sure on, essentially. Still, Sludge says, if it was me, I would kick off with Sami versus Kevin. Yeah, I get what you're saying there, but they do tend to split either side, don't they, with these gimmick matches? Royal Rumbles open and close, Chambers open and close as well. So I assume it's just to kind of separate them as far as they can. Chinese. Oh, I'd love to have a Chinese tonight, actually. Good Chinese meal, a succulent Chinese meal, as the meme says. You got me in the mood. But no, I got to look forward to my pizza, chicken and chips later on as well. But Chinese, what a shout. Right. Hey, keep your comments coming. Let me know what your PLE meal is tonight. And also, again, what you think is going to happen on the card. Just going to run through the running order that, again, is being reported out there at the moment. Apparently, the show is going to open up with a women's elimination chamber match. After that, we're going to stick with the women's roster because we're going to have the tag team match as well. In the middle of the show, apparently, it's going to be Cody Rhodes deciding whether or not he's going to give his soul to the Soul Man himself, or the son of the Soul Man, at least, in The Rock. And then after that, it seems we're going to go into the unsanctioned match, which seems like a top heavy, right? I've been thinking about whether or not this match is even going to go ahead as a full match. I honestly believe this is going to be a pull apart and maybe not go that long because they're going to do something bigger at WrestleMania. But again, this is in a huge, is it a stadium? I think it has a roof, but technically it's still a stadium. So maybe it will be a big match, but it seems quite top loaded here if they do that right before the men's chamber, which apparently is what is closing the show. Gets another comment here from Mark. We've got a comment that says free Patreon for Fightful also has women's opening and women's tag second as well. Thanks for the update, Mark. It's great to have you guys in the comments, kind of keep an eye on some of these rumors going out there and these reports, of course, this time from Fightful, a well respected outlet, of course. So yeah, great to get that backed up there as well. So I appreciate that, buddy. Now, what do you think of the order? I got to say I like it. The only thing that makes me nervous is I'm not sure if I would have switched. And again, it's hard to tell until we see what the results are, right? And what they're going to do. I'm not sure if I would have just maybe switched this match and this match, because I do worry that having two women's matches in a row and having two, what I imagine are going to be hard hitting gimmick matches in a row, is also a risk. I mean, you could say the same if this was next to the women's title, women's number one contendership match, it'd be the same, but it's a different, I don't know, it would feel a little different. What do you think? Do you think they've gone for the right order here? Again, things could change. Don't get me wrong. Things could change, and we'll see what it's like when the show starts. Sludge also says, I like it, but wouldn't put women's back to back. Yeah, I do think there's a risk there. But at the same time, putting the unsanctioned on early, especially if it does go long, there could be a burnout. And by the time, if the tag match was fourth, that could be when people start to feel sluggish and maybe tune out a little bit as well. So there is that risk. Mark says, the only thing that makes me nervous is the Rock going long. Yeah, I guess they can go as long as they like with the PLE. We don't want to go too long, do we? But we've only got 4 matches technically. So this is taking the place of a match. We can look at it like that, because usually we have 5. So hopefully it'll be all right. Jake Paul has been quite good recently. Do you mean Jake Paul outside of WWE? Or do you mean Logan Paul, his brother, in WWE, who's been a great performer? I know a lot of people are not enjoying him now because he's fully in heel mode. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he kind of heads towards WrestleMania. I think it could be in a match against Punk or John Cena if either of them don't win tonight. Mark says, yeah, unless Trish has to leave early, having them second makes no sense. Trish shouldn't have to leave early. She's in her hometown. She said on SmackDown it's not a far commute. So yeah, hopefully it's not the case. Sludge says they also have Travis Scott performing. That's a good point. Travis Scott's going to be, is he performing? Is that the case? I know he's going to be there and he's going to do something. Performing in the sense of maybe get physical, or maybe performing musically, I don't know. And you did mean Logan Paul. Yeah, he was very good. He has been quite good lately as well. Yeah, keep your comments coming, guys. Again, Lucas should be joining me very soon as well. And we'll break down the card with him in a bit more detail. If you did see my original predictions, you'll know that the one I found the hardest to predict was the Women's Chamber, and I still feel the same. I mean, Roxanne Perez had a great showing on SmackDown, as we talked earlier on about as well with you guys in the comments, but that kind of put me off, ironically, right? And who else came out of that looking good? Alexa Bliss, which, yeah, I don't know. Still not sure how the Wyatt Sicks situation is going to play into this. Mark says, no, I mean, she might have Canada's Got Talent filming or something. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the case at the moment. Casper says, I just watched the end of SmackDown. It's got Michael Cole interview, Cody Rhodes, and The Rock choosing his corporate champion. Something you said, CM Punk turn heel to get what he wants. Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, that CM Punk alluded to that and also did it on the kickoff show, as again you would have seen on our kickoff watch along stream. Usually when they do that, it's because even if something's obvious to the fans, like everybody's talking about it, like a rumor's bubbling, as soon as WWE acknowledge it, it kind of means it's too obvious, right? And they're not going to do it. They're kind of gone too far with it, but I'm not sure if we could read into that. But as you mentioned there, yeah, the interview with Cody Rhodes I thought was really good. The whole situation about the Rock and the Soul and all this stuff is just a bit silly. I think they've played well into it, but I do think, like, what does it mean? Like, it's metaphorical, right? Of course, right? But what does it mean? Cody Rhodes gets all this stuff, as they said on SmackDown, which, by the way, the segment with R-Truth was hilarious. Cody getting all these things was quite fun on SmackDown to kind of lure him, the car and stuff like that. The promo, I think, from The Rock was fantastic, by the way. But what does The Rock get out of it? He gets him as his corporate champ or his champ. But what does that mean for The Rock? Like, what does he get out of that? So, like, he gets Cody's soul, but what does it really mean? It's a bit, I don't know about that kind of side of the story, at least. Now, obviously, for me, it's about Cody resisting and someone. It's a story to get Cody to look even better as a babyface and get someone fighting for The Rock, essentially, which I think is what we're going to get here. But I like that, but I'm just not sure about the whole usage of the words of like, I want your soul, and not really explaining what Rock actually wants out of it. But yeah. Yeah, what time's the Women's Chambers? Mark says it'd be the first match. So UK time, it's 12 p.m. Wait, that's confusing, isn't it, when it gets to midnight? AM. Yes, because PM would be afternoon. There we go. I've just confused myself. Right. That's when the show starts. So we are about 2.5 hours away from the PLE beginning, essentially. Mark says, I think whatever favor Paul owes Punk will happen after the chamber, aka the first SmackDown after. Yeah, that's another thing Punk mentioned at the kickoff as well, was that will he have to call in a favor? Will he have to sell his soul? You know, so it's interesting that they're alluding to these things. Will Roman Reigns be showing up tonight? It'd be interesting to see if he does get involved. Yes, as Mark says, so he therefore thinks that Punk won't be winning tonight because he's maybe going to lean into that favor storyline instead. It says as well that Priest will probably face Drew and Seth versus Punk versus Roman. Now that's what it looked like coming out of Rumble, didn't it? You know, the three of them got eliminated at the same time. They all kind of tussled outside the ring. And then you had the Drew and Damian storyline seemingly coming out of it, and the rumors Drew not being happy and whatever else. But I think they've moved away from that. But then again, they touched on it a little bit of SmackDown. I thought that promo, by the way, between the five of them, because Cena weren't there, the five of them did so well. Like, it was such an entertainment segment, and I really think it did well to sell the PLE and this match. Sticking with your comments, though, Mark, I saw you mention there as well that it does therefore just leave Cena and Logan. I guess you're thinking that either of those two could be the ones walking out of Chamber as number one contender. Look, Cena's a big one because this final year, right? And also the potential, as we touched on in the comments earlier on as well, we had a great discussion about whether or not Cena could turn heel. I do think it's unlikely, but it would be absolutely huge if they did. Same as Logan. It would be huge as far as what that would mean for WWE to promote outside of their own kind of, you know, ecosystem. But I don't know. I don't think Logan Paul's going to be winning it. For me, it is Drew McIntyre. I think Drew McIntyre is the perfect pick. He's had an incredible year. He deserves it as a performer. Look, again, a lot of wrestlers deserve to be in that top echelon at the moment. It's been a great few years for WWE, and some of them are having the performances in a year of their career, you know. So there's a lot to kind of shoehorn in at the top of the card. But at the same time, yeah, there is a possibility that they don't go with Drew McIntyre. Maybe it is too obvious at this point. Again, if you saw my original predictions, guys, I didn't expect to say that. I talked myself into it and then was kind of shocked. Since then, I've seen that loads of people were saying that. So maybe it is going to be Drew McIntyre. Hold on. See, when you're running solo on these streams, it can be a bit tough on the old throat, but lucky I got the big mega beard to help me through, and you guys in the comments as well. Once again, Lucas will be joining me on the channel very, very soon as well. You know the deal is in the house. Great to see you back, buddy. Cody will sell his soul to the final boss just to hit him with a rock bottom. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine if he gives the Rock a little swerve? Rock will be fuming, right? Again, reports at the moment suggest that is going to be in the middle of the card. So therefore, Rock can get his own back at the end of the show. Sludge says, I really don't want to see Drew versus Damian. I want Drew to win the chamber. He needs this moment, but another part of me wants to root for Cena. If I was booking it, I would say Drew to win the chamber. Yeah, look, Sludge, I think I'm with you on the Drew thing. I've mentioned earlier on in the stream, look, as much as I like Cena, I don't want him to win. I know why a lot of people do. He was their childhood hero, like R-Truth, but not for me. I liked Cena when he first came into it. I've always had an appreciation for Cena. I always felt like he's a great worker. You know, he's a hard worker. He's a company man, and you know, does a lot of incredible things. But I can't get away from the fact that between 2005, 6, all the way up until maybe 2013, 15, 16, so a good 10 years, he was shoved down our throats, and I just didn't enjoy it. There were still things in that period that I enjoyed Cena doing. The feud with CM Punk, for example, is a great example of that. But look, I don't need him to be on top for his final year. I want him to get that last title win. Don't get me wrong, I do want him to get that. But that can happen at the end of the year. It can be a story that they chase throughout the year. It doesn't have to be at WrestleMania. Cena's last match at WrestleMania is a box office event on its own. Doesn't need the title. So you can get both. So why not get both? Mark says, I think with the women's match, nearly all of them have a real storyline apart from Roxanne and Bliss. However, I'm expecting Wyatt involvement to eliminate Bliss. Oh, to eliminate Bliss. Oh, that's an interesting shout. I haven't really thought about that, actually. So let's go through the field there. Great comment there from you, Mark, because you've brought up a discussion we haven't even had. But I've been saying all week, essentially, if we look at the field there, right, who have we got? We've got Roxanne Perez, who is, you could say, let's say why they're not going to do it, first of all, right? Roxanne Perez, you could say, won't do it because she's only just came onto the main roster and it's too soon. Bayley, you could say, won't do it because she was in this position last year, and whether she's going after Rio or if Io Sky wins the title, well, that would be a repeat, and we don't really need to see it. Naomi and Bianca, I'm excluding both of them because I think they're involved with the Jade Cargill situation. Liv Morgan, I'm going to take out of it as well, because if it is Rhea, we've already seen that a million times already, and we don't need to see it again anytime soon, even though I did enjoy the feud. It's run its course for now. Then Alexa Bliss, my thinking has been, well, she's got to do something with the Wyatt Sicks. But that something was aligning with the Wyatt Sicks. And I was thinking, well, if she does that, she's not going to go after Rhea Ripley, who's a heel, who's a babyface also. And they are kind of babyface as well, as it's been so far. And Rhea is a alternative character. So I don't feel like at this moment in time, she would be selling the kind of, oh my gosh, the spooky Wyatt Sicks. If she was in the Judgment Day, it'd be different. But I don't think that's the kind of character she'd be selling on her own as a babyface. So I don't see that happening. But as you say, Alexa Bliss being eliminated or kind of screwed or something like that, basically by the Wyatt Sicks crew. Now, that's something I haven't thought of. And that is, yeah, that's an interesting one. Thanks for your comment, Mark. What do you guys think in the comments, guys? Let me know. Let Mark know. Do you think Alexa Bliss isn't going to be aligned with the Wyatt Sicks, but maybe kind of against them, or what? Like, how's it going to work? All right, let's get to some of these comments again. Casper says, but I said I wasn't making a prediction, I remember, but I don't see the Rock recruiting Damian Priest or Seth Rollins. It'll be good for Roman Reigns to turn up tonight. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if Roman does turn up. I do have a big old beer. It's tradition on the build-up show. I do have to go for the big beer. Again, these shows are about getting us and you guys hyped up for the big PLE. Tonight it's Elimination Chamber, and we get a little loose with it. We have friends from the wrestling media usually joining us on these streams. More members of the Rebellious Noise crew again joining us in a moment as well. And yeah, these are the fun streams. I really enjoy doing this because it gets us hyped up for the event. But also we talk last minute rumors. You know, we've been talking about the rumors that are flying around at the moment. We always refer back to the year that WrestleMania got delayed because of the storm. You know, these build up shows are always fun, kind of getting hyped up and in the mood for the PLE. So look, I've seen loads of familiar names in the comments tonight, and we really appreciate you coming back. And new people as well. Appreciate you, of course, just as much. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. If you're liking what you're seeing here, then we'd love to have you back. It's not just build-up shows and predictions and stuff like that. We also get the opportunity to interview WWE superstars and cover the shows in person. We're hoping to do that in a few months' time when they come back to the UK as well. But we've got plenty of content on this very channel relating to interviews and things like that as well. So check that out if you haven't already. Mark says Cena should win only if it's a heelish win. Yeah, man. I mean, a Cena heel turn would be massive in his final year. Casper says, I don't have a problem with Seth or Damian Priest winning. And you know the deal says Roxy, Tiff/Trish, Sammy and KO. No contest, and CM Punk. Okay, so let's go through that. Roxanne Perez is who I've gone through as well. Again, we went through the list there of why they might not win. And when you take that into account, the one that I think is the least not problematic, but something they could still do something with is Roxanne. It was just simply whether or not I don't know if they're ready to do that. So yeah, Roxanne's my pick as well. Trish and Tiff. I actually think Tiffany's going to be turned on by Trish Stratus here tonight. We'll touch on that in a bit more detail soon as well, because I want to hear Lucas's opinion when he comes on air. Sammy and KO go into a no contest is what I actually think is going to happen as well. If not, it'll be KO, and therefore Sammy wants revenge, and we go to WrestleMania, ideally in something like a Hell in a Cell. And CM Punk is your pick for the men's match as well, which, look, definitely could happen. It's something that for the past few months I would have said, because the whole WrestleMania main eventing, so we'll see. Popeye the Sailor Man's in the house, toot toot, says CM Punk to win the chamber, CM Punk to sell his soul to The Rock. That would be huge. We talked about it a little bit earlier on, but corporate Punk would be massive. It was your comment, wasn't it, Popeye? I was replying to you in the comments earlier on while we were showing the replay stream. But now that we're live, yeah, great topic to dive into. CM Punk, imagine that. Punk, it's in the name. They do not sell out. They are not corporate schmucks. But imagine if CM Punk, he's turned heel before, don't get me wrong, but CM Punk as The Rock's corporate champ, after The Rock, Dwayne seemingly took his WrestleMania main event spot years ago. It would be absolutely massive if they took that direction. Great comment from you there, Popeye. It would be amazing for Cena to win. It's because it's last year, but I'm still rooting for Drew. Yeah, look, I got to agree. I want it to be Drew. Look, I like Cena. I want him to have a good farewell tour, but he don't need to be going into WrestleMania for the title. Mark says Liv is going to take the tag team championships, never win a big singles match. Bailey's been there, done that. Yeah, that's another thing as well. Yeah, Liv Morgan, of course, having just won the tag titles. Lexi has been going around hinting she's taken over the Wyatts. Yeah, so there, that's the other side of it, right? That Alexa Bliss could be becoming the new member. But not just the new member, but the new leader of the Wyatt crew. Sludge says, I agree. I'm not the biggest fan of this whole Wyatt Sicks, though. It would be fun to have a storyline against Bliss. Again, that's an interesting way to take this. If Vince was still here, it would make Cena win the Andre Battle Royal and everything else in between, I'm sure. Mark says to Sludge, if Vince was here, he would have won 25 world titles by now. There you go. Don't think an unsanctioned can end in no contest. I was thinking this as well, Mark. When I did my original prediction, I was like, is that a thing that can happen? But if it's an unsanctioned match, it's not really a match. So therefore, it doesn't have to end. It's not even a match. They're just fighting, right? It is a match, but to sanction it is basically WWE saying this is an official match and it goes in the record books and all this yada, 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 right? And if something went wrong, you can't hold WWE liable. That's the whole story that they try to pitch when it comes to an unsanctioned. That's why they book unsanctioned matches, to make it seem dangerous. But I get you. Yeah, if you compare it to like a no DQ, that can't end in a draw, because you ain't going to lose by DQing each other. You could draw by both arms laying on, 1, 2, 3, and they both count out at the same time. You could do that, even if that's tricky. But like I say, this isn't really a match. Depends how they book it, because sometimes they've gone that way with unsanctioned. Sometimes they've treated it more like a match. But for that reason, I think they could just brawl and be torn apart, and there's no conclusion. So that's what I'm thinking as far as a no contest goes. Bianca, Tiffy, and Trish, KO, and Cena, says Sludge Sports. I don't think Bianca's winning it. I do think Jade Cargill's showing up tonight. We saw Alexa Bliss and Raquel Rodriguez talk about Jade and how she's not in the match and stuff like that, and keeping up the heel attitude of look, we told you we didn't do it, but even if we did, what? So what? They got to do that even if they're innocent. And I don't think they are innocent. I think it is Bianca and I think it is Naomi. I think they're both in on it. And again, that's something I've been talking about on this channel for months now. I read a stat earlier that Jade's been gone for 99 days. So basically, for 99 days, I've been saying Jade Cargill was taken out by Naomi and Bianca. It was Bianca's idea. She got Naomi to do it. And I think that Naomi is going to be found out. And then it's going to be found out that Bianca was part of it. And then I think Naomi is going to be annoyed at the fact that Bianca kind of put her up to it and maybe ditches her or something like that and tries to distance herself, and therefore it turns into a triple threat. That's what I think is going to happen, because I think Naomi deserves to be part of this storyline in a big way. If it does go to it being Jade and Bianca and Bianca versus Jade, I think that would be unfair on Naomi. I think Naomi should be part of this storyline going forward. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Mark says, yeah, Hunter, if you're going to turn Trish heel tonight, you better do it. Do it better than Austin's heel turn at Mania 17. Yeah, still a contentious one, isn't it? After all these years, it was a strange way to end that show. Again, most people consider that the greatest WrestleMania of all time. If there was any weak spot in it, it was that. Even though it was also good, it was just weird. It was weird. But yeah, I think Trish, having been a heel recently and seemingly really enjoyed that, I think her turning heel was a great idea. And I want to see, if they do that, a 3 generations match. I've been saying it all week, but Tiff versus Charlotte versus Trish. 3 generations of the women's roster going at it, triple threat for the title. Now, I'm not usually a fan of someone shoehorning themselves into the Royal Rumble winners match, because it kind of defeats what they've gone through. You could just squeeze your way back in. But they can work on it storyline wise, right? Casper says, I don't see Naomi winning. I don't see it either, but again, for the same reason. Excuse me. You know the deal says corporate money punk. Hey, I like it. Not Cookie Monster, not Chick Magnet, not Chicago Made, but corporate money punk. I love it. Sludge says, my mind says Cena, but my heart says Drew. I know that sounds twisted. Hey, look, there's a lot of twisted wrestling fans out there. Don't worry, you're not on your own. Casper says CM Punk needs a WrestleMania moment. He does. I mean, he's had a great moment. That match against The Undertaker was fantastic. I was privileged enough to be in the house for that, and also privileged enough to watch him win the Money in the Bank the second time. So he's had a few WrestleMania moments. He won that twice at WrestleMania at 24 and 25 anyway. But I know what you mean, main event-wise at least. Mark says, Bo is still not back on TV, and this could be the way to bring them all back without him. That's a great point. There's a lot of stories going around at the moment. I know it was reported earlier on by Wrestle Talk, but apparently Fightful reported this a while back as well, that Bo is off air. For whatever reason, is off the road, essentially. So, yeah, maybe he comes back tonight with the Wyatts, or maybe he doesn't. And as you say, it's a way to kind of bring them back to TV without Bo for a little bit. VSS Security says corporate Cody. Oh, will we be seeing corporate Cody? I don't know. Look, I'm going to dive into this in a bit, because I can see Lucas is waiting in the wings. We'll bring him in very soon. But corporate Cody is an interesting one, because they're really playing into it, which means it's not happening, right? He was given all these things on SmackDown, and I don't know if you've seen, he's wearing a black suit tonight as if it's the funeral of the old Cody Rhodes. He's put Instagram stories up basically highlighting his career as if that portion of him is dead. Nah, I don't think so. A few more comments here, and then I'm going to bring Lucas in on the chat as well. Mark says, yeah, but then you're going to get Wyatt versus the Wyatts versus Seth like Wyatt and Seth and Hell in a Cell again. Yeah, that was a bit tricky, wasn't it? Plus in Canada, so they'll probably brew if it's a draw. This is relating to, of course, the on sanction match potentially going to no contest. You know the deal says no belts on the line tonight. When was the last time that happened at PLE? Very good point, actually. So I love these comments for, things I haven't even thought of. Great point. Yeah, I don't know when that last happened, but yeah, strange to see no titles on the line. Christopher says, happy birthday to Booker T. Oh, apparently it's Booker T's 60th birthday. There you go. VSS says, no DQ, you can still get counted out. But isn't that a disqualification to be counted out? So I'm not sure if that's the case there. But again, it's not an ODQ, it's an unsanctioned match. But yeah, Mark said that's when they're protecting someone. Booker T is overrated, says VSS. Oh, he's had quite a big career. I think some people would argue against that. Mark says, with Jade, she's injured, that's training again, hence why she's been going for so long. Also says, heel turn fine, apart from it being Austin's hometown. Yeah, that's a good point. That didn't really help at the end of WrestleMania 17, did it? Who interferes in the match of Owens? Yeah, so some people are speculating that maybe Randy Orton could be returning tonight and maybe interferes in that match. So be interested to see who else thinks that's going to happen. Or have you got any other ideas? Yeah, there. Mark said the same thing. All right. Popping out, but hope to see Drew next time. Yep, thanks for tuning in, buddy. I really appreciate it, and I hope you've enjoyed your Chinese meal, a succulent Chinese meal, I'm sure. Thank you so much for tuning in and for your comments once again. Comeback $1 Million Man or Ted DiBiase Jr. I was watching highlights of Chamber 2010 earlier, and it was I think it was 2010 when the Legacy were in there with Randy and DiBiase Jr. kind of didn't turn on Randy, but basically, well, he pinned him. Sludge says, I actually remember I had a dream back in January that Sammy versus Cavi match, and they were using bear traps and chains. Oh. Well, Sludge, I don't think we're going to get that in tonight's show, but if we do get that, it is an unsanctioned match after all. If we do get that, your dream comes true. That will be absolutely incredible, and we'll have to kind of see what we can use your powers for in the future. Mark says, to be fair, you have the 2 chamber matches. You don't really need titles. Yeah, that's the thing. They used to use the Chamber 4 title matches, didn't they? If you didn't win the Rumble, you could maybe change what happens at WrestleMania by winning the title. Women's titles are over, pushed and underbooked, says VSS Security. Mark says Orton is due back any day now. Also, Aleister Black, big rumor going on there, as well as Miro. We did think that maybe around the Rumble, but it seems like contract didn't align. Hopefully, we'll see them coming back soon. $1 Million Man Jr., he's in jail. I know he got in trouble with the law, but I don't know enough to really comment on it. Andy says, can I watch the pre-show on YouTube? Yes, the countdown starts in 6 minutes. The official pre-show, as they call it nowadays, the countdown for WWE starts in 6 minutes. We're going to use this as your watch-along companion. So if you're going to watch that, buddy, stay tuned with us, and we'll kind of let you know what we think of it as well. Casper says, Corporate Punk, I agree with that. And yeah, Mark's filling them in, saying it is 10 p.m. Speaking of being filled in, we're about to be filled in with the grace and presence of the one and only Mr. Lucas Jackson. Here he is. How you doing, mate?
There, Scott. So yeah, we're on the we're right bang on about to approach Chamber in Toronto. An answer for a question I just overheard you say. The last time a PLE did not have any title matches was Survivor Series 2021.
Wow.
Because of the brand warfare thing. So they were champions as part of the show. That's when they had the whole, the Raw Women's Champion face the SmackDown Women's Champion and so on.
Yeah.
So, but that it had no championship on the line.
Gotcha.
Obviously, our little chat. I've been very vocal this week over the past few weeks about these 4-match cards. And I just don't see how this is the right way to go in Mania season, particularly when obviously this follows the kind of loss of, house shows, the stripping down of a lot of the pay-per-views in general anyway. So there's less, which, we can say that are good things, but it's the fact that there's a lot of people that aren't going to probably get a Mania match or get anything. And there's lots of divisions that just aren't represented at all. The tag team division, for example, is nowhere to be seen from either brand.
I mean, on SmackDown as well, that little thing between the 4 teams was great. It hyped me up so much to see what they're doing next. And I got really disheartened because I thought, if the payoff is on SmackDown, I'll be massively disappointed. Because, we did see that tag match at the Rumble. But, I mean, when you got a 2-day event, those 4 teams, if they're not leading towards a 4-team tag massive match at WrestleMania, I'll be massively disappointed.
Yeah, it's got to be featured on one of those nights, surely. And obviously the Raw side of things, you've had the War Raiders feuding with American Made. You've had obviously you've had Penta. Where's Penta?
Yeah.
The New Day. They're obviously big parts of Raw at the moment, and it just feels like we just don't see a lot of people, and we don't see a lot of divisions represented, and I don't think that's really fair. I think as much as Vince will get some stick for a lot of the kind of rubbish he put on towards that tail end of him being in charge, but at least you kind of watch the pay-per-view going, okay, there's a mixture of division being represented and not just like one thing. And I think tonight is an interesting one because they're kind of putting all the eggs in one basket in these chamber matches. Because you've got Tiffy and Trish, teaming up to face Nia and Candice. But that is just, in the most part, a nostalgia kind of pop, hometown pop for Trish Stratus. Charlotte Flair will come out at the end most likely and point at the WrestleMania sign.
I didn't think about pointing. Yeah, that's a good point.
She is in Toronto.
Okay.
But it'd be interesting seeing. Yeah, I mean, say interesting. It just seemed like that's very default. I mean, Sammy and Owens it just seems like I think we spoke last month about there's matches that they will always just go back to the well for because they just know they're high quality and they're just solid ones to put onto a card. One of them previously was Brock and Roman. In one of those matches where, love it or hate it, it drew money. It drew money.
Yeah.
Got the, every single time, into stadiums every single time, and it was a.
Like it's easy to look back and bash him for certain decisions, like overdoing that, and the Manias especially that went on too long. But generally speaking, like you said, it gave more time to other divisions. Sometimes it was too much time. Sometimes we crammed too much in. But now we've gone way too far the other way. It's something that we've debated a few times on the channel, even a 5-match card. But now you get 4-match cards. It is tough, especially when, the tag division is doing so well, especially on SmackDown. I mean, again, Raw's a little bit sus at the moment. It's not a lot going on there. Mark says, he'd personally unify those titles again. And I think that kind of is a possibility because not a lot's going on both sides. They can't get them. They can't get one of them on the PLE. How are they going to get them both on it eventually? So.
Well, the thing is, I think as well. I don't know when the pre-show became a dirty word in WWE. It seems that obviously Saudi are the only ones that get a pre-show match. It seems like every other place. Clash at the Castle actually had a pre-show match actually.
Yeah, Street Profits were in it, weren't they?
I think so. So
the one in Cardiff, at least.
Cardiff,
yeah.
Not the one. And not the Paris one. God, it's been an event. So I've been having 3 different European places.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I think ultimately, it just feels that you're just losing a lot of what, in my opinion, can make a pay-per-view great. Is that kind of the mid cards and like the other titles, the kind of jeopardy as well, and the shake-ups that can happen in other divisions are a world championship.
It creates these longer reigns as well, which is another thing we've debated, isn't it? Something like, it's all well and good having a long reign, but we don't want every title to be a long reign. And this is how you create them, by not defending the championship. It doesn't feel as special then, does it?
Obviously, thoughts and prayers, of course, with Shinsuke. What's going on with his family, his personal matters. But we cannot overlook the fact that since Survivor Series, when he won the championship, he's had 1 title defense. It was a rematch against the person he beat. He's had 1 title in pushing on now for 3.5 months.
Well, something to be coming soon, of course, because we did again because of the apparent news around rumors, even around Shinsuke's personal life. I mean, apparently he wasn't available for SmackDown, which is why we didn't get that match with LA Knight, and they did that tournament instead. So surely that means we will get something soon. But if that original plan is going to go by, it'd be on SmackDown. Yeah,
I mean, because I understand you couldn't do that match, but you could have had LA Knight in like another match.
I mean, that's the thing. The tournament was fun, but it was a foregone conclusion. It was quite frustrating. OG and Only Mark UK says, heard they're doing a draft after Mania. Hopefully that'll fix a few of these things as well. Casper also says, good evening, Lucas. How you been? Well, I agree. I'm not a big fan of the 4 matches on the PLE. How have you been?
Very well, thanks, Casper. And I think it's coming up quite a lot now, though, in comments. Obviously on Facebook and on other social media sites, and I'm seeing it mentioned quite a lot, the 4 and 5 match cards. And on the flip side of that, you get AEW where they have 13, 14 matches sometimes on a card, and it's too much. So it's like, why can't we, as a whole, like meet in the middle and say, okay, 6 or 7? Personally, I've always felt 7 is a good number. I think like 1 in the pre-show, 6 in the main show, or if you do all in the match, have 1 be short or something like that. But I mean, I get that obviously there's conditions now that didn't exist back then. This is where, I mean, I've been rewatching some old WrestleManias and maybe some more content kind of come up. But obviously, we will guys be looking to do more stuff, obviously leading into Mania. But I'm watching old Manias and the quickness between, a match ending and a match starting was so quick. It was so quick. Entrances were so quick. I mean, entrances are something which obviously WWE have kind of allowed, in my opinion, to get too out of control. Like, do we really need like Jey Uso to keep restarting every single time?
I mean, when you got someone like that, it's a big part of their kind of appearance and
I think
kind
I
of
wouldn't
gimmick,
mind it as much wasn't also on the same show where Seth Rollins gets the theme song and then everyone won't shut up singing his theme song for like another 2 minutes while the guy can wrestle or speak or do anything.
Yeah.
You know, and on the same show where, you know, everyone likes singing along to Cody Rhodes' theme, or, you know, like it just gets to the point where there's a lot of that's happening, you know, and it's eating into a lot of time on a PLE where you're thinking, because let's take this chamber, the entrances is going to be just so long, almost as much as having another match could have been, you know.
Yeah. I mean, look, I do think that these big PLEs that have the big gimmick matches like Chamber, Royal Rumble, Survivor Series with War Games should have, like, having one less match does make sense because they are long matches and it doesn't overkill it. But the thing is that the main format of 5 is already probably too little at times, you know. So bringing it down to 4 is where it does, again, make it feel like, yeah, you've got 6 people in both chambers and you've got a tag match. To be fair, there are a lot of people on the card in that sense. But when you've got divisions, again, like the SmackDown Tag Division in particular, and then you've got new titles being created and stuff like that, and they're not getting a shout on pay-per-views or PLEs even, it is a little bit concerning. Now, one of the matches taking up one of the spaces here is the Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn unsanctioned match, or as Popeye refers to it here, Trading Places. Are you talking about the film Trading Places? Is that what that's about there? I'm not even sure that match is going to go on long.
Isn't it a match where they have to beat each other kind of thing? I think that's what they're referring to.
Beat each other? What, like dress like each other? What do you mean?
I think, yeah, it's a match. It's like a stipulate. I mean, I remember it from the old E-Fed days, actually.
Mate, I had an E-Fed.
Yeah, I think everyone did. But I think it's a match where literally Sami Zayn would have to wrestle in the style of Kevin Owens, and Kevin Owens would have to wrestle in the style.
That's so strange. Imagine that.
To be fair, because their movesets complement each other anyway, and it's just the fact that obviously Sami Zayn's the underdog, so I guess it'd be funny seeing Kevin Owens as the underdog. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that it's something they could make work because they've got that history and that history that goes back and back. But it just seemed like now WWE seem to be like when they're fighting, it's going to be all these kind of big matches, like an unsanctioned street fights, all that kind of stuff, and it just kind of makes sense because anyone who's seen any of their work from Ring of Honor knows that they are very gifted.
100%. Yeah, I mean, it's a match I'm looking forward to tonight, and I'm torn as to whether or not it's a 5-minute brawl where they pull apart and go to WrestleMania and do something bigger, or if this is the big moment because it's in an incredibly big venue. It's where they held 2 WrestleManias, so it's really hard to call what they're going to do with this one. I'm going to run through a few of these comments here, and then we'll go through the card again, match by match, because I really want to know what Lucas thinks as far as his predictions go. Mark says it's pretty much just to give Tiffy one last PLE before Flair buries her. Casper says I'm not again about the big match 4-match card, but does think they're going to continue. Sludge says I think Dunn versus Ludwig in a pre-show would be a bang. That's a great point. They're 2 guys that would work really well in the pre-show, and as you say, it's kind of there was a time where it was like on the pre-show, but sometimes the pre-show is like you'd rather be there than not on the show, right? Yeah. Surely. Madcap and Street Profits beat Theory and Alpha Academy in Cardiff. That was a great point. Speaking of Cardiff, I'm going to show a clip from a conversation I had with one of the superstars in Cardiff that is relevant to the chamber. We'll get to that in just a moment as well. The pre-show matches are just for banger matches, says Sludge. Big fan of the pre-show, apparently, or the countdown, as WWE call it now, which, by the way, it started. It's over on WWE's YouTube channel, and we are, again, going to be your watch-along companion for it. We'll let you know what's going on there. If for some surprising reason they have a match, we'll tell you about it. We'll tell you to tune in. If not, we'll tell you what's going on as far as coverage goes anyway. But stick with us. We'll be your watch-along companion if you are watching the countdown show. Mark also says should only be 5 or 6 matches with 7 for the big ones. I kind of agree with what you're saying there, Mark. And also says Roxanne Perez makes history tonight as the youngest female chamber entrant of all time. Just 23 years old. She also becomes the 2nd youngest entrant behind Chris Masters. That's an incredible stat there. It reminds me of a great one that Christopher spoke about earlier on tonight and also on our streams last night, which, by the way, for those that joined us on our streams last night, thank you so much. We did a replay of those during the beginning of this build-up stream as well. We did our weekend kickoff, which we do the night before the PLE, and we do a watch-along of the WWE's kickoff show as well. So thank you for those that tuned in for that. And again, bringing the great conversation as well. Mark says here about being the youngest competitor. Incredible stat is that if she does win it and she does go to WrestleMania and win, she would become the youngest WWE champion in history beaten Randy Orton's reign. He, of course, was 24 at the time, and Roxanne is still 23. I believe until about November, we figured out on last night's stream as well. Continuing with these comments, we've got Casper says, would love to have seen Penta at the Chamber. Yeah, Penta in the Chamber match is something that we usually see, but again, I think it's because they had so much going on with these guys. The one you could take out, and again, I don't like saying it because I love the guy, is Damian Priest. He doesn't really fit in the story at the moment. So he could have been in that position. Garnacho and Harlan's baby. What a name. My goodness. Yo, what's up? A newcomer to WWE, but my favorite wrestler is Roman Reigns. Welcome. I appreciate you joining us and hopefully helping you get hyped up for this PLE tonight. It's great to have newcomers not only to the channel, but of course to the WWE itself. I think we've talked about quite a lot in recent months how Netflix has really, you know, been an eye-opener for a lot of lapsed fans who are coming back to it and new fans who have always thought, what's this wrestling thing about? So it's great to hear we've got some new fans in the house. Appreciate that, buddy. Mark says, yes, William Regal had to be Goldust and Goldust had to be William Regal. Is that? Okay, all right, there we go. Karrion Kross needs to put. Karrion's been doing some incredible stuff. It was such a shame they let go of the final. What were they called? Final Testament.
Testament.
I'm
I
picking them up. I forgot their name. No, they were still doing good. It was still exciting, but yeah, we'll see what they do with Karrion.
He's shown on social media lately that he's got a personality.
Yeah.
And that they had him kind of lurking in the background of Sami Zayn segments in Raw.
Did you see that thing he did where he did the impersonation of Sami Zayn?
Yeah,
it was so good. Like on his own socials, like so good. Such a talented star.
And it just feels like that's not gonna come to anything.
Well, again, when you haven't got a lot of space on the shows, apparently 3 hours of Raw and 3 hours of SmackDown, maybe, but not enough on the PLEs. It's hard to squeeze them in.
A lot of this stuff though, like, you know, even though over on the SmackDown side of things, when you got like Alexa Bliss, you know, still doing stuff with the Wyatts allegedly, and you know, just doing the kind of flickers behind the flick of the logo, you know, just like it's too. Some of it's becoming a bit niche. Casper says, "Sorry, I don't understand why the title situations at titles not being defended is silly, as you said about new title being great." Yeah, this is the thing. I mean, Triple H seems to have an obsession with everyone having belts. I've never seen as many new championships come into fruition since Triple H has taken over. And I think it's very hard and very difficult for any of these to matter if they're not ever given the stage to matter. I mean, how Chelsea Green is not on this card, like, I don't understand.
That's the thing, isn't it? Like, for a man who loves to create titles, you didn't half neglect them. like don't use them on the PLEs. But at the same time, again, we've talked about this on the channel before, you could also argue that it's made the weekly shows must see because important things are happening on there. But when they get almost relegated to just the weeklies, that doesn't cut it anymore, you know? So it would be nice to see them pop up on the PLEs. You end up with a situation like you had the Rumble, the tag match, where you're getting your tag champions coming out to crickets. Like, people didn't know, people in the arena didn't know. Yeah, because there are people that just watch the PLEs. So,
I was that person for a long time. Like Netflix, I mean, the fan just a minute ago, Haaland and Garnacho's baby. You know, you're on News WWE, and look, I've been a fan for a long, long time of wrestling, of WWE and everything. But obviously, there was for the past few years, really, I've only ever been skimming the highlights and like reading the results and stuff. But only really since this Netflix era, because over here, just so people can know, obviously in the UK, we get the full package. You know, we are getting Raw, NXT, SmackDown, live PLEs, and we're able to watch stuff like Saturday Night's Main Event over on YouTube for free when they happen. So we're getting the full package. And so for me, I've been able to, on the most part, watch the full episodes. And I've been appreciating the fact that we are getting uninterrupted, on the most part, episodes. But I don't understand why they didn't delete the stuff in the breaks for people on demand. I think it makes you realize how much of a match you miss as well. Do you know what I mean? Like when they trim it down. But yeah, just
it's not all just rest holds either. Like, it is quite good. The commentary continues. When I was watching SmackDown last night and they just carried on the commentary, I was like, this is strange.
Like, just leave that in when you do it.
Why not?
Like, because it's already filmed and you got comments and everything. I guess that might be something they will address eventually, because I can see that yeah, I can't see that really being popular with fans.
Yeah.
You're doing stuff. Just so people know as well, we are, obviously, like I said, we are got the WWE's countdown show on, but we will encourage you to stay with us, as I hope you'll find Scott and I more interesting than the same video packages thrown over and over for eternity.
You'll see them at the chamber. You won't see us at the chamber. So,
exactly.
you know.
Well, one day maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are. They have just got the usual panel. Unlike with NXT, we covered NXT, by the way, guys, last week or 2 weeks ago. NXT, their panel was at a studio, most likely in Stamford, Connecticut, I'm guessing. This panel was actually live at the venue, where we've got Wade Barrett, we've got Big E. I saw Pat McAfee and someone else.
Yeah, Pat McAfee. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Michael Cole.
Michael Cole. They haven't shown the chamber yet, but they've shown bits and pieces of the arena. I think the chamber's behind. They've got like the countdown. They've got the screens, haven't they? I think I can see some metal behind there.
Yeah, they showed it on yesterday's kickoff. It is set up. Well, it was set up actually. Wait, no. Well, that Kevin Owens thing must have been pre-recorded because it was set. Yeah, that's a little bit of a giveaway actually. But now it's gone though. So did they set up and get rid of it? That's really weird. Actually, they just raise it, don't they? It's probably just up in the sky. Yeah. So
I think it's behind the screens. If you see the screens,
got you.
I can see metal, so I'm assuming it descends from there.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, for a number of years, obviously when the chamber was in arenas, they struggled with obviously getting the original chamber into those arenas. But now obviously the chamber's moved up to kind of these large. It's a stadium, isn't it, today?
Yeah. But it's weird because it has a roof, so it's hard to. Yeah. I keep calling it an arena because I don't see sky basically.
Yes, yeah. No, but it is a stadium. But yeah, now it's in a stadium, so they don't obviously have that problem. Now I will say this, and this maybe goes out to other people as well. Like, I kind of feel that the chamber's something which Triple H just hasn't really managed to perfect since he's taken over the booking of, in my opinion. I think that last year suffered massively from the fact sadly it was in Australia. And I think that it was just a one-match show with obviously Rhea having a hometown pop and, beating Nia Jax. The actual chamber matches, I just think, are becoming very messy on Triple H's kind of rule. And it's something which hopefully tonight you think there's so many things I guess they want to tell, and especially in the men's match. You know, like I said, you've got the fact that for the first time in, a decade plus, CM Punk and John Cena are in the same match.
Face to face, man. Yeah.
Face to face, which should be a big moment. Yeah. We've got obviously CM Punk, who's had his feud with Drew McIntyre. Seth Rollins seemingly wants to start a feud with Logan Paul, or vice versa, I guess. And then Damian Priest, he is the wild card. You're right. You mentioned him earlier, someone who you could quote unquote replace in this match. But it has also been rumored that Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre are set to collide at WrestleMania. Whether that kind of still goes down or not, with plans kind of changing. But there has been this kind of like late surge. They are talking about mentioning a match as well, but they're on their countdown show. But just seeing that, obviously, it felt very much before today and yesterday that there was a split basically between Punk and Cena, as the favourites to win this match.
Yeah.
It does seem, though, the last couple of days, Logan Paul's name's in the running quite a lot.
This is the thing. Both the women's and the men's is hard to pick. I think the women's is harder to pick, but the men's has some, because the women's, for different reasons. The women's are harder to pick because I can't understand who or why. That's not a dig at anyone, but it's because there are things going on. We'll get to that in a bit. The men's is difficult because there are so many things they can do, so it really is a tough one to try and figure out. As you say, Logan Paul started to get a lot of traction the past few days. Drew McIntyre is a big name for certain reasons as well. It's got a lot of traction the past few days as well. Again, I'm going to get to more in detail those very soon. I'm going to run through some comments, and then what we're going to do, actually, we're going to show clips from our original predictions, because I want to get Lucas's reactions essentially to them, and then Lucas give us his official prediction for these matches. So before we do that, let's run through some of these comments here as well. What do we have? So Mark says that more outlets are now confirmed the leaked card is legit as far as the order of the card as well. We discussed that in length earlier on. So apparently that is legit now. VS, as in a few different organizations are kind of backing it up. Excess women's titles are worthless at the moment. I'm liking what they're doing with them. I'm liking what Chelsea Green's doing. I'm liking seeing the US and the IC title get used on the weekly shows, but again, I think they do need to be on the PLEs. Mark says that Roxanne's birthday is bonfire night. There you go. What a bang. Authors are paying. Yes, of course, we mentioned the group. Sadly, they were let go.
What the stable were the Final Testament, wasn't it?
Yeah, Final Testament. I'm pretty sure that was the name of the stable. Mark says also the women's IC barely defended it all. And
well,
also
she recently defended it against Dakota Kai, didn't she?
Yeah, true.
And it seemingly seems that they're setting her up to face Ivy Nile. But I'm not a massive fan of the whole, like, the person who loses the number one contendership match.
The tournament. Straight in it anyway. Yeah.
The number one contender afterwards.
Yeah. It's like the story you wanted to tell all along. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have rather Dakota Kai beat someone else to become number to win the match, and then Ivy Nile attacked, because it makes her seem a bit weird. Unless they want to set up a triple threat, I guess. But yeah, I'll just head not to.
I've just realised what this comment says from Mark. There's only so much Wade Barrett's voice I can put on. I'm a big Wade fan, but hey, I can imagine it might grate for a bit. Hey, at least you ain't tuned out of us, buddy. I appreciate that. Casper says, I've been a fan for a long time, many years as well, because we were talking about new fans and old fans earlier on. Good to have both in the house in the forms of Garnacho and Harlan's baby and Casper, new and old wrestling fans. KO was pre-recorded, says Mark, and yeah, Chambers behind the TV, I'm guessing as well. Casper says, I'm a fan of Live Valkyria and Stephanie Vaquer and NXT. As Lucas said, we dove deep into NXT about 2 weeks ago when we covered their last PLE as well. We're going to look to do the same on WrestleMania week when it comes to Standard Deliver. So if you're a fan of NXT, subscribe, and hopefully we'll talk a bit more about that. Got Rob in the house who says The Miz needs to be on the pre-show. Yeah, The Miz doesn't really get much love these days, is he? I mean, he's had some fun storylines in the background, but not a lot. And also thinks that Roxanne Perez will win tonight. Casper says, what are your thoughts on Ryback? I love Ryback. I got to say, guilty pleasure of mine as well. I was a big fan of Ryback, and I say it with chest, because there's a lot of people out there who want to diminish Ryback's time in the WWE, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Rob says 2-part time, Cena and Paul not, and then also says from Mark Stable, it was called the Final Testament. Now, as I say, let's get into some of our predictions from earlier on this week. I'm going to get Lucas's reactions to myself, Dan, and Rob's predictions. So I'm just going to get these set up in the background. And let's have a look, first of all, at what Dan had to say about the Women's Chamber. Let's just get this ready.
And these are my predictions for WWE Elimination Chamber 2025. First up, we have the Women's Elimination Chamber featuring Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Bayley, Naomi, and Roxanne Perez. The winner of this match will seemingly go on to WrestleMania to take on Rhea Bloody Ripley for the WWE Women's World Championship. Now, I think this is probably a two-horse race, really. I think it's either Bianca Belair or Liv Morgan. I'm going to go Bianca, I think. I think there's going to be more to it with the whole Jade Cargill storyline. But it could potentially lead to Jade coming back and fighting Naomi at WrestleMania. So I'm going to go Bianca Belair to win this one.
All right, so that was Dan's opinion on the Women's Chamber match. Now I'm going to bring up Rob's opinion and then mine, and then we'll get Lucas'
Elimination Chamber. Look, I think there's a lot going on story-wise with this. I actually think the people that attacked Jade Cargill are not the people that we think attacked Jade Cargill, or at least one of them. And I think we're going to find this out at Elimination Chamber. So by process of elimination, that means there's no Naomi win, and there's no Bianca Belair win. In fact, I think it was one of those, hoping that it actually was Bianca, because I think that would be a great transition for her to go to a heel. So with that being said, it only leaves a couple of the women. Alexa coming back, I think she's doing something with the Wyatt Sicks, so we kind of take her away from it. Potentially it could be Bailey, but I think she's got still the thing, like the feud building through it from NXT. So I actually believe it's going to be Liv Morgan.
And then my original prediction, Chamber Toronto predictions. Now we're going to start out with a pretty tough one in my opinion. That is the Women's Elimination Chamber match. Now this match features Liv Morgan, Alexa Bliss, Bianca Belair, Naomi, Roxanne Perez, and Bailey. Now 2 of those, Bianca and Naomi, I feel are going to be involved with the Jade Cargill situation very, very soon, maybe even at the Chamber. So I'm excluding them. We've just seen Alexa come back, of course. I'm not sure if they're ready to put her in the kind of women's main event of WrestleMania, so not sure about that. Roxanne's only just come onto the main roster, not sure about that. And then you've got Liv Morgan, who going back into a Rhea Ripley storyline is not what I want to see at the moment, and she's only just won a tag title herself, so I don't see that happening. So it kind of does leave Bailey, which doesn't make a lot of sense either. So I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards Roxanne Perez once again. I do feel like she might just have the rocket strapped to her and go straight into a big picture on the main roster. The thing is, though, I'm not sure if they're ready to do something like that with her. So again, I'm finding this one really tough. I've got to be honest. A lot makes sense. I mean, Alexa versus Rhea Ripley would be a cool storyline. But then if they're bringing in the Wyatt Sicks, I don't know if the kind of alternative babyface figure of Rhea Ripley is the one to go up against here. Roxanne Perez. Let's just go with that.
All right, so as you can see, I wasn't completely sold, and since the kickoff and SmackDown, I'm still not 100% sure, but those were our original predictions. You can find those going forward, at least on our TikTok and on our YouTube shorts as well. So appreciate those that have been reacting to those in the past few days. Anyway, before we react to our original predictions, going to get to some more comments here. We've got Rob in the house again saying Jordan Grace attacked her. That's an interesting prediction. I haven't heard anyone go for that one yet. And then Mr. Dan Hargreaves is here as well. Good evening, guys. How are we doing? Very good to see you, Dan. Appreciate you commenting, buddy. Of course, a friend from over at Give Me a Hole, yes. Just want to give them a shout out, by the way, guys. We do often have members of the Wrestling Media on this channel for our build-up shows, and a lot of times people ask if we're going to do watch-alongs, and we don't do watch-alongs often, but I always say check out our friends at Give Me a Hole, because they do do a lot of watch-alongs, and I know they're doing one tonight as well. Dan says, I'm covering the show live. Oh, there you go. I was plugging you, buddy. Look at that. Right on cue. Again, look, we're here taking you right up into the event. If you want to see kind of running commentary during the event, I 100% recommend checking out our friends over at Give Me a Hole, and then after that, no worries, buddy. Jumping back over here for our instant reaction review. We're going to let you know exactly what we thought of what went down at Elimination Chamber once the show goes off the air. But before we get there, we're sticking with predictions. So you saw my thoughts, Lucas. You saw Dan's thoughts. You saw Rob's. What are your opinions on our predictions? And, of course, what do you think is going to happen yourself in the Women's Elimination Chamber match?
Yeah, so here's what I think. That there's so much to unpack in this because obviously we've got the over kind of lying arch of the Jade Cargill situation, and it's been a very long time now. Was it back in? I believe it was back in November. So it's been a very long time, and obviously, the injury itself was very questionable. Like people were wondering, have they kind of pulled her from TV to get her more training, and there's a lot to this injury, but it seems obviously it's very much the story, and it does seem that the thing they do most often is they like doing a kind of bait and switch, don't they, with these stories where they're baiting it to be Liv and Raquel, but it won't actually be Liv or Raquel. Now, in terms of this match, I just don't know how. Now, thing is, it is kind of in Triple H's thing to kind of go back to the well of Liv and Rhea, but I just think that it's done. Like, I don't know how you'll do it again. Judgment Day in itself seems to kind of be imploding from within. Anyway, And so, like, if Liv was to win, then you kind of have to either have a leave Judgment Day, so that obviously they can just implode, and she just maybe sticks with Raquel. But we've already kind of seen this feud, so I don't see what it really adds, it being at the Mania match. So then I'm going to dismiss Alexa Bliss straight away, as I just think the ship sailed. And the fact that they seemingly want her back with doing Wyatt Sicks stuff just kind of says that's kind of where they think she's meant to be, which, you know, hey ho. Then they're left with obviously Bianca and Naomi. Now I don't know how they're going to do revealing if it was to be them, innit? That makes sense.
As in within the chamber match itself?
Yeah.
Or do you mean generally?
Both, but in specific to tonight, like how they get that across in the chamber match. Like, I guess the only thing
I think they would. Go on, sorry.
Yeah, what they could do, I guess, is have a moment where Bianca or Naomi turns on the other one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, it could be potentially after one of them gets eliminated from the match, the other kind of, you know, that they had that weird bit where they opened the door, didn't they, for that person to leave. And we've seen bits before where this has happened. A smart way to do actually would be have a shot. I think have Bianca eliminated first, because the thing is, she's been booked so strong, and a lot of people it'd be seen as quite a big shock. It's eliminated first, okay, and then Naomi comes into the match and eliminates the person who eliminated Bianca. And then during that little weird gap again, like I said, where they're getting that person out of the cage, Bianca comes back into the cage. And people are like, oh, what's on? Yeah. And this could be maybe when Naomi's maybe on the receiving end of something. And they're thinking, oh, I'm going to save. But no, she actually comes out and she costs Naomi. So that's the one way of kind of doing it in the match per se. But then that also means or dictates to me that I don't think there is the other way, I guess, where they have one of them eliminate each other, the other one, that makes sense. And it's like a deliberate elimination. So it's not like they accidentally, you know, kind of butt heads and then, like, you know, one pins the other. It's like, no, like Bianca actively does a move on Naomi to pin her, and then that's her eliminated. But the wild card in this match is the one which is just becoming just like, I just think, the golden card. And I think the winner is going to be Roxanne Perez.
Again, that's what I went with. And it's by process of elimination. And this time last year, it was Tiffany Stratton, who was coming up from NXT. And we were like, you know what? Maybe, like, she got a massive reception in Australia. Yeah. And there was a huge boo when she got eliminated as well. And we talked about this on last night's weekend preview as well. I think it was Christopher that raised the subject. Apologies if it wasn't, but there you go, Christopher, you get the credit. But we were basically saying, like, with Tiffany, they gave it to it Money in the Bank. They did it eventually anyway. But could they have not learned from the mistakes? Because I do think they still did the Tiffany thing correctly for the most part. But yeah, bringing her in, bringing Roxanne in, I should say, even quicker, could be something to do, because again, not a lot of these people make sense. Alexa's tied up with the Wyatt stuff. Bianca and Naomi are tied up with the Jade stuff. Bailey doesn't make sense. We were there last year. Who was the other one? Liv Morgan's the tag champ now, and we've seen that with Rhea Ripley. So the one left for me, again, that's why this one's hard to pick, because it's like, I don't know who or why. So therefore,
Bailey is on Raw. She is on Raw. Which obviously sets that up very easily. Obviously, Roxanne Perez, I guess, is currently still signed to NXT. But I do think there's a few people in NXT actually, or few acts actually on NXT that I do think genuinely, when they come to the main roster, needs to have the rocket strapped to them. And I honestly genuinely believe that Roxanne Perez is that once in a generational talent that deserves this.
Big claim.
I think her for the women's side of things. I think Obafemi for the men.
I was gonna guess before you said it, and I was gonna say Obafemi.
You know but I mean, like, how do you not though? Like, how do you call Obafemi up to Raw and SmackDown
and not take advantage of it quickly?
He's like losing to our truth, like you just can't I just think there's certain people because NXT do this amazing job because of how they build their product and build their people to become stars, and you really get behind them. Do you know what I mean? So it's like now, like, if you're an NXT fan, like you're really behind people like Obafemi, like Fraxium. You know, like how do Fraxium, for example, like, you know, how do you take a team who have just consistently outperformed all the other tag division, like, and have had just match after match after match, been going to TNA to have matches. Do you know what I mean? Like, been on the main roster, you know, to have a match or to have a feud or whatever. But again, like, why would one of them in the Rumble this year? It's just really weird when you compare, obviously, how the women's one was. But anyway, you know, I just think it's a case of Roxanne Perez is that kind of talent, but now you said about Bayley just now. It does just make it seem that although we've been there before, it's always WWE's mind we haven't been there before with this story. You know what I mean? Like, last year's story is very different for Bayley. She won the Rumble. She kind of was facing the group who she thought were her friends. Like, this time round, it's more a case of she wants to kind of have the good wrestling match, I guess.
Yeah. But I mean, last year didn't. As much as I love Bayley, it didn't do it for me, and I think for many people, like, it wasn't the story we expected, you know, or the execution of the story that we expected. So, you know, I feel like I don't want to be disrespectful to Bayley or Io or, you know, Damage Control or anything like that, because I love the Damage Control, and I think Io's great and Bayley's great, but let's be honest, it didn't come off the way I think we all hoped. I mean, for me, I was hoping there'd be at least some slight return to the hugger. Maybe that's just me being disappointed about that. But yeah, to see the same feud again without even those stakes just feels pointless to me.
Yeah, it's very key here, because I think presentations are always very key, and I think Bayley, for me, she's lacked good presentation in the past year, and the smallest thing they could do is just, I know they're probably not going to go back to the hugger music, fair enough, but if they were to change her music, because she's had that theme since she was a villain and doing the whole role models tag team of Sasha Banks, who is no longer with the company, and that's no longer a thing. So she needs to have changed theme songs, and like, you know, she's had a recent stint with NXT, and obviously really shone well there. But just about when her theme hits, like, you still get that kind of look of like, who is it? Like,
yeah. She came out on like a panel thing the other day and basically took the mic and was like, "Well, I love this theme." Clearly not a fan herself, but I mean, look, we always see it around this period,
like,
don't we, with women's rumbles?
I mean, like, these are like the Charlotte Flair one. Like, as much as people can just say what they like about Charlotte Flair,
I don't like that one either.
The theme makes sense. Like,
no, I don't like her theme. I like the old one. I like the old one so much more.
Her new one.
No, I'm not having it, Lucas. Not a fan.
I especially love the All Hail the Queen. I don't know what it is. I love the voice that says that All Hail the Queen. I just love it.
I like that bit. I do like that bit. Right, you know what? We had Dan in the comments, and special occasion now, because we're actually going to bring him into the chat itself. So here he comes, Mr. Dan Hargreaves of Give Me a Whole Year fame. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much for the invite.
Yeah, no worries, man. Good to have you on. Good to have you on. Look, we're going to break down the card further. Really enjoyed your stream with Andy last night, by the way, on Give Me a Whole Year and Wrestling Royalties. So, again, if you guys haven't already, check these boys out. They're doing incredible stuff over there. And, privileged to have you on, mate. And we'll dive into some of the things you spoke about last night, because you raised some good points there as well. So, looking forward to that. Before we do, we're going to get to a few more of these comments as well, because I appreciate there's a few coming in that I haven't quite got to just yet. So, Mark says, The reason I don't think it's her is you brought her into WWE as a face and attacked Jade, who is on the main roster. Makes no sense. That's relating to the Jordan Grace rumors we mentioned earlier on as well. Unless you shoot her up after a month, and then what is it? I think you have Jade show up and take him out somehow in the chamber. The door opens. Look, I would like the old look, and I mentioned it on our weekend preview. Shawn Michaels, as we all know, loves to replay his old feuds, right? And he's done that. We assume with this, the whole Triple H, let's look at the digital footage and oh no, it's Triple H who attacked Shawn Michaels, right? It feels like we might get something similar with Bianca, for example. But I want them also to kind of play back the old Shawn Michaels coming out of the floor of the chamber. That's what I'd like to see tonight. I want Jade Cargill coming out of the floor of the chamber, and then Naomi and Bianca being like, oh crap. And then look, she will attack him. And as Lucas said earlier, how do you describe why she's doing it? That might be a whole SmackDown job. We'll have to see for that. But Casper says I'm a big fan of the Wyatt Sicks and hopefully wants to see Bianca. Oh, come on, man. Someone wants to see Bianca go heel as well. Mark says a lot like Carlito and the Chris Masters thing. They were a great team. I miss those guys being together. Rob says Nikki Cross comes up from under the mat and takes someone to hell with her. Oh, that's kind of similar to what I just said. I promise I didn't read that comment. I actually mentioned it yesterday, but I appreciate the great minds speak alike. Dan, before you jumped in, you also said that Roxanne was an Iron Survivor, Iron Woman in the Rumble, and Roxanne is such a good shout to have a rocket strapped to her back. Yeah, if there's anyone to do it to, it's someone that they've kind of almost got previous with, right? They've already shown their interest in her. Bianca to turn heel, I think, is needed. And Naomi heel and Jade Cargill as a face. This is the big thing, I think, as far as this Bianca Jade thing goes. I think Naomi deserves to stay in the story, so I'd like it to become a triple threat, essentially. Damra's responded to Casper.
Legacy to the
exactly that. Dan, you said, I think Jade is a natural heel. She struggles babyface. Bianca does too. Too much corporate face into the company, so I don't think she'll work as a heel. Ooh, controversial. I think she was great as a heel in NXT. We'll get to that. Also, you want to see Bianca, but you think she's John Cena cat. Yeah, 100%. And that's why I want to see her to go heel. She's been this for too long. Casper said, I think the Rock segment of SmackDown was giving Cody all these gifts, but do you see Cody Rose turning heel? I wouldn't have a problem with Bayley winning the chamber. And also says, but I don't think Bayley with the chamber. Okay, and then Roxanne sort of like CM Punk's wife. What do you mean? She's similar to AJ Lee? She's not though. All right, she's not. So let's keep it there. Right.
I can kind of see where he's going. Like I can see the reach he's going for. So it's that kind of girl next door, isn't it? Kind of gimmick. But I'd argue Roxanne was more that as the baby face.
She's very different as a heel.
She's very different as a villain, yeah. And I think But obviously they're both small in stature, aren't they? AJ Lee and Roxanne Perez.
Yeah.
Then you can say that about Alexa Bliss, Zelina Vega. Like, where do you kind of stop with that? You just go any small person as AJ
Lee. True. Let's go. Roxanne is his daughter.
That makes more sense to me.
Yeah, it does make a bit more sense as well. Chooses the kid, same as Corey J. Yeah, he does. Yeah, they have a lot of love for Punk in NXT. Right. Again. Great to have you with us, Dan. What are your thoughts, mate, on the women's chamber? You've touched on a little bit there in the comments as far as, potential for Bianca to turn heel. So maybe the revelation for Jade Cargill isn't happening the same way that we've predicted. Do you think that's part of this match here? And even if you do or you don't, ultimately, who do you think is coming out as the victor?
As I said in the comments earlier on, you've got Roxanne with the massive rocket strap to her back. So I think we will see Jade involved in some way, whether it is just taking people out and trying to insert herself into the match. We have seen it before. Edge did the same thing, taking a performer out before they get into the match. I think we might see a different way for this one. Jade comes and appears in the ring when someone has been taken out, like someone said in the comments earlier. Takes out Naomi, takes out Jade, because it could be that both of them attacked her, or it could be one of them that's attacked her, but she isn't 100% sure. She wants to take out both of them and cost both of them, which then keeps both Jade, Naomi, and, all three of them together in a storyline ready for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
And I think that leaves the opportunity for Roxanne Perez to win it. Maybe not as a huge babyface going every pinfall, but just a little bit enough in there where it's enough to make her look strong, but maybe not the strongest in the match because you're expecting your Bianca to win the match. So for me, if it's not Jade coming in and inserting herself into the match, it's Roxanne Perez for me.
Look, I think Roxanne feels like the default option for a lot of us. And it's more because we can't really understand what else they're doing. But it feels like if they're ever going to strap the rocket to someone quickly, it's going to be a Roxanne. Lucas has said, she's a kind of almost a generational talent. Dan has mentioned how she's already had that kind of experience within the NXT roster itself. So again, she's got previous kind of, you know what? I'm feeling more confident about Roxanne as time goes on. And a great way to do it is in this comment here from Mark that says, hell, you could even have her music play as far as Jade goes. And Bianca and Naomi get pinned, basically. There is that shock. So maybe she doesn't even show up. And you get that suspicion of like, wait, why did they look scared of Jade? Are they part of this? And then you reveal it on SmackDown. You think she's got to be there?
Yeah, I don't know the music. I think obviously we saw the segment they did with Logan coming out with Cena's music yesterday.
Oh, so yeah.
When someone's not there. But I think because it's been so long, I think WWE would only be trolling us, the audience, by doing that. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then there'd need to be, I guess there would be, you could argue there's a storyline payoff in this, but if it's going to be like next week on SmackDown, just have Jay return next week on SmackDown. I wouldn't want to see a situation where you get the crowd excited for her to come out and then she shouldn't come out. I think it's weird. It's weird kind of us all arriving at this same conclusion with what Roxanne Perez thing. And if she does win, she's more than deserved. But the question I have with both of you is, would she have to? She'd have to still stay as a villain, wouldn't she, to face Ripley? Surely. But I think I do see her already gaining some popularity on the main roster anyway. So I guess she'd have to maybe readdress herself, I guess, and do something impactful. Because could you beat Raquel Rodriguez, who obviously is a villain, to qualify the match?
Yeah.
So
and she looked very strong on SmackDown as well. So this is what puts me off, is that as much as we're all kind of fantasy booking this rise for Roxanne Perez, realistically we have to take a step back and go, man, they'd be sticking her in a very big position, like even if it isn't going to close WrestleMania night one, as sometimes the women's has, or whatever else, realistically, it'll be considered a main event, right? She's going to go for a world title at WrestleMania, potentially against someone like Rhea Ripley, which is massive and shakes things up, keeps things fresh for all of us, which I'm really excited to see. But it's still strange.
Yeah, but Rhea herself, though, was NXT just a few years ago. Bianca, we talk about Bianca Belair.
Yeah.
Like she was in the same situation a few years ago and she won the Rumble. She's fresh off debut on the main roster. She won the Rumble. Then I guess it's got that caveat. It was a COVID year Rumble, whatever you want to call it. But she won the Rumble. She went on to actually main event a night of WrestleMania. And then I think last year, didn't she have the biggest win percentage for the women? I believe, like most pins on the So, and she's pretty much been a champion for over half her time on the main roster, I want to say, because she was Raw Women's Champion for about a year, wasn't she? And then she's held the multiple times now, the best part of the last year as well. So I think, I don't know, I don't think the whole is she ready, like that side of the argument is really like one I'll buy at this point. I think the fact that they've had multiple chances to get her out of this. Like if they were say for instance they gave her the Rumble spot, that could have been an in and out spot, or even just a kind of traditional kind of like maybe 5-10 minutes. Oh, look at her, she's here from NXT. But the fact that they're winding her stuff down on NXT, making it very clear that the main women now on NXT are Jordan Gray, Stephanie Vicaire, and Julia, and the fact that they've then gone, okay, we're going to put you in the chamber after already making you the Iron Woman of the Rumble and making you the NXT Iron Survivor like before that, and the two-time NXT Women's Champion before that. Like, I just think there's just too many signs that be like, it'd be weird they now swept the rug under, swept it away and said, oh, we don't think you're good enough anymore. We're going to send you back to NXT and you're going to feud with Sol Ruka, which again would be a great match, but I don't see why that would happen when they've just only shown like faith in her. And I think going back to Tiffany Stratton example from last year, like if you've got someone that's ready, like just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. Not like the women's division was, thinking the women's division last year on Raw was held hostage by one feud because they kept the feud going even when didn't they both get injured at one point? I know Rhea did, and then she came back from injury. But yeah, they kept one feud going for like 6 months and didn't give anyone a chance like to do anything. So now's a chance of going, you know what? Let's just go all in on someone like Roxanne Perez because she's more than capable of doing the match. We know that. Like from the back. I don't think she ever had a bad match. Like genuinely.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. She's I don't want to say carried because it's been a good division itself, but she's been a top of a very well kind of spoken about women's division in NXT. And, again, this time last year, we're looking at Tiffany Stratton thinking, you know what, they could pull something exciting here and do something with her. And we felt like maybe that would be deserving and quite fun to freshen things up. If they weren't going to do it then as you say, kind of doing these things in the past few months, it does feel like maybe they're more likely to do it for Roxanne Perez. So it would be interesting to see. Going to get to a few more of these comments here, and we'll move on to our next match in a moment as well. Rob also thinks that Perez will steal a win, and it'll be a little bit like LA Knight. Mark says you can also do the music with both music plays. Doesn't come out. One gets pinned, and the other one gets pinned, as she actually does come out. Another comment here from, see, this is the thing. You're saying, do I remember you? And I do, but what I don't remember is how to pronounce your name. We went through this, didn't we? F Sweezy, I think I went with F Sweezy. Can you remind me? Anyway, I do remember, anyways, I got Cena for the men's, and then Sammy, and then Tiffany and Trish, and then Bianca winning the women's. Look, we've just been discussing the women's at depth and basically saying we don't think it will be Bianca because of the Jade Cargill situation, but you never know. Stranger things have happened, and we're going to get to those other matches in just a moment. Mark also says Julia, when she recovers from her injury, hence the title is happening early. Yeah, that's a conversation I'd love to dig into a little bit deeper in the future, actually. But that whole book in there has been a little confusing for me. It feels like a waste of that match. If why, I'm not a fan of title versus title all the time anyway. But anyway, that's a conversation for another day. Liv is injured too, is referring to what Lucas was asking about earlier on as far as that feud with Rhea Ripley. And Rob also says even if she wins, it doesn't mean that she has to beat Rhea at Mania. It's a good point. It could put her into this position, but they keep a hold of, someone that's more, I guess, balanced on the top of the card as far as, running that division going forward because she's been there for a while. But that's been our kind of main thoughts on the women's chamber. Get your comments in, guys. We want to hear what you think about it as well. We'll hop back into this match, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the stream before we do head out of here. When the PLE starts itself. And again, just a reminder, go and follow Give Me a Whole Yeah, and Dan will be over there keeping you company throughout the show itself. But for now, we're still in preview mode, so we'll get to some more of our predictions from earlier on this week. What we're going to do now is talk about the Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens match. You're going to see my original prediction, Rob's, and Dan's as well. Dan from this channel rather than Dan who's a guest on this channel tonight. Just to confuse things. Let's go through those, and then again we'll get your reaction to those in just a moment as well. So first up is Rob.
Of Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens in the unsanctioned match. I don't mind these kind of matches. I think personally this should main event. Obviously being where it is as well. Whose side do I pick? Personally, I go with Kevin Owens. I think everything that Kevin has said, weirdly, has been actually correct, and he's made that point very true. Every single time he said something, he's given a fact about it, and Kevin Owens hasn't lied once. I do think the problem here is Cody Rhodes. And again, Sami not interfering. He wasn't teaming either. However, with Sami not interfering and not siding with either, technically to Kevin Owens makes it seem like he sided with Cody. And again, I agree. So I think that I'm happy to see this match happen. So, getting to see Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn go at it in any kind of match, they're always going to deliver. They could have match of the night. Potentially they can have match of the year. They have that in them to do that. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going Kevin Owens.
All right, so big call there from Rob saying it could potentially be not only match of the night but match of the year. He's right, they do have it in them, so we'll see what happens there. Here's my original prediction from a few days ago.
Unsanctioned match between two best friends, now enemies, once again, Sami Zayn versus Kevin Owens. Now, this is going to WrestleMania, surely, right? It has to. Neither of these guys have a storyline as far as the world title picture goes, which I think both could argue that they deserve. So therefore, I think the kind of consolation prize is to have a big moment between the two friends on the grandest stage of them all. So for that reason, I do think we're getting a finish that leads towards that. And I think that kind of means that Kevin Owens has to win so that Sami can try and get payback at WrestleMania in probably a Hell in a Cell or something like that. So for me, I think this is either going to be a Kevin Owens win or maybe even no contest. Let's say no contest.
All right, so my original prediction from earlier this week, as you can see, a little bit different from Rob, while I agree with him that, yeah, they can put a match of the night / match of the year even. I got a feeling they might even go 5 minutes. But let's throw over to Dan's original prediction as well.
Sanctioned match between Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. I think there's only one way this one has to go, you know. I think it's going to be Sami Zayn to win. But I think this is going to also lead to the two of the men facing off at WrestleMania.
All right, so we all think it's going to WrestleMania, but we've all got different ways to get there, essentially. So let's throw over to, as we've just had Dan from Rebellious Noise, let's throw over to Dan from Give Me a Whole Year. What are your thoughts on our original predictions there? Do any of them align with what you think is going to go down, mate?
I think a lot of them align with the end goal, but I've got Randy Orton possibly returning and setting it up maybe as a triple threat match for Mania. I know Triple H is about getting wrestlers paid, so if you have a triple threat match, it's an extra performer on the show for the big stage, another payday for performers who definitely deserve it. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, they can't really have a bad match. This is the weakest feud and build-up I think we've seen. We had the original Bloodline stuff, we had the NXT, Kevin Owens debut, and then turning on Sami that actual night after he won the NXT title. So I think this has been the weakest build of the 3 big matches they've had. But you'll put them two in a ring with a broom each, and they would still put on a 5-star match. They are that good. So I've got Kevin Owens winning, maybe Randy Orton returning to align himself after the match and turn it into a triple threat. But yeah, definitely Kevin Owens winning absolutely all day long.
All right. So yeah, Dan picks Kevin Owens. An interesting point there with Randy Orton. I mean, Randy's apparently due back, so I get that. He's been in and around storylines with Kevin for a while as well. The triple threat thing, it will give a new element to their feud as far as the two that we always see together. So that's quite interesting. But it's how do we get there? How do we, who's the heel, who's the face, and how do you have does Sami become a tweener almost because there's 3 of them? So it'd be interesting to see with that. Lucas, I saw you're nodding away and agreeing with Dan there. So do you think Randy Orton showing up tonight as well?
Yeah, he's got to. I think that they're doing. I'd have thought they're doing this match now because they're not going to do this match at WrestleMania, because I don't see where they scale it up. Like obviously, they're already having an unsanctioned match, which is probably bonkers. And then I don't see where you go further. Like after this, like. Do you have like unsanctioned match inside a cage or something? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So I think they say, look, we now have to sanction it. We have to control it inside Hell in a Cell. That's what I think they do.
Oh, okay. No, I don't think it's needed. I'd rather they insert Randy Orton into the triple threat. Being deadly honest, I think they've already had 2 matches at Mania, haven't they? Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn.
Have they had 2?
Yeah, they had that one. They had that one that was. During one of the COVID years, Mania, it was like a 5-minute match. They had one, I think Mania 38, 39.
Okay, right, yeah.
No, it could have been 39 actually, because that was Owens and Stone Cold. But yeah, one of those ones. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's one of those where I said earlier they always return to this well because it's always a good match, and they obviously can do the thing they do good. But I don't know why you'd want to just do this and then do it again at WrestleMania. Like it doesn't
that's why my prediction was that it wouldn't be a proper match. It would be a pull apart after 5 minutes. And then, but to do that in the place that they held WrestleMania 6 and 18,
does feel like a bit of a weird thing to do. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's what makes me kind of more aligned with your thinking there of like, this is the moment for the one-on-one because it's not happening at WrestleMania. But again, it's a really hard one to pick. I mean, that's the great thing about this card. It might only be 4 matches, but there are so many different avenues they can go down as far as results and where they lead to essentially in the future. Going to get to some more of these comments here, especially those relating to this match as well. F. Sweezy, still not sure if I'm saying your name right. Talks about who we got. We've just touched on that a little bit there. Rob says Kevin wins with help from the Bloodline. Can you imagine if that happened? And Roman makes an appearance to help Sammy. Okay, I can kind of see where you're going there. Casper says Trish to turn on Tiffy time. Casper, you've seen my original predictions there. We'll get to that in a bit as well. We're going to be moving on to that match very, very soon there. Davis has got Kevin Owens. Great to have you in the house, buddy. Really appreciate you joining us here tonight live on our build-up show. Rob says that Kevin needs to win more. I kind of agree with that. I think it was mentioned in our comments earlier on tonight as well that it would be 2 PLEs in a row that Kevin loses, which is not a good look. So he either has to win or the kind of pull apart that I mentioned earlier on, in my opinion. Casper says, I'd like to see another ambulance match. You haven't seen one of those in a while. That'd be quite interesting to see. Also, F. Sweezy, I'm going to keep saying it like that, wants to see Sammy win. And here's a reason. Oh, we're getting into reasons as well. Here we go. Let's break this down. Underdog storyline. Sammy's underdog journey has always been a fan favorite. Defeating his longtime friend turned rival Kevin Owens would be a monumental moment that completes his redemption arc. Also says elevating him to the top of WWE roster, providing the perseverance pays off. Reason number 2. Oh my gosh, we're having an essay here. Here we go. Fresh direction for both characters. A win for Sammy can inject new energy both into Owens, his career and Owens' career, and it allows. Oh, hold on. There we go. And it allows new rivalries and creates storylines with Owens possibly taking on a new role of facing fresh challenges while Zayn moves into the top tier position. Kevin Owens versus Zayn, Hell in a Cell 2021, Mania 37, TakeOver Unstoppable 2015, Payback 2016, SmackDown 2021. Man, you've done your research. TakeOver Rival 2015 and Battleground 2016. Going back to this essay from F. Sweezy, emotional payoff. Their friendship has been one of the most emotional and complicated storylines in WWE. Saying that, I'm looking forward to the promo package that they could put together, if not here, but definitely at WrestleMania if they do face one-on-one. And also says Zayn victory would be a payoff to the emotional investment fans have had in their relationship. I think that's true. If someone has to win the feud, ultimately it should be Sami Zayn, especially if he's the babyface. Allowing Sami Zayn to overcome the betrayal and prove himself as a solo competitor. Sami versus Kevin haven't had a bad match at all. I'm really excited for tonight's match, even if it's gone over and over. Yeah, it's one of those, as Lucas said, you can always go back to the well, and they always deliver. Long-term story potential even. Beating Owens could serve as a catalyst for an even deeper storyline. We've had some interesting things with Sami Zayn. There we go. 2 years ago, we were all looking at going, is he going to win the title at Elimination Chamber? It looks kind of unlikely because of the Cody thing, but there was genuine thought at the time that he should be winning it. And I do believe since then he should have won a world heavyweight, but that's another conversation for another day. Nikki Johnson also thinks that Randy Orton's going to return tonight, and also says I can see Kevin Owens beating Jay for the World Heavyweight Championship at Survivor Series, or maybe that's SummerSlam. And also Sammy winning the Royal Rumble in 2026 and then beating KO to become World Heavyweight Champion. I mean, now that Sammy does go to the Saudi events and he's a big part of them these days, that's a big shout, of course. That's where it's going to be held. So maybe that is what we're going to see. Great to see you, Nikki. Appreciate your comments and everybody that's joined us, whether you're here for the first or the 15th time. We are really appreciative of you. Musty Boy, a new name here as well. I love it. Sammy versus KO, haven't had a bad match at all. I'm excited for tonight, as we've touched on as well. Casper says, I think Roman will turn up tonight. And, as yet untitled, Rob from this channel is in the house as well. Says if Cody says no to Rock should put him in a chamber match as punishment. 3 men start and Cody has to beat all odds. Wow, can you imagine that? Cody's suddenly in the match himself. A different Rob here though says, didn't Sammy lose at the last PLE? What did Sammy do at the last PLE?
Was
he was in the Rumble, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't think he's had a match.
Okay, yeah. I mean, loads of people lost that match, mate. It's all right to lose again. All right, let's throw it over to the next match to talk. Actually, no, Lucas, have I got your thoughts on that one? I haven't really, have I? I have. You said. Sorry.
I agree with Dan. I agree with Dan, and I think they should have triple threat. So we're kind of that.
That was it. Yeah.
Good. I was fearful I didn't let you speak there, but I'm glad we have. All right, let's throw it over to again Dan from the Rebellious Noise channel and his predictions for Tiffy and
To a
Trish.
tag team match featuring Trish Stratus and WWE Women's Champion Tiffany Stratton taking on the team of Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. Now, I wouldn't bet against a Charlotte Flair interference in this one, but I do think that Tiffy and Trish are coming out of this one in Trish's hometown of Toronto with the victory.
All right, a hometown victory predicted by Dan. Here's what I thought a few days ago.
Trishy time versus Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. Look, for this one, it's all about Charlotte, right? Charlotte Flair is linked with Tiffany as far as WrestleMania goes, so I feel like she's going to play a hand here at some point. But I've got a weird feeling that Trish is going to turn heel. I've got this idea of a 3 generations match at WrestleMania, and I feel like Trish coming back might be so that she can turn heel once again. She seems to have a great time playing that role last time round. I really enjoyed it, and I got a feeling they're going to do it again. So I feel like Trish might be turning on Tiffany. With that in mind, it feels like that team more likely would lose when that happens. I'm not 100% sure about that though, because they've just released merch as well. But I don't know. Just got a feeling Trish's going to turn heel in her hometown. Candice and Nia to win.
All right, different hometown reaction for me when it comes to Trish. Here's Rob's original prediction.
Trish versus Nia and Candice. I'll make this one short and sweet, really. I like Tiffy. I'm not a big fan of Trish. I like Nia, and I'm a fan of Candice as well. So it kind of weighs it out as like 2-1, I guess, on siding. Story-wise, I don't know which way they're going to go. Last time Trish was kind of around, she was a heel. And now she comes back again, and the crowd are looking at her as she's a face. Again, the same issue that we've had with The Rock. It's quite frustrating. I will try and bring this point up and make it a discussion on our next podcast. So, guys, please tune in for that. But back to this, I'm going Nia and Candice.
All right. Well, sadly, Rob hasn't been able to join us tonight, but we appreciate he's in the chat with us anyway. But yeah, some interesting points brought up there by Rob as far as, you know, Trish was a heel. Doesn't seem to be a fan of the fact that she's come back as a baby face and it's kind of been forgotten about. Now, I personally believe it's because she's turning heel again, but I am starting to become aware that most of my predictions are either a heel wins or a heel turn, which I think is a bit too heavy on the heel front. So they can't all happen. I appreciate that. Now, on the kickoff show, Tiffany wasn't there, and I felt like she could, you know, Trish could say, look, I was ganged up and you weren't there. On SmackDown, they had that promo together. She was actually there, of course, but there's still room for a turn from Trish, in my opinion. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I think that's what I'd like to see. I know I brought it up on your stream last night, Dan, on Give Me a Whole Year when you were with Andy in the comments. So I was saying, look, yeah, a three-way match. I'm not a fan of shoehorning someone into a Rumble winners match, but I got to be honest, I like the idea of 3 generations going off in a triple threat. So what are your thoughts on that, Dan?
Up until you're bringing it up about the triple sort of generation match, I didn't think of it like that, but I think it's a great idea. I mean, I'm obviously a huge fan of Trish.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, it's signed and everything.
Oh, it's even better.
Look at that. You know what? Weirdly enough, they just sang happy birthday to Big E on the countdown. This is supposed to be the countdown watch along, so I should explain what's going on there. So good segue, Dan. Appreciate that. Happy birthday to Big E, and a lovely birthday message there from Trish to Dan as well. But yeah, go on. You want to see Trish in this match as well?
I don't think Trish will turn heel tonight. I think if she is going to turn heel, I don't think Triple H may could do it in her hometown. I think he'd probably wait till SmackDown, probably, and get as far away from Canada as possible because they'll be coming for Triple H with a stake. In terms of the match itself, it feels like it's just a way to get Trish on the card because it doesn't feel like there's a big legitimate story for Trish and Tiffy together. So, yeah, I think Trish may sort of tease a heel turn, accidentally hit Tiffy with a move, and that will cause the start of the dissension. but I don't think it will be immediate. But I do have Tiff and Trish winning tonight.
Okay, all right. So, Lucas, what are your thoughts on that? Actually, you know what? I'm going to hop out and run to the toilet because this is live and all that good stuff. And now I'll be back. But Lucas,
yeah. So I just see it as one of those kind of like just kind of almost like a Raw match in a way. This, I understand Trish is there to get the hometown pop, but it has kind of come out of nowhere. In a nice possible way, and I would just rather there be a title defense for Tiffany, even if it was just a rematch against Nia, or a triple threat against Nia and Candice LeRae. I think that would have been a much better option. I'm not a massive fan of these kind of like tags because it's like, well, from a babyface perspective, it's like, well, you're not going to have. Surely you don't want to have the SmackDown, whatever belt she has. That you don't want to have the champion pinned, but you also don't want to have the hometown hero pinned. But then, and the thing is, I just go on the default logic that I have with the SmackDown Women's Division. If Candice LeRae is in the match, she's getting pinned.
100%.
She's not allowed to win the
100%.
match, so she's getting pinned. And there's two people who will get a pot for pinning her. But I found it weird because, Charlotte Flair, I guess she's kind of seemingly like the female John Cena, it feels like, because she kind of was a babyface in the Rumble to an extent, and then she's been nothing but a villain. Well, she kind of flip-flopped quite a few times. Her first promo was very weird on Raw, where she was kind of like, "Oh, you're happy to see me," and then she's still doing. Then she did the whole "I've missed you guys," that typical kind of stick,
Yeah.
But it all felt very fake. But then when it got to NXT, she wouldn't even get in the ring with them, and that just kind of, just made it out like thing. And then she did the weird kind of attack on Tiffany on SmackDown and stuff. So it's a bit like, well, she's kind of doing her own kind of thing, isn't she? But I think they maybe might be using this as the kind of proper start of the feud. Something I did say when Charlotte Flair won the Rumble is that she's not wrestling again to WrestleMania, and I think they're most likely going to stick to that because I don't see why what they're going to really have her do, but they need to do something in this feud now to kind of escalate it past the kind of comparisons the two have of just being athletic people that wrestle. They've now got to do something. So I think this will be the match they use to kind of start that. But it's interesting because, like what Scott was saying, he's predicted basically everyone's turn heel on each other. It's also a case of going through my prediction and going, well, I've kind of predicted stuff happening after matches quite a lot. And it's like they can't all happen.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm hoping if it is the case, I don't want it to. I'd rather just have a fifth match rather than have extra stuff happen on the match. Because again, with the Randy Orton thing, it's like, does he come back after the match? Or with Jay Cargill, is she going to come back after the match or part of the match or get in the match? We can't have all these things really happen, on the same card. It would just be very, very messy. But yeah, I think Trish showed really at the Rumble that she has still got this, but I do think she probably needs to retire the Stratusfaction, which I guess she'd have an easy out if they do turn a villain down the line, because she can just have another villain, couldn't she? I guess she could do that as a babyface as well. But yeah, I'm not too, like I said, Scott, what you missed, I said I'm not really too much of a fan of this match as a whole. I'd rather see a title defense, Tiffany.
Well, I think it's like you said though, we're almost looking for reasons for certain matches to be on cards sometimes, and for us, we're thinking, is it, as Dan says, is this just simply the Canadian factor essentially, or is it a storyline progression situation? What we doing here? Are we cashing on Trish's popularity in Canada, or are we giving Trish, is this Trish's WrestleMania? We don't know. She might not even appear going forward. It might just simply have been she returns at the Rumble to have this match. We've seen that before with Trish as well. So that's
when you start looking for reasons, and if not, then the shenanigans happen in the women's chamber or the men's chamber or the Sammy and KO match that we've touched on already as well. So this, as we say, it might just simply be on the card because they're in Canada. That is a big possibility. I'm going to throw over to some more of these comments here as well. Musty Boy says, I kind of wish they would have added an extra match tonight. They could have done War Raiders versus American Made tonight instead of on Raw. Look, we've gone into deep conversation about this, Musty. I'm not sure when you joined us, buddy, but yeah, we talked about this earlier on, how there have been a lot of great steps in the Triple H era, but there were a few things that we do feel like he could do a little better with, and that's putting some of these guys on PLEs essentially. Yeah, it does make the Raws and the SmackDowns feel a bit more must-see when you've got title matches, but then when those titles only get defended on those shows, it actually devalues those titles, and therefore it doesn't bring the shows up after Raw. So it's it's an interesting point, and yeah, I think we'd all pretty much agree with that. And this is the thing about these build-up shows, guys. It's all about getting us hyped up in the mood for the PLE tonight, but we do often get into little tangents and random conversations beyond the show itself. So I appreciate that we do get quite a few of you come and view the show after it, even though we're hyping up a show, if that makes sense. And it's because we do get into conversations like this as well. But yeah, the build-up is some of our most kind of fun shows to do, and apologies for hopping out just there. When you drink a drink this big, you need to hop to the toilets every now and then. And we also like to do on the build-up shows, we like to hear what people's snacks are going to be when it comes to their PLE viewing as well. Now, I'm not sure if that's what this comment's about, but we've got burger, which I appreciate. If you're having a burger, some Smarties in the house for Mr. Dan Hargreaves over here. Musty Boy then says, burger after burger after burger, I guess referring to the old Drew McIntyre tweet to Sheamus. That could have just been banger after banger, by the way, being sausages, but I don't think it would have translated as well to the American audience. Rob says, Musty, that means they would have had to book tag titles on the PLE. Hunter doesn't like that. Could have even had another tag chamber match. That's a good point, actually, but could you imagine 3 chamber matches? A random comment here from Rob, my hole, assuming that refers back to Nia Jax's hilarious statement back in the day. Musty also says, I could see that. I'd really like Tiffany versus Trish at least once. It does feel like a match that is one of your kind of 2K dream matches that you bring to life, isn't it? So it'd be nice to see it on the actual real life stage. Also says he did book the tag titles at Royal Rumble though, but we were all shocked though. Let's be honest, we were all shocked that got on the card. Tushy time. F Sweezy says, not gonna lie, you look like Sun Summer Camp Counselor name. Look, I don't know who that is, but I hope they're handsome.
Oh, there will be, don't worry.
Says, you what, sorry?
Don't worry, it will be a compliment.
I hope so. I bloody hope so. Mark says, whoa, how can you not be a fan of Trish relating to Rob's comment? Yeah, I wish Rob was on the air because I do want to grill him on that as well. He seems to have these controversial takes these days about legends. Dan, you agreed with Mark as well. Trish turns up Mania, says Rob. That could be something we see. Of course, Dan mentioned not doing it in Toronto, but maybe doing it later on. And Rob thinks that could be happening at WrestleMania. Canadian thing gear, probably what we're going to see. Of course, we did see the Maple Leafs jerseys on SmackDown as well. Casper says, but not sure about all the returns. Everyone coming back. Roman, Randy, and only having 4 matches on the card, but would love to see a bit of excitement. That's exactly it. As we mentioned there are possible heel turns, there are possible returns, there are possible souls being given away and people becoming corporate champions, which we'll get onto in just a moment as well. Mark says, if you're going to do KO versus Orton at Mania, you need Orton to show up tonight. Yeah, you've got to imagine he's showing up pretty soon if he's got any part in WrestleMania. Casper says, yeah, and The Rock being there will be overkill. I mean, Rock's announced, so we already know that's happening. Looking at the refs tonight, Jessica Carr again fulfilling the fact she's doing Evolved. Yeah, a lot of talk at the moment about Jessica Carr becoming an active competitor as well. And asking if we again, I just don't remember how you say your name. How'd you say your name? F Sweezy, was I right? Rob says, hang on, we have a new
segment on RM Pro Wrestling, Snack Down. Yeah, that's it. I don't know why we've never given it that name, have we? Yeah, that's a big part of these build-up streams. Again, they're a bit more relaxed, these streams. We talk last-minute rumors. We have a few drinks. We talk about food, and yeah, we get ourselves hyped up and in the mood. Thanks to everyone that's joined us tonight, and especially to our special guest Dan here as well from the Give Me a Whole Year podcast. Karrion Kross makes great promos. Use him in the Judgment, says Rob as well. They are handsome. Oh, that's I feel good now. Thank you very much. And happy birthday to Big E, says Mark. All right, let's get into what is surely going to be the main event of the evening. Of course, we're talking about the men's Elimination Chamber match. Once again, before we do get up here, though, I do want to give Dan the opportunity to plug what he's going to be doing very soon over on his own channel. So, Dan, take it away. Let the people know where they can find you, mate.
So thank you very much for that. It's not actually my channel. I still feel like a newbie on there, even though I've been there 4 years. But it is Give Me a Hull Year. Obviously, I'm a Hull lad. Dom and Anne, who originally set it up, are both Hull lads. So we obviously played off the Austin phrase, Give Me a Hull Year. I'm going to be covering, literally going from here, having my own toilet break, snack break, getting everything ready, and I'm going to be covering all of the goings on at Elimination Chamber from start to finish. So if you are about and you are watching it, come and check it out. We'll have a good chat, we'll have a laugh, we'll have a few predictions on there, and we'll maybe even have a game or two.
Nice. And again, I couldn't recommend their channel highly enough. We don't often do watch-alongs on this channel, so anytime someone asks if we are, I always like to point them in the direction of Give Me a Whole Year again. And as Dan mentioned, we've had a few of the boys on this channel over the years and really enjoyed their company. What was that, Lucas?
I was going to say to Dan, like, is it easier now with their slower kind of format, I guess, with doing a stream, I guess, live, because there's more gaps between stuff? You know, to have that interaction with people, because obviously, you know, while the matches are on, they're long matches, and obviously comments will come in, but things are happening in the match. But then they have the 500 adverts, and then I guess is that kind of the catch up time where you get time to interact with people?
It's a bit of both now. I mean, shows pretty much during the lockdowns with Dom and covering Monday Night Raw, where the matches felt so sluggish because it was all chopped and edited together.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, I cover Monday Night Raw on my own, so I'm trying to call as much action, talk about what's going on, and then usually you get these stupid 2-minute adverts where there's nothing going on, and then I'll catch up on comments. I mean, we play a couple of little stupid fun games on the show where I'll bring on screen so everyone can see a chest of a wrestler with no top on, and it's basically guess the wrestler. we do. I mean, Michael, back me up. We call it the Nips game, and people will have really stupid guesses, really fun guesses, and it just creates a bit of fun. The other thing that I've started doing, and I'm going to keep doing them while people keep watching, is a Hull Year hangout on Sunday nights, usually once or twice a month. And it's just literally like this. It's me and one of the other guys, maybe two of them, chatting about what's been happening in wrestling, few games, and we always have a proper quiz at the end, and everyone is welcome to join. We play it through Kahoot, so you can join in on your phone, actually answer live while you're with us, and actually have a competition between the Hull Year presenters and everyone else in the chat.
That sounds very good, to be fair. I think the kind of casual
sounds cool, yeah.
They're kind of very good.
They're fun.
Opinions you kind of get to speak about, because there's always kind of so much going on, isn't there, in wrestling? Not just within the WWE bubble, but there's always something going on. Someone's coming back, someone's injured. Meltzer has said something. You know, I mean, there's always this kind of stuff to cover. It's true, you know, it's how wrestling works, especially in this season we're in now, where we're gearing up towards what is ultimately the biggest weekend for wrestling, in general of the whole year. But check their channel out. Some really very good content from the guys. They're always a laugh, like I said, when they come on here as well. But I guess, Scott, we may as well move on to the men's chamber, as we still got to cover Cody Rhodes and The Rock as well. So yeah,
we do indeed. We do indeed. Here's the channel as Mark's put it in the chat there. Give me a whole yeah, and he clarifies as well with that game. By the way, it's male chests. We're not trying to be misogynistic here. Look at that beautiful championship belt. Speaking of championships as well, we've also got here from where was it? I saw. There you go, from Mark saying no one's taken a Kahoot off him. No more. Dan's got something to say about that quite clearly. Casper says, does the Elimination Chamber start at 11:30 or midnight in the UK? It starts at midnight, buddy. We are about 39 minutes away from that as well. Mark also says, according to Fightful, both chamber matches are expected to be about 40 minutes long, and also says he wants the title shined up from Mark as well. But as Lucas said, let's get into the final match to predict here. I'm going to throw it over to Mark first of all, to Dan first of all, because I appreciate he's going to have to jump out of here very soon to set up his own stream as well. So how long you got, Dan? You got a few minutes?
I've got plenty of time. It only takes me about 10 minutes to switch between this
one.
All
right. I'll still let you go first. Speaking of quizzes, before we do that, actually, Lucas, I saw you won a WWE quiz the other night, mate. Congratulations. I saw that. You went out for a quiz night.
Yeah, I went to a quiz night in Hackney. I was a hipster for a night. And
nice.
Yeah, it's a place that they do like a theme quiz at the end of every month. The next one actually is Harry Potter one, so I'm going to that one as well.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, and being modern life as it is, I've never seen a bar clear out quicker than after the announcement was made that the till went down, and so they couldn't take payments. And literally, like, almost everyone left. It was
mate,
me and like a few other teams.
A
few other teams. We got one question wrong. The entire quiz.
Go on. What was it? What was the one you got wrong?
One we got wrong was who was voted most underrated by Dave Meltzer in 2023.
Oh, who was it?
Who would you say?
Underrated in 2023 from Meltzer? I would say Danhausen.
Damien Priest.
No.
Who was it?
Was Ospreay.
What? Ospreay, underrated.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not me saying he's overrated, but I think people appreciate Ospreay. Anyway, let's move it round to the main event. Before we do that, talking to main events, we've got our resident luchador in the house. Rob is back. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. Sorry,
mate. Appreciate having you in the comments, but it's good to have you live and on the channel as well. You joined us just in time, mate, because we're about to go through your predictions from the other day. What was you going to say?
Sorry, I was going to say I was about to go and have a lay down. When you said Will Ospreay is underrated by Meltzer, I thought pigs were flying past the window and everything. I would never believe that in a billion years. Like that, no, not a chance. It's like him, Kenny Omega, Ospreay, and the Young Bucks they could just walk into an arena and Meltzer's giving them 5 stars. So yeah, I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, no surprise you missed that one, Lucas. Don't be hard on yourself at all. But anyway, let's get to, again, some of our predictions from earlier this week. We'll catch up with Rob in a moment as well. But yeah, first of all, I want to hear Dan's thoughts on these. But let's see what Rob had to say a few days ago.
The men's chamber. Look, there's a lot of guys in there. I can say probably the person that we think 100% isn't going to win is Logan Paul. The rest, I would say, it's anyone's for the taking. I think this is probably the hardest one decision-wise. However, I think The Rock is going to screw someone, because I don't think Cody's going to sell his soul to the People's Champion. So maybe we're going to get someone else that's going to be involved, and they are going to be potentially the corporate champion, kind of what Rock was way back when. Look, it's going to be someone, and I think it's going to be someone that's earned it. So if Drew McIntyre does not win, we riot. Everyone stand with me on that. All right,
look,
cheers, guys.
I'm seeing more and more people say that recently. I got to say, though, at the moment on the Countdown show, they're showing off the first ever Elimination Chamber match, which, of course, was at Survivor Series 2002. So it gives me the opportunity to say, guys, if you want to do a little bit of research, if you want to go digging back onto those nostalgic shows, hey, look, we've got a watch along of that on this very channel. So if you feel like watching the first ever Elimination Chamber match, then hey, watch along with myself and Rob, because we did the coverage of that a little while back now. It was a great show to rewatch. But let's talk about the here and now. Let's talk about the upcoming Elimination Chamber match. And I've got to say, Rob's opinion there of Drew McIntyre is one, again, that I think a lot of people are falling into at the moment, including me. But you'll see on this prediction here that at this point, I hadn't heard anyone say this. And you'll see the moment I suddenly think to myself, could it be Drew?
Into the men's Elimination Chamber match, we've got Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, Seth Rollins, CM Punk, Logan Paul, and John Cena. What a stacked field. Now, this is another one that's kind of hard to predict, mainly because of what's been going on recently with The Rock and Cody Rhodes. Now, that's going to have some sort of progression, we'd imagine, at Elimination Chamber anyway, and that feels like it will factor into this match. Now, whether or not that segment happens before this match or after this match might change things as well, but there are so many different storylines and possible opportunities here for WWE to run with. So I think this one, again, is another hard one to pick. I was leaning towards John Cena, I was leaning towards CM Punk, and the Cody thing changes that a little bit, but I got a feeling that CM Punk could be maybe even turning heel here. I'm going for a lot of heel turns and heels winning essentially on the show, it feels. But if CM Punk was to turn and to win and go into WrestleMania to face Cody Rhodes, as ironically The Rock's buddy after Dwayne took up the headline spot before, it'd be quite an interesting story to tell. At the same time, where does that leave John Cena? That's quite tough. Where does it leave a lot of the guys in this match? I mean, you could even see Logan Paul and Punk going forwards in their own program. But if I had to pick right now, I'm just going to go with, who's going to face Cody Rhodes? Cody's not going to be a heel. He's not going to go down The Rock's path, surely. So therefore, it needs a strong heel.
Here it comes.
And it's got to be someone that The Rock aligns with. Maybe Drew?
There.
I don't know if they're ready for that. I just don't think they would have planned that before. I know things are changing, but that's quite drastic. You know what? I've talked myself into it. Drew deserves this spot. Drew McIntyre.
Wow.
All right, so those are my predictions for Elimination Chamber in Toronto. I've surprised myself.
Before we move on to me talking myself into it, here's Dan's original prediction.
To what I'm assuming is going to be the main event, which is the men's Elimination Chamber match. We are going to see John Cena, CM Punk, Seth Rollins, Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, and Logan Paul, seemingly all battling it out to face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. For me, it's got to be John Cena. I think all the rest of them have got a direction going into WrestleMania, except Big Match John. For me, John Cena will be victorious and will go on to face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania.
All right, so Dan has gone for John Cena. My argument is that John Cena, I feel, does have a direction, in the sense that anything John Cena does at WrestleMania is a direction. He doesn't need to be in the title picture. So, of course, myself and Rob have gone for Drew there, so much so that Rob wants to riot if he doesn't win. Let's throw it over to Dan first of all, mate. What are your thoughts on this one? Do you think Drew McIntyre's selling his soul if Cody doesn't do it?
In all honesty, I've got a £5 bet on Drew winning.
Yeah?
That's how confident I am that Drew is the one to become the corporate champion. And I think that will leave John Cena versus Punk at WrestleMania, because that's a big headline match. No matter if it is the last match of the night, it is still a main event headline style match that Punk wants. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you've got people like Logan Paul and Damian Priest in the match. They are going to be good performers in the showcase, but you don't see him winning. Seth and Punk and even John Cena, they don't really need the win. And I think Drew's at the point of his story where he has to have something to get to WrestleMania. Seth could go into a match with Roman Reigns, not a problem. Don't need him to win the match. Punk and Cena, as I've just said, they could go into their own match together.
Yeah.
Logan Paul could pretty much go into any match he wants. And Damian Priest, I think there's going to be something further down the line, completely unrelated to anything that we're seeing right now. And I don't see how he's getting on the WrestleMania card. But Drew, He's obviously got the history with The Rock after he re-signed, handing him the sword.
Yeah.
And that could be part of that initial, I want you to be my guy, Drew. So when the time comes, I will be calling for you. And there I mean, might have only filmed it today, but they could film it today and basically say it was done weeks, months ago. If you re-sign with us, Drew, I will make you the guy, no matter what. So they could use that to get the big win for Drew. Everyone else, I think, has got an alternate route to WrestleMania. So, yeah, I mean, Drew, for me, best guy to win. He deserves a win on a big stage, and it gets him to the next stage in another big match.
100% agree, mate. I think you make some great points there. I think, like you say, a lot of them have other avenues to get to WrestleMania. Damian Priest, I agree, is the one that I'm not 100% sure on what he would be doing. You could have CM Punk versus John Cena. That could ignite tonight. It could ignite in the, because Punk said on the kickoff show, look, John, I'm sorry, like, I respect you basically, but you got to go through me, and that just ain't happening, So like that could ignite. I feel like we're going to get them again at some point, whether it's Mania or not, I don't know. But I'm glad to hear you're also in the Drew McIntyre camp, Dan, because again, when I talked myself into it, I wasn't sure, and since then, I'm glad to see other people saying the same. Now, a big kind of advocate almost for Drew McIntyre winning, of course, is Rob, our resident luchador. Mark says, look, we're blaming Rob if Logan Paul wins, essentially. Look, Rob, you were fiery about it in your original prediction there. Do you still feel the same way, having seen the kickoff show and SmackDown? Do you still think it should and will be Drew McIntyre?
So, yes, I do. The flat answer, yes. However, I do have a theory that kind of fills into kind of another wrestler that would do that, right? So we're talking about having someone that's a corporate guy, and I'll set the scene, right? So for me, I do think it's Drew. I really want it to be Drew, but the other person is Punk. Now I know it sounds weird, right? But everyone else basically in this match, other than Logan, has basically headlined a Mania, other than Punk, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. So the fact that everyone else there has done it kind of puts more of a push on. Punk still hasn't had that moment, and he signed to WWE again to have his moment at Mania. If he's not going to get it any other way, how much is he willing to give in order for him to get what he wants? Is he willing to sell his soul to the devil to get his moment? And I think that would work perfect for Punk in a way of that's the heel turn, because we least expect it, especially when he's not a corporate guy. And he made that clear throughout his entire career. So for him to do that would be such a big heel move. Don't know if they're going to make him heel, though. I'd love to see that happen. That'd be interesting, seeing that Punk in a suit and a tie, and and being that guy, kind of like The Rock. I think it'd be interesting. However, I think it needs to be Drew. I mean, he's done more than enough, proved more than enough times now that he can be the guy to carry the company. He can be the guy that needs to be the heel. He carried them through the COVID era. Again, he had, in my opinion, one of the greatest feuds last year against Punk. He carried that at times when Punk wasn't even there and Drew was pushing it. Even before that, the stuff we had with Owens, I think Drew has more than earned a WrestleMania victory where he actually gets his moment at Mania, and the crowd are behind him all the way. He didn't get it at COVID. He got it last year, but then that was a story for someone else. It's about time that Drew got it. So, in my opinion, I think it has to be Drew.
Look, I'm with you. I think Drew makes the most sense for the. And again, we'll touch on the Cody bit in a bit. But if it's not going to be Cody, which it probably won't be, Drew makes sense. But the Punk one's great as well. We had a great comment earlier on that when we were discussing it, said corporate money Punk. That's the CM Punk we're talking about now potentially. The other one is John Cena. Whether or not John Cena turns heel in his final year is something that people have speculated as well. I don't see it coming, but if they did, my goodness, would be a massive story. But going back to Punk, Punk aligning himself with The Rock is huge.
Rock being aligned with Cena with their history is huge as well. Lucas, what are your thoughts, mate? I mean, there are a few potential twists and turns here as far as corporate champions and corporate kind of number one contenders to get there. Or do you think it's a little bit more straightforward than that, and we're not really touching on the corporate thing here?
The thing is, the whole corporate stuff, it's all new, isn't it? Because that's all what Dwayne's shoehorned into the storyline, isn't it? Like, you know, it seems that they've had the plans for ages, and then now this whole thing's come up. I really hope it's not Drew McIntyre, though.
Really?
Yeah, it's ship sailed.
No, man.
Ship sailed. Like, he should have won at Cardiff. He didn't win. He then should have won. They should have brought it back sooner with him and Reigns than they did. And they didn't do it. Then he did the weird thing last year where he won Money in the Bank, and when he cashed in the same night because he's an idiot. And then Damien Priest should have lost the title, but he didn't. And then they had the Punk feud, which is like fair enough. But I think ship sailed. He's not the guy anymore. Like, he was someone they turned to in COVID because they needed someone who just basically would wrestle like on the shows, because Roman didn't want to. Brock left, so they were kind of left with no choice but to use Drew. I think that if Cena doesn't win this, it will then mean that they're probably going to most likely have him retire as champion. So they're probably going to go the whole year of him having obstacles. But I do think, obviously, it's been difficult with Cena because he hasn't been on television to start anything with anyone. I think a lot of people are reading into a lot too much with the corporate thing having an impact on this. I'm hoping that Cody just says no to The Rock. Or does he say yeah? Even say yeah.
He ain't saying yeah. Anything he does is temporary, you know. Like, so you don't think the corporate thing is going to have as much of a kind of hold on the finish of this match? Then you think that the corporate thing is a story with Cody alone?
I thought it between Cena and Punk, but Logan Paul's name keeps getting thrown out there as the curveball one, and it's like Cody would if Cody does say no to Thingamajig, to The Rock, then he need a villain.
That's a good point.
And Logan had the match last year, didn't they? When it meant the weird like champ as a champ one. They've got history there, so and it was a good match.
I mean, Logan being in the WrestleMania main event still feels premature, but Logan being The Rock's corporate champ, the outsider from the guy who doesn't show up much himself, is also, again, you can see that alignment. You know, it does kind of make sense. I mean, this is what's great about this match, that there are so many, especially with the Rock and Cody situation, there are so many different avenues they can take, and, you know, potential heel turns and stuff like that. I personally think that they will do Drew, and I think Drew does deserve it. I know what you say, Lucas, as far as ship is sailed. I believe the ship is sailed for his kind of big, oh my gosh, pop moment. Everybody's at WrestleMania with fans. They're never going to get what they wanted to do at 36, excuse me. They had it last year, but it was a heel and he lost it quickly. They could have done it at Clash, but they didn't, as you say. The second Clash, they didn't do it there either. So now it's not about that. It's not about Drew's moment in that sense. It's about like the incredible year/2, maybe even 3 years that he's had now as a heel, that I think deserves to be in that prominent position. We talked about it a little bit earlier on as well. I think Rob mentioned it, you know, him, or it might have been Dad even getting the sword when he re-signed. And, you know, there was that thing as well when he was like, he did that work shoot. This is the great thing about Drew. He's been bordering kind of real and not real, you know, character and not character, essentially. With his kind of presentation the past few years. And he did do that promo on the podcast where he was like, look, no one called me, no one texted me except for one person. What if that one person is The Rock? You know, what if this is something that they've been laying the seeds for a long time? Because I said in my original prediction there, where I convinced myself, oh, but this is twisted and this is something they've decided now. That's what I was thinking. It wouldn't have been Drew because, you know, The Rock things just happened. But the more I think about it, I think The Rock plays into this kind of, I show up and change things because I'm the big bad final boss. I think that's his character on screen. And he wants people to think that's the thing behind the scenes. Because realistically, last year, when The Rock could have been the big, bad, naughty boss man, he wasn't. He gave us Cody Rhodes because he knew that's what was right. And I think he plays into the kind of, they think I want the glory. So I'm going to play up to that and be the final boss on TV. I actually think that's how they do it, essentially. I'm going to quickly get to some of these comments because we are getting very close now to the PLE starting. So let's get to some of these before we do wrap up as well. Casper says, Dan, you make some good points about Drew McIntyre and corporate Punk. McWawa, this is a name and a half, isn't it? McWawa with cheese. Is Jimmy and Jay going to be in Canada? Don't have DUIs. I don't know the legal situation behind them in Canada, but they're not on the card anyway. Mark says he's doing another Make-A-Wish to Cena turning up tonight. Just went slim to none. Turning heel even is, yeah, I guess that's been the thing with Cena, isn't it? They never wanted to turn him because of the Make-A-Wish being the head of the company, essentially, selling all the merch. And I was thinking to myself earlier, but this year is different. He's not the main star anymore, so they can afford to do it. But maybe not. McMahon with cheese says, and I didn't watch the pre-show, but if that jabroni Big E, well, not a fan of Big E, is doing it still, instead of managing New Jay, then Xavier and Kofi should lightly attack him so they can gain more heat. Casper says, I'm going for Drew McIntyre or CM Punk to align with The Rock. I'm starting to come around to the idea of Logan Paul now that Lucas has said it, I got to say. Also says, currently Drew doesn't need the title, says Mark. His promos alone can get him over. That's true, but that's where we've been at for the last 2 years. So I'd like to see him have a little bit more. Drake is in attendance. Oh boy, oh my gosh. Let's hope Kendrick Lamar's not there as well. Dan is right. Kendrick will get Drake will get booed even. Mark says, don't know if people saw it, but the Rock tape ended. Oh yeah, when SmackDown ended, Solo did attack Cody Rhodes, which I thought was quite interesting.
Why does this keep happening off air? I don't understand.
Just something for the fans in attendance. So I don't know where it is. F Sweezy did see it. Usos are allowed to kill us, says Mark. Well, Jay is apparently, but there we go. All right. Well, let's start kind of filing out and wrapping up here, boys. It's been a great stream so far. We've been going for nearly 5 hours is when I first pressed the big old red button. We did play our replays from the kickoff show, watch along, and our kickoff weekend preview, don't get me wrong, but we've been live for quite some time as well, and it's been great having not only our guests with us tonight, but also our commenters as well. Really do appreciate it. Whether you're here for the first or the 75th time, we are very, very appreciative of the fact. We're also very appreciative of the fact that Dan Hargreaves has joined us tonight from Give Me a Whole Year. Once again, just going to shout out the fact that he is going to be over live on the Give Me a Whole Year YouTube channel. So if you want to see the conversation continue, you want to play some fun games such as guessing whose nipples are who, apparently, from the men's division, we have to be clear about that, then Dan is your man for that as well. As you can see, the link is in the chat there as well, at Give Me a Whole Year on YouTube. Before we eliminate you from the chamber, Dan, have you got anything else you want to say before you get out of here, mate?
Just again, as always, thank you very much for the invite. It's been good fun. It's always nice to have different people's opinions because I normally get Sam, Andy, Dom, and Anne.
No, you know what they're like.
Sometimes they can get a bit boring, and Sam does seem to not have a filter. Love you, Sam. But
that's why we love him.
Yeah, and like I said, it's nice to have different ideas being thrown back and forth because then it makes me think, oh, that was a great idea. And it opens up a whole new idea of avenues for thinking, where could these stories go? So I'll absolutely, again, love having you on, love being on, loved having you on in our comments last night. And yeah, if you want me around again, you know where I am.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much, Dan.
Talk to you, Dan.
Yeah, definitely. Keeps it fresh, as you say. That's what these are all about. It's getting other people's perspective and ultimately getting hyped up for the show. And once again, Mark is making it clear it is men's chest that we're looking at on the stream. Once again, go and check out Dan and the boys at Give Me a Whole Year. Thanks for joining us, mate. And yeah, go and have a well-earned pee break. Get your snacks ready and set up your stream. I'll see you later.
I'm already going, don't worry.
See you later, man.
See you later, guys.
See you later. All right. So once again, thank you so much to Dan for joining us on the build-up show tonight. And yeah, cannot recommend his channel even, highly enough, essentially. Big fan of what those boys are doing over there at Give Me a Whole Year. Let's get to a few more of these comments here as well. Mr. Who 13 says, say his name and he appears. Is that Joe Hendry or is that you, Mr. Who 13? We could say your name and you appear. There you go. Thanks for joining us either way. Mark says, yeah, we go and set up a stream. I'm tapping out to enjoy the show, boys. Mark, it's been a real privilege having you in the chat. Mark. Thank you so much for bringing the great conversations as always. And again, Dan says, thank you for the time and having me on. Much appreciated for having you on, for coming on as well, Dan, with us tonight. Now, speaking of joining us again, Rob, you've joined us a bit late, but it's a real privilege to have you, mate. Look, you've touched on the men's chamber. Before we get out of here, of course, we've seen your original predictions from earlier this week, but I do want to know your kind of up-to-date predictions now that you've seen the kickoff, now that you've seen SmackDown as well. But before we do that, we're actually going to throw it over to a quick clip from an interview we did with none other than a person that me and Rob think will be winning tonight, talking about the Elimination Chamber. Because I don't know if you guys remember, back in 2011, Drew McIntyre had what at that point felt like one of the performances of his life, and he wasn't really being used on the main roster, and he'd fallen down the card a little bit more. He wasn't in the chosen one phase, and it was pre-3MB as well, and it was a performance that I really felt stood out at the time. So I've always been curious, essentially. I wanted to know what Drew McIntyre felt about that performance, and what were the plans around it, essentially. So here we have Drew McIntyre talking to me about the Elimination Chamber experience.
Career. A lot of people talk about your rise and kind of ups and downs and stuff like that. One moment I'd never see anyone talk about, for me, stood out as a fan, was Elimination Chamber. I think it's 2011, where you had an incredible performance, where I felt like at the time you wasn't really being used, as they say, that much. And I thought, this is the moment. He's kicking off from this point. Didn't quite happen. But do you have many memories of that match? Because I feel like your performance in that was incredible, and not a lot of people talk about it.
I felt the same. This is the moment. We're going to get back on track here and smashed everybody in the chamber, even though it wasn't. I was on there long. It was like a few-minute frenzy.
Yeah.
The crowd responded. I was in the chamber, headbutting it like a maniac, and I really felt it was going to go somewhere. And a couple of people in the match were kind of pushing for something with me for it to go somewhere, and it never worked out. But I guess things happen for a reason, and we take our personal journeys, and now today I'm main event in the first UK stadium show in 30 years.
Didn't work out bad, did it?
Worked out no bad. Happy ending, all that.
But that was it. You showed such great aggression and things like that. It was incredible.
So once again, it was just something I'd always wanted to ask Drew McIntyre, really, and was privileged enough to have the opportunity to chat to him. And I just thought it was relevant, really, because Elimination Chamber is one of those events where no matter where you are in the card, if they put you in the match, it is an opportunity to make a name for yourself. And as I said in the interview with Drew there, he really did kind of push to make himself mean something in that match. Unfortunately, didn't really lead to much at the time, but as we recorded that interview, he was headlining a PLE in Cardiff, so he was pretty happy about how things had turned out anyway. But bringing it back to you, Rob, what are your thoughts as far as what the Elimination Chamber could be as far as a breakout performance? Because we've got someone in the women's match, of course, who really could be using this as a springboard opportunity. Of course, that is Roxanne Perez. So what are your thoughts on that, mate?
Look, I think all the women in there are. So firstly, I think we spoke highly about the women's division, just in wrestling as a whole, not just WWE as its own kind of moment or era, but just women's wrestling as a whole. I think the more women that we get to see kind of drive into wrestling in the wrestling industry and get used in specific ways. It doesn't always work in one company, but it does somewhere else. We've seen that too. I think it's fantastic. The women are being treated equally to how the men are, getting their moments like Chambers. I mean, let's go back 10 years. We wouldn't even be having this conversation now, maybe a little longer, but it's just to see it all happening and having all these women that are so amazing at what they do. And we're going to get them watching them in the Mania in Elimination Chamber. It's going to be special. So I'm just happy that we get to see that. Roxanne, though, I do think she's got to eliminate Bayley, right? I think she really has to cement herself, even if she doesn't do anything else. Her getting that pinfall and victory over Bayley, I think, is going to be quite crucial here. So I hope they understand from going from the NXT thing and building up and coming up. If there's a story there that can continue, then there's a rivalry that we can have set that can potentially go to Mania. I'm not saying it has to, but there's something there. There's always seeds there. So I'm hoping that happens. To be fair, I think the only thing that I really want to get out of this is I think Jade comes back. And I think that's that big moment. So I think he's going to overshadow who wins. But I think, man, I think the way it's been booked, I did say it on my prediction. I really want it to be Belair that was the reason for the attack. I actually don't think it was Liv. I like the way they're kind of setting it that way, so then we believe that. But yeah, man, I feel like when she comes back, that's going to be the big thing. So regardless who wins, unfortunately, if Jade returns, that win's being overshadowed by this other moment, because I think that's the moment that's going to go to Mania, and that will get a lot more talking. But can I just say, all matches aside, I hate the fact that Chamber is used as a placeholder for, you couldn't do it in Rumble, you can do it in Chamber. I hate it. I despise the fact that the Chamber is used as you need to get through this to get to Mania. Like,
I think Chamber were better when they were for the titles,
Yeah, me too. That's what I said earlier. I was like, you could have put the tag in and then not done the men's one, for example, and had another story there.
I think another gimmick match would be good to do the other side, but yeah, Chamber, it's kind of overkill, isn't it? To have Rumble, Chamber, and a WrestleMania it's a lot, man. I liked Fastlane. I liked the name of Fastlane, on the road to WrestleMania and all that kind of stuff as well. But yeah, some good points you raised there, that Roxanne could go into a feud with Bayley once again, that she's already been doing anyway, so maybe she won't win. And that Jay Cargill could overshadow, essentially, whatever does happen in this match, regardless of who wins.
The Prime sponsors back on the canvas again.
Is it? What's that in the corner as well? Slim Jim snap into it?
Slim Jim? Yeah.
I've never had a Slim Jim.
It was in the middle, actually.
I think they're like pepperonis, aren't they?
I've no idea. We sounded so British.
The big Prime bowl.
Yeah, no, Slim Jim's in the corner. Casper says, by the way, nothing more to say. I'm going to see what happens at the Chamber. Thanks again, Scott, and everyone for a wonderful stream once again. Probably live after Elimination 2. Talk about it. Yes, we will be back as soon as the Chamber ends, guys. We're going to be here for the instant reaction review. So if you want to know our thoughts on what actually happens at the Elimination Chamber, then make sure you subscribe and join us for that one. Again, we are getting very, very close to the PLE kicking off now. The countdown is nearly over in itself, so therefore our build-up show is as well. It's been a real privilege, again, having you all in the comments and having those joining us on the stream. Once again, having our panelists of Rob and Lucas and Dan from the Give Me a Whole Year podcast as well. Before we do get out of here, though, Lucas, any final thoughts before we head into the PLE itself?
Hopefully the Rock's going to be given a script, because that segment is forever otherwise. we may not get an instant reaction. It may already be Monday Night Raw by the time we start speaking. I think that segment, along with the men's chamber, is really carrying this PLE tonight. I think the women's chamber match, though, is one which I think could actually steal the show without realizing it. But it's just the fact that it's very understated, because all their feuds are kind of, there's a lot of wovenness, like I said, with the Jay Cargill stuff, and we've also got some Judgment Day-ish kind of bits and pieces. Liv, we've got the new Alexa Bliss and Wyatt Sicks. We've got lots of stuff going on. But I do think, obviously, the main talking points, obviously, of tonight are, obviously, the Rock segment with Cody Rhodes. Isn't Travis Scott there as well?
Travis Scott is there. In what capacity as well? I got a feeling he's going to wrestle or do something at WrestleMania. So I think we're going to be setting something up here tonight.
Yeah, potentially. So it is very much like that show to set up stuff for Mania. And I guess for the women's side, I think it's the case of getting them to have a really good chamber match and plant some seeds for what's going on at Mania. Yeah. And to just finally maybe just escalate the Charlotte Flair thing, feud with Tiffany, more than just, I'm going to just like talk a little bit and just like watch you from afar. Because I don't anticipate her to wrestle until Mania. Yeah, but I can't do a 6 with a television where it's just the same thing. Like, have something like in this build, to kind of do that, make that justice. But I think we've spoken. Obviously, I'd like to say to everyone that left a comment, like, thanks very much. Like, very talkative bunch tonight. Lots of different comments and opinions and all sorts of things. And I am liking the fact that lots of people are getting on board with this. 4 matches not being good. We're seeing a lot of the movement is strong. It's like Dan O'Brien. Like the yes movement, but
we need to find a catchy. I don't know what. The no to 4 or 5 matches movement doesn't quite cut. We need a catchy line for it, but it's definitely picking up traction.
I think because I'm seeing a lot of comments everywhere. People are just like, "Is that the full card?" Like, yes, it is. you know. I know the comment earlier said about the chamber matches allegedly being like 40 minutes a piece. But then obviously it's like once you have the entrances and you're getting it and the promo package and the adverts and all that, you're getting to
Don't get me started.
like on a match, you know. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to, obviously there's several things that I think with tonight's one, the only risk they have is the fact that so much could happen, and there's a case of what if nothing does.
Yeah. My heart sunk when you said that. Actually,
I mean?
that's a good point.
Like, what if nothing does? We think we spoke tonight about getting Randy Orton, about getting Trish Stratus turning, about getting Jay Cargill come back, about getting Cody might say yes to The Rock, might say no to The Rock. Someone else might come out and say yes to The Rock. But what if it is just, you know, the chain match look decent, but Cena wins these as the most likely option at the start of the week at least. And the women, Bianca Belair wins, but there's no term, there's no like thing with Jay Cargill, which is she wins and then she's going into Mania and she faces and beats Rhea Ripley. Like, what if that's just it?
Gosh. Now, after hyping the show up for 5 hours, we're ending on a downer where let's lower our expectations, because just in case it might not be that exciting. But
it's a good warning, though.
It is a good warning. Look, you know, Lucas, I appreciate you bringing the balance there. We do need it from time to time because, again, look, we've hyped ourselves up, so as you say, for all these twists and turns, and I feel like we're going to at least get one of them. We definitely ain't getting all of them, but either way, I think we are going to get a good PLE. As I say, we'll be back once it finishes anyway. Once it's in the books, we'll be here for the instant reaction review. And again, a big thank you to everyone that's joined us over this Elimination Chamber weekend. Initially starting off with our weekend kickoff show, those that joined us watching the WWE's kickoff show, and those that watched our original predictions show as well. We really do appreciate you. You've been watching the build-up show. I've been Scott. He's been Lucas in the middle. That's been Rob on the end, our resident luchador. We were joined by Dan from Give Me a Hole earlier on. If you haven't already, hop over there to their channel as well to tune in to their watch along. And again, join us at the end of the PLE to find out our instant reactions to everything that's gone down. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. If you haven't already, hit that big red subscribe button and we'll see you on the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.